Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
So, you call this nature? Qin Chaoga's face was full of mockery as she eyed Hu Xian's tight-fitting, revealing dress. She was just shy of pointing at Hu Xian's forehead and saying, "You're just being flirtatious." Hu Xian remained unbothered by her attitude, even extending her hand toward Qin Chaoga with a playful beckon. "Come, let me show you what it means to feel nature. You think I'm afraid of you?" Qin Chaoga snorted coldly and extended her own muscular arm, so muscular that even Cheng Shi couldn't help but feel a sweat break out, and grabbed Hu Xian's soft hand. The raw strength in Qin Chaoga's grip turned Hu Xian's hand red, but the latter maintained her serene smile, as if she couldn't feel any pain. She closed her eyes and murmured, "May rage melt away, may differences be reconciled, may we be of one heart, relax, for he is watching over you." As soon as the words left her lips, Qin Chaoga's expression turned to shock. She jerked her hand away, taking 2 steps back, her brows furrowing in confusion as she demanded, "What did you just do?" Hu Xian gave a gentle smile, placing her hand on her now slightly swollen belly and softly said, "Look, our child." Instantly, everyone present was dumbfounded. "Wait, what? Huh?" Cheng Shi's jaw practically hit the floor. His gaze bounced between Hu Xian and Qin Chaoga, occasionally lingering on Hu Xian's belly. His eyes grew wider, but the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward. "This is wild." This escalated quickly. "Wait, does this count as completing a divine will already?" Li Bola was also observing Hu Xian's belly with great interest, while Ji Ran, who had been knocked to the ground earlier, crawled back on all fours, staring at the now slightly swollen belly with a look of amazement. "Wow, sis, how did you manage that?" Hu Xian gave him a polite nod and stretched out her hand toward him. "Come." Cheng Shi had never heard the word "come" sound so ominous. He instinctively took a step back, only to realize Ji Ran had retreated even faster. "No thanks, no thanks. You've already got one. I'd just be an extra burden." Everyone was thoroughly entertained, except for Qin Chaoga, whose face had darkened as if she had swallowed something bitter. She couldn't be sure exactly what Hu Xian had done or what this child was. She also couldn't be sure whether Hu Xian had some special means of using it to influence her. Leaving such a vulnerability exposed so early in the trial was enough to frustrate anyone. But frustration wasn't going to help. This sage of life was clearly on a different level than the rest of them. At least, Cheng Shi had never heard of someone getting pregnant just by touching hands. Well, now that introductions are out of the way and we've witnessed the miracle of life, let's get down to business. Li Bola finally spoke up, putting an end to the chaotic situation. Holding back her laughter, she looked at Qin Chaoga with a knowing smile and asked, "Miss Voice of the Storm, care to tell us where our final teammate is?" Everyone turned their attention to Qin Chaoga, a bit surprised. They saw her grit her teeth in frustration before lowering her voice and saying, "He's dead. In the room next to mine." Cheng Shi blinked in shock, unsure of how to process the situation. "Dead?" "Yes, before I even woke up, he was already dead." With a grim expression, Qin Chaoga led the group toward the room where the dead teammate lay. Everyone followed, their minds racing with questions. Cheng Shi's head buzzed in disbelief. "A teammate died in the room next to yours, and you could still joke and chat with us like nothing happened? Wow, lady, you've got nerves of steel." Then again, with nerves like that, it's no surprise you were ready to make a baby with a stranger you just met. And that hunter lady, how did she figure this out? When the players reached the door of the room next to Qin Chaoga's, their personal assistants had followed them. Not wanting them to discover the dead body, Qin Chaoga once again waved the assistants away, telling them to stay back and not interfere. The group pushed open the door and filed into the room, where they were greeted by 2 corpses lying at opposite ends of the room. One was clearly one of the inn's tour assistants. And the other, him, a follower of silence. No wonder you could openly reveal your faith. You already knew your opposition was dead. Cheng Shi mentally snickered, half wanting to ask if Qin Chaoga had been the one to kill him. "It wasn't me." When I woke up, I noticed how eerily quiet it was in the room next door, so I suspected there might be an opposing faith player matched with us. So, I climbed in through the window to get to know him a little earlier. That statement left everyone speechless. Yeah, right, you were just trying to test his strength by picking a fight, weren't you? And that's when I found his body. He had already committed suicide. When I entered, I broke the silent field that had been set up. The assistant outside heard the noise and came in to check, so I killed him to avoid drawing more attention. All eyes turned to the other corpse. She admitted to killing someone, but the victim was from far Dusk Town. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow at this revelation. The way the assistant's body was positioned looked a lot like a suicide. If Qin Chaoge hadn't confessed, the group might have believed something else had killed him. But what was her reason for confessing? Trusting words alone wasn't enough. The players began examining the room. Libola, being a hunter, was adept at analyzing evidence. After carefully scanning the room, she provided her conclusion. She's telling the truth. All the traces match her description. As for our deceased teammate, she crouched down beside the follower of silence and tugged at his collar. He's male, somewhere between 40 and 50 years old. Hands show signs of bow calluses, and his shoulder has markings consistent with a quiver. He was an experienced hunter. The wound is on his chest. Judging by the marks, it looks like he reversed a dagger in his right hand and stabbed himself in the heart. The strike was swift, with no hesitation, and the placement was precise, typical of silence followers. However, he didn't kill himself. Like this poor assistant, it may look like suicide, but it's not. As soon as Libola finished speaking, the entire room turned to Qin Chaoge, the atmosphere growing tense. Indeed, if Qin Chaoge was capable of staging one suicide, she could easily stage a second. Her preemptive confession might have been a tactic to play mind games with them all. Qin Chaoge's face darkened as she glared at Libola, her voice low and cold as she demanded. Explain. Libola didn't flinch under Qin Chaoge's gaze. She pointed to the corpse's left hand. The killer staged the scene in a hurry and overlooked one critical detail. This follower of silence has thicker calluses on his left hand than his right, and his left arm is slightly more developed, indicating he's left-handed. I can't think of any reason why a left-handed hunter would use his right hand to commit suicide. Also, the floor and his chest are covered in blood splatter, except for the inside of his right hand. There's a blood imprint on his right hand, and his fingers show signs of post-mortem injury. Clearly, they were broken after death. So, this is a poorly staged suicide. In contrast, the assistant's scene was more convincing. If Miss Qin hadn't confessed, we might have wasted more time investigating. It's a shame. The fate of a hunter is often to become prey for another hunter. Cheng Shi frowned as he listened to Libola's analysis. Indeed, this was a very sloppy attempt at staging a suicide, with flaws everywhere. No matter the ranking, such a clumsy cover-up wouldn't fool any teammate, so why had the killer bothered? Was this really just some reverse psychology move by a war follower? That seems a bit too risky, doesn't it? The eerie atmosphere in the room left everyone in silence. After thinking for a while, Cheng Shi still felt something was off. By all accounts, while fate trials were intense, they didn't involve people dying right at the start. Fate trials tested the heart, manipulating human nature, but they weren't about taking lives. In Fate's trials, the goal was to uncover the truth behind the events, understand the threads of fate, and when the final decision point arrived, choose whether to maintain the current course of fate or alter it. Then the entire fate situation would be offered up as an answer to fate. Whether the decision was right or wrong depended on the specific trial and couldn't be generalized. In the end, no matter if the choice was right or wrong, you might lose points on the latter, but not players. Unless the choice you made had such an impact on fate that it, in turn, affected the players, leading to the tragedies everyone feared. But now, with a teammate dead at the start, this was no good omen. Could it be that death itself is the answer this time? In Fate trials, the decision point always appeared simultaneously for all players, and Cheng Shi hadn't received any prompt for a decision. This meant that the follower of silence's death was indeed an accident. So, what do we do now? In past trials, it was usually Cheng Shi who asked that question. But today, someone beat him to it. Jiran had lazily sat down on a chair by the table as soon as he entered the room. Now, seeing everyone looking confused and frustrated, he decided to speak up, if only to remind them that their assistants were still waiting outside. He furrowed his brow, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Doesn't this town feel off to you? We're just a group of ordinary travelers, yet each of us has been assigned a personal tour assistant. What kind of sightseeing requires this level of personal attention? Nobody responded, or rather, nobody had an answer. The trial had just begun, and the secrets this town held were still unknown. As the group fell into silence, Hu Xian gently caressed her belly and suddenly spoke. I sense his power in these tour assistants. Cheng Shi was stunned. Birth. Yes, birth. Is Eternal Sun his envoy? Hu Xian smiled with interest. I don't know his name, but we can find out. Perhaps this tour isn't really a tour, and the monitoring isn't really monitoring. We don't yet understand this town, so why rush to conclusions? Feel it, understand it, get to know it, and then judge it. That is the way of nature. So I suggest we leave now and explore the town. Qin Chaoga scoffed. And the bodies? Just leave them here. Why not? They both committed suicide, didn't they? How the authorities handle these bodies is also useful information for us. So, if they died by their own hands, what does it have to do with us? Hu Xian, now kneeling beside the body of the fallen teammate, gently touched the corpse's hand. She murmured softly once again. May the pain fade, may the confusion end, may we meet again, relax, for he is watching over you. As the others stood dumbfounded, unsure of what Hu Xian was doing, she adjusted her barely there skirt, stood up, and, with her hand resting on her now even more swollen belly, smiled at the group. Look, the continuation of life. Everyone's faces darkened instantly. Cheng Shi lowered his head, his eyes flashing with seriousness. One slacker, one brute, and one lunatic. This trial was going to be a wild ride. Though Hu Xian's outrageous behavior left everyone unsettled, they still decided to follow her suggestion. None of them dealt with the bodies. They simply wiped away any incriminating traces and left the two corpses in the room, heading outside. This was an experiment, an attempt to test the boundaries of the town. The players were probing the limits of Far Dusk Town, trying to see how the tour assistants would react to the presence of bodies. After leaving the room, Cheng Shi returned to his own. Before heading out again, he had a question he wanted to ask Shaman, the tour assistant assigned to him. He was curious about the role of these so-called tour assistants. Shaman stood obediently at the door of his room, not even sitting down, quietly awaiting his return. You're back, she greeted. Seeing her so well-behaved, Cheng Shi's mind started turning with a plan. Smiling, he poured a glass of water and handed it to Shaman, then, with a magnetic voice, spoke slowly. Miss Shaman, where I come from, new friends often play a game to speed up the process of becoming closer. Even though we've only just met, I feel like we're already friends, don't you? Shaman, likely not used to dealing with such bold travelers, blushed and gave a shy smile without saying a word. Since you're not saying anything, I'll take that as a yes, Cheng Shi teased, continuing with his plan. He led Shaman by the hand to the table and sat her down, clasping her slim wrist with both of his hands. At the same time, he had Shaman hold his wrist as well. The game is called Truth or Dare. Each person takes turns asking a question. If the one being asked chooses truth, they must answer honestly without lying. If they choose dare, they must follow the asker's request and do something. And remember, it could be anything. As Cheng Shi said this, his gaze roamed shamelessly over Shaman's chest, causing her to shrink back slightly in embarrassment, her grip tightening on his wrist. Since it's your first time playing, I'll let you ask the first question, Cheng Shi offered generously, giving her the opportunity to make the first move. But this was Shaman's first time playing such an intimate game, and she clearly had no idea what to ask. After several moments of contemplation, her face turned even redder before she finally spoke. Sir, where are you from? Can rival a faraway place in the north, covered in snow and ice. Cheng Shi answered quickly, then added, I choose truth. Shaman looked surprised and covered her mouth with the hand that wasn't holding his. I've never heard of such a place. Is that so? The world is vast and full of wonders, isn't it? Cheng Shi said, his finger lightly tracing the soft skin on Shaman's arm. She felt a tingling sensation on her arm, like a faint electric current pricking her skin. Her face flushed even more, and her head dipped lower, a pinkish hue spreading behind her ears and across her neck. Seeing the shy girl in front of him, Cheng Shi chuckled. A timid girl, this was good. Timid people were either easy to deceive or easy to be deceived. Shaman was clearly the latter. Of course, Cheng Shi wasn't just trying to take advantage of her. The purpose behind his actions was to create a sense of physical closeness, to make this shy lamb in front of him feel the presence of the wolf, instilling a bit of fear so that she wouldn't pick the potentially risky dare. Cheng Shi wasn't after any reckless dares, after all. The silent tension in the room continued to build. It was his turn to ask a question now, and as the atmosphere grew more charged, he gave her a gentle smile and softly asked, "What's the real reason you came to me?" It wasn't a very romantic question, and it probably didn't belong in this kind of setting. But Cheng Shi wasn't here for romance. He was here to gather information. With all the groundwork laid, it was time to get some answers. To his surprise, Shaman's face turned an even deeper shade of red after hearing the question. At that moment, Cheng Shi realized he might have misjudged the situation. Shaman opened her mouth several times as if wanting to answer, but after struggling with her words for a while, she shyly said, I choose dare." Cheng Shi froze. "Girl, I've practically got my hand on you, and you're choosing dare? Do you even know what a dare is?" "You do, right? Okay, fine, if that's how you want to play it. Let's see what you're made of." "Alright then, since that's your choice, here's my dare." Cheng Shi's polite smile stiffened as he made a ridiculously over-the-top request. "Please answer the question from just now. What's the real reason you came to me?" Shaman was visibly taken aback by the sudden shift in tone. She stared at Cheng Shi in disbelief, as if questioning his gentlemanly behavior. Then, out of nowhere, she broke into a giggle, covering her mouth as she laughed. Her entire frame shook with amusement. "TCH. Stop shaking, it's distracting." "Sir, there's no need for such suspicion. I'm just a simple tour assistant. I won't harm you." Seeing that she had relaxed, Cheng Shi dropped the pretense and got straight to the point. "Well then, I'm even more curious. Why does Far Dusk Town need to assign a tour assistant to every traveler?" Shaman blinked in confusion, tilting her head as she asked, "Haven't the guides explained this to you?" "Guides?" "He didn't explain anything. He took my money, brought me here, then disappeared. So, as you can see, I know nothing about this place." Shaman's face lit up with realization, and she smiled sympathetically. "They're too greedy for their own good. But don't worry, sir. Far Dusk Town isn't a dangerous place. We always welcome travelers, especially distinguished gentlemen such as yourself." "Since when am I a gentleman?" Cheng Shi picked up on her playful tone and smiled stiffly before asking, "So, could the beautiful Miss Shaman tell me more about this exotic little town?" Shaman shook her head apologetically. "I'm sorry, sir. Far Dusk Town is just an ordinary town. There are no particularly beautiful sights to see here." Seeing the confusion in Cheng Shi's eyes, Shaman continued, "But the people here are enchanting." As she spoke, she shyly guided Cheng Shi's hand along her arm, leading it toward. "Wait, hold up." Cheng Shi quickly pulled his hand back, narrowly avoiding an awkward finger weightlifting session. Touching unknown people in an unknown place was a recipe for unknown dangers. Until he fully understood the landscape of this trial, any free benefits wouldn't be benefits at all. In fact, they might end up costing quite a bit. Shaman felt Cheng Shi's sudden withdrawal, sensing the rejection and disgust in his actions. She paused, stunned, before her face paled dramatically. "Oh, so you don't like me, sir? If you don't like me, you can go to the traveler's office and request another tour assistant." I. Tears welled up in her eyes as she covered her face and, surprisingly, ran out of the room, sobbing. Cheng Shi, left behind, could only stand there, helplessly sucking air through his teeth. At that moment, Qin Chaoga, who had apparently been eavesdropping by the door for who knows how long, leaned against the doorframe and gave Cheng Shi a knowing smirk. Cheng Shi's face turned red with embarrassment. "Enjoying the show?" he asked. "TCH boring. What's the matter, don't like women? Or do you maybe prefer men?" Qin Chaoga teased. Cheng Shi let out a dry laugh, tempted to sarcastically respond with, "Why don't you try and find out?" But then a mischievous idea popped into his head. Wearing a smile, he stood up, extended a hand toward Qin Chaoga, and with a calm tone, said a single word. "Come." Just that one word was enough to set Qin Chaoga off. Boom! Before Cheng Shi even had a chance to react, a large fist flew toward his face, sending him crashing through the wooden wall of the room and tumbling down onto the street below. Fortunately, his tough body could take a hit, and aside from a few cracked ribs, he wasn't too badly injured. Thank God it's only the second floor. He coughed up blood, casting a small healing spell on himself, and then lay on his back, staring up at the gaping hole in the inn's wall. Standing there, looking down with a playful grin, was Chen Shi. The passers-by seemed completely unfazed by what had just occurred at the inn. Though several people offered to help him up, Cheng Shi politely declined. It wasn't until Chen Shi came down and yanked him upright that the darkness lifted from his face. "What's wrong with you?" Cheng Shi grumbled. "What's wrong with you?" Chen Shi shot back. "This woman is crazy. What do you want?" "Well, the fate follower is napping, the existence follower is nowhere to be found, and the never mind. Point is, you're the only one who seems reasonable. Let's team up and go investigate the town. You punched me, and now you want to team up? Aren't you worried I'll find a chance to get back at you? Heh, you're not even strong enough to take one punch from me. Where do you get the confidence to talk about revenge? Honestly, if you weren't a priest, I wouldn't even bother with you." "Oh, so I should be grateful, huh?" Cheng Shi darkly muttered under his breath as he finished healing his cracked bones, growing impatient. "Where are we going?" "The traveler's office. I've heard that's the place to go if you want to switch tour assistants." "And where's yours?" "He tried to get handsy, so I killed him. There wasn't really any need to go all the way to the traveler's office." After walking just half a street, the ever-enthusiastic Chen Shi had already gathered most of the information they needed. However, what they learned was quite the shock to their minds. Far Dusk Town wasn't a picturesque town with stunning natural scenery. The many travelers who came here weren't interested in sightseeing, they came for leisure. Leisure to relax both body and soul. In this town of tens of thousands of residents, you could be treated like royalty, enjoying all kinds of services. As long as you followed the town's laws and didn't harm its residents, anything you wanted to do could become a reality here. And at a very low cost. Of course, the hefty sum they had paid to the shady tour guide didn't count. Far Dusk Town wholeheartedly welcomed every traveler and had built all sorts of entertainment facilities to cater to them. They even assigned each traveler a beautiful tour assistant to help them better enjoy their visit. But these pleasures came with a price. Behind all this beauty and joy, the price you had to pay was. On the day you left Far Dusk Town, you had to leave behind a child for the town that had brought you happiness. Yes, they wanted a child. And the mother of the child would be none other than the tour assistant assigned to you. There was no need to worry about raising the child or carrying them for 9 months. They didn't need you to do that. All it took was a simple ritual, and your tour assistant, whether male or female, would become pregnant with your child. Yes, regardless of gender. And no, by regardless of gender, we're not talking about the babies. It means that whether your tour assistant is male or female, they'll be capable of carrying the child. No further comment. I'll let you ponder that for a moment. Once the child is conceived, it has nothing more to do with you. The child will be born in Far Dusk Town, become a resident, and grow up to one day serve as a tour assistant for future travelers. After hearing about this tourism program, Cheng Shi was utterly dumbfounded. Chen Shi, on the other hand, was livid, especially after thinking about the child she'd supposedly already conceived. Her face was dark enough to drip ink. How could this be? Why? Because every world of light casts shadows, and Far Dusk Town was no exception. Eternal Sun had blessed the town's residents with strong bodies, beautiful appearances, and the ability to reproduce regardless of gender. But Bloody Moon had cursed them, stripping them of the ability to reproduce with each other. The blood-red moon that hung in the night sky like a source of plague radiated its terrifying corruption, forever seeking the total extinction of Eternal Sun's followers. These townspeople, burdened with both blessings and curses, had devised this method to keep their community alive, relying on the arrival of new travelers to continually expand their population. And so, the arrival of travelers was crucial for them because it meant more population, more faith to sustain them. No wonder someone like Hu Xian got matched here. The more Chen Shi thought about it, the more her teeth clenched in rage. Cheng Shi didn't quite know how to comfort her, so he could only offer. Look at it this way, it's not all bad. Consider it a practice run. Eventually, you'll have to leave a child here anyway. Why don't you try practicing then? I would, but no one's interested in me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hu Xian appeared at the far end of the street. Qin Chaoga's mood lightened instantly. Grabbing Cheng Shi by his collar, she stormed toward Hu Xian. Cheng Shi struggled in vain, his face darkening as he mentally prepared excuses to refuse whatever insanity was coming his way. But Hu Xian was walking with her head down, mumbling to herself, seemingly oblivious to their presence. As the two passed her by, neither dared to greet her, and instead, they overheard the nature cultist muttering to herself. He stole birth as authority. How could he steal birth as authority? Can I steal S? Qin Chaoga spat in disgust and cursed under her breath, crazy woman. Cheng Shi frowned but didn't say anything. That woman wasn't crazy at all. She was almost on the verge of realizing the same truth about the gods that Cheng Shi had recently come to understand. The nature of gods is to steal authority. Once Hu Xian had walked far enough away, Cheng Shi finally struggled free from Qin Chaoga's grip, his face grim. Qin Chaoga, I'm warning you, don't think just because you've got bigger fists you can manhandle me. If there's a next time. Before he could finish, Qin Chaoga's entire demeanor suddenly shifted. Gone was the brash, muscular warrior. In her place was a soft, gentle woman with a delicate touch. She moved closer to Cheng Shi, gracefully smoothing the wrinkles on his clothes. Her half-lidded eyes gazed up at him as she whispered sweetly, "Does this suit you better?" Cheng Shi's mouth twitched in frustration, unable to find any words to respond. Damn it, are they all insane? Can't you just act normal for once? You said I'm sick, didn't you? Cursing his bad luck, Cheng Shi turned to leave. Qin Chaoga rolled her eyes and quickly followed, tugging at the hem of his shirt as she scurried along behind him. The traveler's office wasn't far. After walking down a long street and climbing a slight hill, they arrived. On the way, they passed countless handsome men and beautiful women. Even the older locals carried a certain graceful charm, easy on the eyes. But Cheng Shi couldn't take the time to appreciate the sights. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this town, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he and Qin Chaoga entered the traveler's office. The office was massive, filled with travelers passing through like a busy tourist attraction, rather than an administrative building. As Cheng Shi dragged Qin Chaoga inside, they encountered none other than Shaman, who was coming out of the office with tear-streaked cheeks. It seemed she had finished handling something and was about to leave. Qin Chaoga, ever the troublemaker, couldn't resist. She livened up immediately, grabbing Shaman's hand and pulling her back. Shaman looked up in surprise and, upon seeing Cheng Shi standing nearby, her tear-streaked face quickly welled up with fresh tears. "TSK, TSK, how pitiful. Come here, don't worry, Big Sis will take care of you." Qin Chaoga pulled Shaman into a big bear hug, her hands roaming over the poor girl's back. Cheng Shi knew exactly what Qin Chaoga was up to. Rather than being assigned a new assistant, it was better to stick with one they already knew. Besides, this little assistant was so docile, easy to manipulate. But Cheng Shi didn't share her sentiments. His instincts told him something about Shaman was off. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he didn't want any further involvement with her. He turned to walk inside the office. But suddenly, Shaman broke free from Qin Chaoga's embrace and quickly stepped in front of Cheng Shi, looking up at him with tear-filled eyes. Her gaze was filled with sorrow and submission. Clearly, she didn't want Cheng Shi to request a new assistant. She was willing to do anything to stop him. Though Cheng Shi had no idea why she had taken such a liking to him, the fact remained, she seemed quite taken with this witty and charming surface-world gentleman. And as for Cheng Shi, he rolled his eyes and coldly bypassed her, heading straight into the main hall. Shaman's face turned ghostly pale once again. She let out a heart-wrenching sob, hugging her arms as she ran away. Even Qin Chaoga was a little dismayed by the sight. "Hey, she's a real beauty. You really don't want her," Qin Chaoga teased as she caught up to Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi rolled his eyes and ignored her, but after a moment, leaned in slightly and asked quietly, "Did you notice anything unusual?" Qin Chaoga's playful demeanor faded, her expression turning serious as she replied in a hushed tone. "She's strong. There aren't many women who can break free from my grip. Eternal Sun's blessing? Maybe. It was too brief to be sure." Seeing the baffled look on Cheng Shi's face, Qin Chaoga burst into laughter and reached out to pat his face. What, did you think I just randomly grab at people because I have some kind of hyperactivity disorder? It's a talent portrait in the song. Suddenly, it all clicked for Cheng Shi. Whoever said war followers were brainless. They've got brains full of schemes. No wonder Qin Chaoga always threw a punch at everyone. That talent allowed her to read all kinds of bodily rhythms, heartbeats, blood flow, breathing patterns, and create a portrait of the target. The more data she gathered, the more accurate the portrait became. This accuracy wasn't just about recording details, but also expanding and filling in gaps. With enough information, she could even guess someone's personality or predict their decisions and actions. Portrait in the song was an incredibly useful S-rank talent, particularly for identifying other players' faiths, and it was one Cheng Shi had always coveted. Unfortunately, it was a bard's exclusive talent. So, this whole time, she's probably been sizing me up too. Cheng Shi's gaze locked onto Qin Chaoga's eyes as he asked directly. What's my portrait like? Why would I need a portrait of you? Can't I just look at you directly? She scoffed, turning and walking into the main hall. Cheng Shi stood there for a moment, watching her back, and then broke into a laugh. For once, she wasn't lying. This teammate was starting to grow on him. Maybe she'd make a decent partner after all. The hall of the traveler's office had dozens of service windows, and it didn't take long for Cheng Shi and Qin Chaoga to get their turn. Looking at the beautiful staff member at the window, Cheng Shi politely expressed his desire to change his tour assistant. The staff member glanced at the records and seemed to understand. Her eyes were full of comprehension, and she smiled, asking Cheng Shi to wait for a moment. Seeing her meaningful smile, Cheng Shi had a sinking feeling that things were about to take a strange turn again. Sure enough, only a few minutes later, a handsome, charming young man was led over by the staff member, excitement radiating from him as he eagerly approached Cheng Shi. The moment they met, the man quickly ran over in small, eager steps, trying to link arms with Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi's face turned pale, and before he could stop himself, bang, thud, Cheng Shi was arrested. Right there in the middle of the traveler's office. The charge, intentional harm to a tour assistant. The guards immediately took him into custody and issued a prompt sentence. His request for a new assistant was denied, and he was sentenced to 3 days in prison. Cheng Shi didn't resist. Instead, he lowered his head, deep in thought, allowing the 2 guards to twist his arms behind his back and escort him to the holding cells located beneath the traveler's office. What he saw there surprised him. The holding cell was enormous, and the number of imprisoned travelers was staggering. It was as lively as a marketplace. Cheng Shi looked around in disbelief and asked the guards escorting him, "Why, are there so many people?" The guards seemed unbothered by the situation and scoffed with a sneer. "The high priest is too lenient with you travelers. Harming residents should be considered blasphemy, a crime punishable by death. You're lucky you're only getting a few days in here, you bunch of trash." With that, they spat on the ground and tossed Cheng Shi into a cell. None of the other imprisoned travelers paid much attention to the new arrival. They continued chatting or sleeping, their attitudes relaxed, creating an oddly peaceful scene. With the constant chatter filling the air, Cheng Shi realized he might have stumbled into a goldmine of information by accident. Everyone here was a talker, and the snippets of conversation were full of valuable intel. So, Cheng Shi sat down in a cross-legged position, closing his eyes as if pretending to sleep, but keeping his ears wide open, ready to absorb whatever information he could hear. "Where's the food? Why haven't they brought the food yet? I'm starving. Give me food. Otherwise, don't expect me to bless you with a child. Newcomer, stop shouting. There's only 1 meal a day at night. If you want to fill your stomach, you'll have to wait until you're out." An experienced inmate, leaning against the wall, waved dismissively, trying to calm the newcomer down. "What? I'll starve like this. Damn these people. Hey, old man, how long have you been here? What did you do?" "Me? I got a month-long sentence. The charge was malicious gifting. Take my advice. Don't mess around with that damn gifting ritual, or you'll end up stuck here, starving for a month like me." "What do you mean? Aren't they the ones asking us to give them a gift? How can it be malicious gifting?" "Huh, it sounds like you haven't gifted them a child yet. Far Dusk Town's law is that without a special decree, Each traveler can only participate in the ritual once, and the recipient must be a tour assistant. There was this one. A lady I was familiar with. She begged me for a few days, and my idiot heart softened. So I gave her what she wanted. And now here I am. You see how it turned out. You guys who got thrown in here right away are actually lucky. Since you haven't gifted them a child yet, you still get to enjoy the pleasures when you're released. But those of us who've already participated in the ritual, well, we're out of luck. Once we're released, we'll just be deported. The guide wasn't wrong, though. It is a wonderful journey. I'll probably remember it for the rest of my life. Wow, old man, tell us more about this gifting ritual. Many of the newer inmates began clamoring, and the experienced inmate happily obliged, generously sharing his knowledge. The ritual itself isn't all that interesting. Once you and your tour assistant get close enough, she'll tell you everything there is to know about it. All you have to do is hold hands and recite a strange prayer. Under the watchful eye of their god, you'll bestow them with a child. The fun part comes after. To show their gratitude, these beauties will. TSK. Cheng Shi stopped listening, his brows furrowing in thought. This ritual sounded eerily similar to what Hu Xian had been talking about. If the two rituals were the same, did that mean Eternal Sun wasn't just related to birth? Could Eternal Sun actually be birth in disguise? A true god hanging over Far Dusk Town? A hellish joke. Unable to make sense of the situation, Cheng Shi turned his attention back to the conversations around him. Now that someone had started sharing, the other inmates followed suit, each recounting their own pleasant experiences. Noticing that the experienced inmate had gone quiet, Cheng Shi scooted over and called out through the bars. "Old man, you've seen a lot. Where are you from?" The man laughed and replied, "Gasmira." "Oh, from the Tower of Logic, huh? Judging by how knowledgeable you are, you must be a scholar." No, how could I be a scholar? I'm just a— Wait, what do I do again? Sigh, with the poor food and drink in here, I've been forgetting things lately. Forgetting things? That didn't add up. He had just recounted everything in vivid detail, without missing a beat. How could he remember all the details, but forget his own profession? Cheng Shi frowned, watching the man scratch his head in frustration. Rather than pressing further, Cheng Shi turned and struck up a conversation with a newcomer in the neighboring cell. "Hey, your flowing golden hair looks just like adjudicator I used to know. Very noble. You're not adjudicator, are you?" "Huh, you've got to be kidding. If I were adjudicator, my whole family would be laughing their heads off. Wait, what was it again?" Cheng Shi's gaze sharpened, but he kept smiling as he abruptly ended the conversation. Just then, there was a loud clanging sound from the cell next door. Someone else had been thrown in. Cheng Shi glanced over and found that the new inmate was none other than Qin Chaoge. The war follower grinned widely as she approached him, her first words being, "You think it's fun hogging all this to yourself without inviting me?" Cheng Shi shook his head in disbelief. How could being locked up with a bunch of filthy prisoners be considered fun? He watched as Qin Chaoge surveyed the room, then teasingly asked, "Got caught for murder?" "Of course not. I was careful." "He committed suicide." Cheng Shi chuckled helplessly. "So why are you in here?" "I hit on a staff member and tried to, make a baby with her. And, well, here I am. Charged with harassment, sentenced to 5 days. Pfft." Cheng Shi nearly choked on his own spit. Not surprising. Find anything interesting? Qin Chaoge didn't seem to care about the supposed imprisonment. She assumed Cheng Shi had come down here for reconnaissance, thinking he must have found something. In truth, Cheng Shi's arrival here was an accident, but he had indeed stumbled upon some strange clues. Not only did many of these travelers seem to have forgotten what they used to do, but judging by their appearances and demeanor, they didn't look like successful people from the land of hope. They had the vibe of street rats. If Cheng Shi remembered correctly, every traveler who came to this town had been brought here by some unseen guide, after paying a large sum of money. But would people like these really have money to waste on leisure? Or, even if these vagabonds had the money, why would they waste it here instead of improving their own lives? Just to have a child? Far Dusk Town wouldn't allow them to take the children with them. The children were the population, the foundation of their faith. So, where did things go wrong? Instead of answering Qin Chaoge's question, Cheng Shi asked one of his own. "Have you heard about the gifting ritual?" Qin Chaoga's expectant expression instantly froze, and a vein bulged on her forehead as if she were debating whether Cheng Shi was intentionally trying to provoke her. Don't hit me, hear me out first, or your sentence will get extended. I'm being serious. Have you heard about the gifting ritual? I've heard of it. The one who answered wasn't the still fuming Qin Chaoga, but someone else. Both Cheng Shi and Qin Chaoga turned in surprise to see that the hunter lady had also somehow ended up in the dungeon, a smirk playing on her lips as she looked at them. Qin Chaoga quickly returned to her usual playful self. Oh? What a coincidence. Did you get caught trying to catch a duck too? Libola laughed heartily. I'm not that desperate. I came in here on my own. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise. In this situation where there were no today's warriors, the hunter woman had revealed her faith. To silently bypass the guards and enter this place without drawing attention, she could only be a follower of time, specifically a wind tamer ranger. Strictly speaking, wind isn't one of time's domains. However, time governs speed, and from it, wind is derived, giving its followers an affinity for it. Wind tamer rangers almost max out this affinity. They can, according to their will, transform into a gentle breeze. Of course, it could also be a chilling, murderous wind. It seemed that she and Jiran were indeed on opposing sides. So, are you into this kind of roleplay? Prisoner or interrogator? Qin Chaoga asked with growing interest, looking more like someone seeking a thrill rather than a prisoner. Her energy was more suited to someone with a unique taste for excitement. Libola shook her head, smiling. No need to pretend anymore. Why don't we all be a bit more honest? You two came in here for the same reason, to start investigating the town's power structure. The Traveler's Office deals with all the visitors here, making it a crossroads of countless fates. It's the perfect place to start digging, don't you think? Qin Chaoga blinked in confusion, then turned to Cheng Shi and asked, Is that what you were thinking? Cheng Shi felt exasperated. This woman was really getting into her act, changing personas as if she were some kind of chameleon. What else would I be here for? Cheng Shi replied, annoyed, before turning to Libola and sharing the strange things he had noticed earlier. He could tell this ranger wasn't a newcomer, and her purpose in being here might be to exchange information. If he was honest, perhaps she would reciprocate with valuable intel. So, he shared everything he could. Listening to him, Libola smiled genuinely. Cheng Shi had guessed right. She was indeed here to exchange information. Although the killer of their teammate had yet to be identified, and everyone was a suspect, that didn't mean the trial should stall. Cooperation was still necessary, even if caution remained. In fact, much of what Cheng Shi had shared, Libola had already noticed. She'd been quietly listening, not just for the sake of exchanging information, but to gauge the attitude of her teammates when it came to sharing. If a teammate was too secretive, she would be less inclined to share her findings and would likely suspect that person of being the killer. But now it seemed this priest teammate was trustworthy and someone who could be worked with. Very attentive observations, Libola said with a smile, turning to look at the still pretending Qin Chaoga. Her expression clearly communicated, everyone here needs to share something. Qin Chaoga blinked and then, after a moment of realization, put on an act of obliviousness, saying, Well summarized, no wonder I trust my teammate, someone with a score over 2,400. Not like some others, ahem. Her words were an obvious attempt to align herself with Cheng Shi, suggesting that she had no additional information to share. Libola chuckled, giving Qin Chaoga a long look before replying. Oh? Some others? So, it seems you've also encountered that sage of life. You've met her too? Cheng Shi asked, intrigued. We didn't just meet, we're now the proud parents of a child. The moment she finished speaking, the previously loud and boisterous Qin Chaoga fell completely silent. Her expression darkened dramatically. Meanwhile, Cheng Shi was left utterly dumbfounded. Wait, what? Is today some kind of sisterhood bonding day? You gave her a child? Libola nodded meaningfully. Yes. Her belly's now grown even larger. I'm quite curious to see what kind of newborn she'll deliver. Cheng Shi was utterly speechless. Curiosity might just kill you, lady. Libola chuckled nonchalantly, seemingly unbothered by the bizarre circumstances. She studied Cheng Shi's face and mused aloud. You don't seem to revere corruption, which means you aren't one of his followers. And back at the inn, when cleaning up after the bard's crime, You didn't take charge, which suggests you don't feel the need to make offerings to him. Which means, oh, you're one of his followers, aren't you? A blood-swapping priest. Libola had hit the nail on the head. There was no point in hiding it, so Cheng Shi nodded honestly. Good. I appreciate your honesty. I've learned quite a bit from you. As a gesture of goodwill, I'll tell you something interesting I just found out. With that, Libola unfolded a drawing in her hand. The piece of paper, scrawled with crude and twisted lines, looked like it was drawn by a child. Despite its roughness, the image it conveyed was hauntingly vivid. It depicted a large house, its roof covered with blackbirds, while a blood-red moon hung ominously in the sky. The door of the house was open, and a small figure lay on the ground by the entrance, clutching a dagger, having apparently committed suicide. Blood flowed from the body, trickling down the steps in front of the house, pooling into a reflection of the blood moon in the courtyard. It was eerie and unsettling. Is this a suicide? Cheng Shi furrowed his brow, quickly catching on to what the hunter was implying. Correct, a suicide. Just like our unfortunate teammate at the inn. Why? Qin Chaoga's question came at just the right moment. She, too, had recalled the sight of their dead teammate's body at the inn, her brows furrowing in thought. Libola seemed uncertain. As she pondered, she explained what she knew. According to the townspeople, everyone must return indoors by nightfall. No one is to leave their homes during the night. If they do, the blood moon will corrupt them, turning them into creatures with an overwhelming urge to end their own lives before sunrise. But even staying indoors isn't entirely safe. On nights when the blood moon shines particularly bright, some people still go mad and commit suicide in their own homes. These individuals are given a special title by the townspeople: blasphemers. They believe that these people have desecrated Eternal Sun, causing him to abandon them during the blood moon's night. And dying under the blood moon's gaze is known in the town as the blasphemer's punishment. See the problem? Cheng Shi's gaze sharpened as he slowly voiced the answer. Murderous intent. Clever. Libola raised an eyebrow in approval. Corruption, murderous intent. But this desire seems a bit twisted. Instead of being directed outward, the infected turn their murderous rage inward, upon themselves. This aligns with the townspeople's belief about the blood moon. They've always thought the blood moon seeks to destroy their town. There's something else I uncovered, too, a strange little rhyme. It goes like this. Libola cleared her throat and recited in a soft, almost haunting tone. When light fades from our world, when the night crows sing their dirge, the blood moon will descend upon the earth to punish the sins of the blasphemers. The eerie melody sounded like the whispered words of a demon, echoing in their ears. Cheng Shi and Qin Chaoga both felt their heads buzzing after hearing just a few lines. This is a parable. Remember the trial's description? All parables of gods are merely the attempts of weak beings to cling to them. Now, the parable has appeared. The weak beings clearly refer to the townspeople of Far Dusk Town. As for whether their god is actually the one we're thinking of, I'm not sure yet. But the more important question is, clinging. Why does Fate's hint describe faith as clinging? Could it be that Eternal Sun doesn't actually view the townspeople as his followers? To be honest, it would make sense. I've never heard of a god punishing a follower for blasphemy by using another god's power. Especially when these two gods seem to be like opposing forces in a play. Ridiculous, isn't it? The last time I heard something so absurd was at one of those sharing circles held by Deceives' followers. Why drag Deceives' followers into this? What have we done to you? We can't chat with others? I chat with people all the time. I never lie. Despite his internal complaints, Cheng Shi's expression remained serious. He was wondering if the sun was birth and the blood moon was corruption, then how had Far Dusk Town become their battleground? And if neither of them were involved, where did these two mysterious gods come from? Libola's point about clinging also made sense. Were these pious followers actually followers at all? Realistically, when it came to discussions about the history and beliefs of the Land of Hope, most mages and bards could contribute some knowledge. But today, the bard was just sitting there wide-eyed, looking completely clueless. Her face practically screamed, "I'm the dumb kid in class." Cheng Shi and Libola instinctively ignored their unhelpful teammate and continued exchanging their thoughts. Both of them now had a new understanding of each other. Cheng Shi thought, This hunter is a skilled player, clear-headed and action-oriented. Lie thought, as expected of a player with a 2,400 score, organized, logical, and insightful. A reliable teammate, though being a blood-swapping priest is a bit of a burden. As for Qin Chaoga, she wasn't thinking anything. She had fallen asleep. Cheng Shi glanced at his snoring companion, a smile tugging at his lips. She's quite the actress, always in a new role, constantly trying to keep everyone guessing. Lie, too, seemed amused by Qin Chaoga's antics, though she hadn't stopped observing her. Every now and then, her gaze lingered on the sleeping bard. The two awake team members continued their discussion for a long time. Thanks to Li's wind-tamer abilities, their conversation was entirely enclosed by a barely perceptible wind barrier, keeping their words contained to just the three of them. As the gentle breeze swirled around him, Cheng Shi couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. If only I could have this kind of elemental affinity one day. Night fell quickly. Aside from the guards roughly delivering a meal, no one had disturbed them in the meantime. As the moonlight filtered through the small windows at the top of the holding cell, Lie smiled and nodded at Cheng Shi before transforming into a breeze right in front of them, disappearing without a trace. The moment she left, Qin Chaoga snapped her eyes open, her snores vanishing instantly. Not sleeping anymore? Cheng Shi asked, amused. What? You wanted me to keep sleeping so you could try something funny? She shot back. I just took a piss. Might want to check your reflection. I already did. I'm gorgeous, and my piss is fragrant. You need to hydrate. Cheng Shi found himself at a loss for words. Her sharp tongue had completely disarmed him, and all he could do was shake his head in defeat. Qin Chaoga laughed heartily, leaning against the bars separating their cells with a smug expression, clearly pleased with herself. All right, what's the plan now? She asked, oozing confidence. Cheng Shi's gaze flicked downward, noticing how one of the bars was pressing between Qin Chaoga's chest, accentuating her already impressive figure. TSK, she's got a figure that's not far behind Hu Xian's. Shouldn't you be the one asking that? Cheng Shi quipped. Cut the crap. I'm pretty sure your brain works better than mine. You come up with the plan and I'll follow. Saves time. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise. This woman was unexpectedly practical. You trust me? How will I know if I don't try? All right, then follow the hunter. I have a feeling she's hiding something from us. If we stick close to her, we might figure out what it is. Can you handle it? It was a clear provocation. Qin Chaoga saw right through it, but she didn't refuse. Instead, she gave Cheng Shi a sideways glance, then, without a word, tore open the bars of her cell with her bare hands. With a powerful squat and leap, she vaulted up to the second-story window, easily gripping the iron bars. Then, she didn't break the bars. Instead, she crushed the wall surrounding the window with her hands and agilely slipped through, chasing after Lie. Cheng Shi stood there for a moment, completely stunned by the sheer strength she had just displayed. Huh? Bard? More like warrior. Had he missed something? What kind of song had she sung to herself to get that strong? But that wasn't even the point. Lady, you just broke out of here in plain sight. Do you think the rest of the prisoners are idiots? Sure enough, the moment Qin Chaoga broke out, the entire holding cell erupted into chaos. The other prisoners began shouting, shaking their cell bars with all their might in an attempt to follow her example and break free. But not everyone was a superhuman like Qin Chaoga. At least, Cheng Shi wasn't. After shaking the bars for a while with no success, he was eventually helped by a fellow inmate, who used a piece of wire to pick the lock. Not bad, brother. You're pretty skilled at lockpicking, Cheng Shi praised. Of course. I used to. Wait, what did I used to do again? Never mind. Let's get out of here while the guards are home for the night. We're free. With that, the lockpicking inmate joined the mob of escapees as they stormed out of the dungeon. Cheng Shi frowned, watching the man's retreating figure, lost in thought. Whatever, I need to get out of here first. The lazy warrior was off sleeping, the mage was missing, the ranger was investigating all over, and now the bard was off on a mission. Finally, Cheng Shi found himself alone. Now he could go examine the body. Yes, examining the corpse. The fact that one of their teammates had died right at the beginning of the trial had been weighing on Cheng Shi like a thorn in his side. If he didn't find out who the killer was and take care of the threat lurking in the shadows, this trial would be anything but smooth. Despite all the evidence pointing to the follower of silence being corrupted and committing suicide, it was too deliberate and crude to be true. Libola had likely joined them in the dungeon partly for this reason as well. She was likely trying to determine if either he or Qin Chaoga was the killer. Back at the inn, Cheng Shi hadn't had a chance to get close to the corpse of the follower of silence. But now, with less than 12 hours since the death, there was still time for him to gather some useful information from the body, assuming he could find it. During their conversation earlier, Libola had already informed them of what happened after the so-called suicide. The guards had come to inspect the scene, but they were tight-lipped about the deaths and quickly closed the case without further investigation. The two bodies had been taken to a place called Eternal Chapel. All the dead in the town were brought there, awaiting purification by the high priest and subsequent burial. So, the current goal was clear: head to Eternal Chapel. Cheng Shi casually stepped out of the hole Qin Chaoga had made in the wall, looking up at the freshly risen blood moon. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Night is the best time for shady business to thrive. Good people should stay indoors. Too bad. I'm not one of them. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a religious building north of the traveler's office, Libola crouched in the shadows, motionless like a predator waiting for its prey. She wasn't alone. Another figure was lurking beside her. Upon closer inspection under the dim moonlight, the figure was none other than Qin Chaoga, the bard who had just left Cheng Shi's side. She was still as carefree as ever, lying on her back in the shadows, looking bored out of her mind. "You sure he'll come?" Qin Chaoga asked lazily. Libola smirked. "Of course. Even though he acted natural, I could sense it. He has a strong desire to see the body." "Tell me, how'd you figure that out?" Libola chuckled. "No harm in telling you. People's gazes distort time. While it's not the kind of time we usually think of, it's a real phenomenon. My God grants me the ability to perceive these distortions. I can sense where everyone is looking." Cheng Shi disguised it well. His gaze was controlled, precise, and subtle. But no matter how subtle, there are always traces left behind. And as a hunter, I'm adept at tracking traces. "Can you explain it in simpler terms?" He looked at the body too few times. "Few." Qin Chaoga raised her eyebrows. Even the sage of life didn't look much, but based on her attitude, you could chalk it up to disinterest. But Cheng Shi is a priest of decay. Fresh corpses radiate decay, energy. There's no reason he wouldn't want to absorb it. That divine power is far easier to acquire than through self-harm. So, he's hiding something. At first, I wasn't sure what, but once you came chasing after him, it became obvious. He wants to examine the body. Why would he need to send me away just to examine a corpse? Everyone has their little secrets. TCH, fair enough. But, sister, your secrets are pretty big. Aren't you afraid I might use that against you?" Qin Chaoga teased, her hand wandering over to poke at something big. Libola snorted coldly. "Even if I hadn't told you, you would have figured it out by now, right? Bard, can you take your hand off my secrets?" Caught red-handed, Qin Chaoga sheepishly withdrew her hand, grinning. "Sorry, it's just, they're hard to resist." "Do you like women?" Libola asked, arching her brow. Qin Chaoga blinked, her expression turning strange. "Maybe? I can tell you where Hu Xian is." No. I like men. I'm very certain of that." The air between them grew awkwardly silent for a moment. Unable to endure the quiet any longer, Qin Chaoga asked, "We're teammates. Why all the games? Wouldn't it be easier to just work together?" Libola smiled. The word team is made up of two radicals, ear and person. If you don't listen closely and learn what kind of person someone is, how can you know if they're truly a teammate? You've walked your path to this point, and now you're questioning me? Don't test me, Bard. I know you're not stupid. I am stupid. Shoo. Quiet. He's coming. The nights in Far Dusk Town were eerily quiet, so quiet that it was unsettling. Aside from the faint glow of a few candles in some homes, the outdoors was enveloped in complete darkness. It was only the release of a group of prisoners earlier that brought some life to the otherwise desolate night. As they cheerfully ran toward the town center, Cheng Shi concealed himself and headed in the opposite direction. His destination was Eternal Chapel. This massive stone building was unlike the architecture typical of subterranean faiths. Its stark white walls were adorned with countless depictions of the sun, boldly declaring their allegiance to their patron. Cheng Shi stood outside the chapel, observing it for a long while. Only when he was sure it was empty did he quietly climb through a window. At the same time, the two figures on the rooftop finally stirred. "Shall we follow?" Qin Chaoga asked excitedly, but Li Bola didn't move immediately. She gave Qin Chaoga a knowing look and said, "You can hear me from far away. Now that you're on the rooftop, are you telling me you can't hear Cheng Shi inside?" Qin Chaoga froze, her body stiffening as she reluctantly retracted her foot. But then, she openly demanded, "Why should I share what I hear with you?" Li Bola smiled. "As expected. I have a bigger secret to trade with you." Qin Chaoga's gaze flicked to the hunter's chest, her interest piqued, and she raised an eyebrow. "Deal." Qin Chaoga had lied. Twice, in fact. The first time was in the room where the teammate had died. She hadn't been the one who killed the tour assistant. The second time was before the investigation even began, when she claimed her own tour assistant had died. That wasn't true either. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been jailed for harassment. All signs pointed to the fact that this war bard remained somewhat lawful. But that was exactly what puzzled Cheng Shi. Why would a lawful bard take the blame for a murder she didn't commit? Was she looking for the killer? Perhaps. Either way, Cheng Shi was about to find out soon. The bodies were laid out in the main hall of Eternal Chapel, more than just a few. At a quick glance, there were a dozen or so corpses of various sizes. Nothing seemed too unusual at first, but upon closer inspection, Cheng Shi noticed that most of them had stab wounds to the heart. According to the townspeople's lore, these must have been blasphemers. Interesting. Blasphemers were required to undergo purification by the high priest before they could be buried. Eternal Sun was quite lenient with those who desecrated him. After searching the corpses for a while, Cheng Shi finally found the body of the follower of Silence. He stood beside the body, holding his breath and focusing for some time. So long, in fact, that Qin Chaoga, watching from the rooftop, began to furrow her brow, wondering if Cheng Shi had somehow slipped away. Finally, Cheng Shi raised his hand and removed the brooch pinned to his chest, using it to activate Memory of the Departed on the corpse. A dim, eerie glow, green tinged with blue, emanated from the brooch and flowed steadily over the corpse as Cheng Shi waved his arm. Once the soft light enveloped the entire body, the corpse of the follower of Silence suddenly shuddered and violently opened its eyes. Green flames danced in the man's eyes, and his mouth hung open slightly, his tongue flickering with a bluish glow. It was Cheng Shi's first time witnessing such a peculiar method of communicating with the dead, and he curiously tugged at the corpse's tongue, only to find that it still felt like a corpse's, a cold, lifeless sensation. The instructions for Memory of the Departed were clear. The reanimated corpse would truthfully answer the first question asked. Cheng Shi had no doubt about the effectiveness of the skill, and he had already prepared his question in advance. Without hesitation, he asked, "Tell me everything you remember about the person who killed you." He held his breath, ready to memorize the corpse's response. However, the corpse remained silent. Cheng Shi was confused. He noticed the blue light on the corpse's tongue flickering, seemingly working as intended, but still, the corpse didn't respond. "Brother, are you giving me a defective product?" Cheng Shi stared at the bone brooch in his hand, his heart sinking into despair. "Great. Now I look like a fool." He had gone through all this trouble, evading everyone, only to find out that the brooch wasn't working. Seriously, is this how you interpret memory as authority? Isn't that a little too abstract? But then, Cheng Shi began to doubt himself. Death wasn't exactly the type of god who enjoyed jokes. His creations were usually reliable. After all, the bone servant Lelur ring worked great. So, was there a chance that he had done something wrong? Cheng Shi mentally retraced all of his actions, finding no issue with what he had done. The corpse's eyes were open. That meant the effect had worked, right? So why wasn't it speaking? He decided to try again. "You didn't kill yourself, did you? What's your name?" "Hello." Cheng Shi was completely stumped. Frowning, he scrutinized the brooch in his hand and, after some thought, decided to conduct another experiment. He approached the nearest corpse, a bearded man, and once again activated Memory of the Departed. The corpse immediately reacted, just as before, opening its eyes. Seeing that the effect had taken hold, Cheng Shi quickly asked, "How did you die?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the corpse's jaw opened slowly, and a raspy, deathly voice emerged, as if leaking from the underworld itself. Someone broke into my room, stabbed me in the back. Damn, it hurt. Now it works? Cheng Shi was dumbfounded. He followed up with another question. What's your name? Damn it. I pissed on my shoes again. These shoes are no good. Cheng Shi was speechless. He stared at the stranger's corpse, then at the brooch, then at the body of his teammate, and after a long moment, a bolt of realization struck him. He understood. Uh-huh. So this is what you meant by truthfully, huh? People with foul mouths die and still keep their bad habits, and followers of silence die and stay silent, right? My God, your interpretation. Isn't that a bit too grand? Cheng Shi glared at the brooch in his hand, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Because as soon as the second corpse opened its eyes, the effect on his teammate's body had worn off. Great. Now on top of not finding the killer, I'm short 2 sacrifices. This whole series of actions made Cheng Shi feel like smacking himself in the face. Can't get angry. Must keep smiling. Nope. Can't hold it in. Arg. This is too much. The eavesdropping on the rooftop continued. But after listening for a while, Cheng Shi started feeling like she had tuned into the wrong channel. It sounded less like a crime investigation and more like a comedy of errors. Cheng Shi had been muttering for ages, talking to himself, and not a single word seemed related to finding the murderer. What was he even doing? Completely baffled, she furrowed her brow and shook her head at Libola, indicating that she hadn't gleaned anything useful. Libola, able to control the wind, was also listening to what was happening below. She locked eyes with Cheng Shi for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. Now, she was certain, the Bard who had falsely claimed responsibility for killing the tour assistant wasn't the one who had murdered their teammate. As for how Libola knew for sure that Cheng Shi hadn't killed the tour assistant, well, that was simple. Because she had killed the assistant herself. Her intrusion had alerted the tour assistant, who had opened the door and caught her in the act. To avoid further complications, she had killed the assistant. Cheng Shi, with her keen hearing, had clearly heard the noise from the neighboring room. Taking the opportunity, she had claimed responsibility for the murder to observe everyone's reactions. But unfortunately, hunters are masters of hiding their traces, and Cheng Shi hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary. Now that Libola saw Cheng Shi genuinely trying to find the killer, she ruled out the Bard as a suspect for their teammate's death. Thinking things through further, Cheng Shi, who had separated himself to conduct the autopsy alone, also didn't seem like the killer. This narrowed the suspect pool down to 2 people. Today's warrior, or the sage of life. Cheng Shi, frustrated by her failure to gather useful information, noticed that Libola's gaze toward her had softened with trust. She immediately realized that she had been ruled out as a suspect. But why? Why would the ranger suddenly clear her of suspicion without any additional information? There could only be one explanation. Her confusion about the killer's identity had cleared her own name. But she had admitted to entering the room where the murder occurred. So how could Libola be so certain that she hadn't lied? No, it wasn't that Libola was certain she hadn't lied, she was certain that she had lied. Libola had figured out her lie and knew she hadn't killed the tour assistant. A hunter who had determined the facts at the crime scene wouldn't suddenly overturn her own conclusions. There was only one answer. Libola knew the killer wasn't Cheng Shi. Or rather, there was a good chance that she herself was the killer. No wonder Cheng Shi hadn't been able to figure out who the murderer was. Hunters are the best at hiding. Having reasoned it all out, Cheng Shi gave Libola a furious look and silently mouthed, "You sneaky fox." Libola chuckled softly, then grabbed Cheng Shi's hand and, ignoring her surprised expression, leaped off the rooftop with her in tow. Well, since I'm already here, I might as well get something out of it. Cheng Shi stood in front of the dead tour assistant, reluctantly pulling out the brooch once more. He had a pretty good idea of who had killed the assistant and suspected that the killer wasn't the same person who had murdered their teammate. But to be absolutely certain, he activated Memory of the Departed again. This time, there's no way I'll mess it up. As long as I'm right, the cost of 3 sacrifices won't be too much. After preparing himself, Cheng Shi asked his final question for the night. The person who killed you is a woman with small braids, correct? Yes, yes. 2 voices in unison, startled Cheng Shi. He quickly turned toward the source of the second voice, only to see his two female teammates standing outside the window he had climbed through, smiling and greeting him. All right. So this is how we're playing? Even though neither of them had formally admitted it, the moment Cheng Shi saw Qin Chaoga and Li Bola standing together, he instantly pieced together the entire situation. He shot a glare at Qin Chaoga, silently mouthing, "You sneaky fox. The trickster has been tricked in turn." Li Bola laughed aloud. "No need to whisper. There's no one around." As soon as she said that, Qin Chaoga, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, "What did you just say?" Cheng Shi chuckled, but didn't respond. "It's not that I'm afraid to say it again. I just think a grown man like me shouldn't bicker with women." Ignoring Qin Chaoga, he turned his serious gaze to Li Bola. "All right, Ranger. What exactly have you been hiding? Why don't you tell me how you started to suspect me?" Li Bola asked with a sly smile. Cheng Shi smirked and pointed at Qin Chaoga. "When we were chatting in the dungeon, every time the dead tour assistant was mentioned, you unconsciously glanced her way. Even though you tried to make it seem subtle, I could tell it was deliberate on your part. But you weren't trying to hide your gaze. You were trying to signal something to me. You were telling me that you didn't believe Qin Chaoga was the one who killed the tour assistant. I could figure this out because I have this brooch, which can detect lies. But what about you, Ranger? You admitted that all the evidence matched her story. So, the only possible conclusion is this. You killed the tour assistant. But when Qin Chaoga stepped forward and claimed responsibility, you stayed quiet and began searching for the real killer of our teammate. Am I right, Ranger?" Hearing Cheng Shi's analysis, all three of them, inside and outside the chapel, smiled knowingly. Sometimes, the most meaningful conversations between smart people are conveyed through a simple, shared smile. Li Bola no longer kept anything hidden and began recounting everything she had experienced since she woke up. "My room was just one door away from his. The moment I woke up, his room fell completely silent, with not a sound coming from it. Knowing he was a follower of his, I was curious and went to take a look." At this point, Qin Chaoga blinked in confusion. It turns out the excuse she had made up for herself was actually Li Bola's reason for entering the room. Li Bola smiled at her and continued, "But when I entered the room, he was already dead. And because of my intrusion, the field of silence collapsed. The tour assistant opened the door and saw me. To avoid complications, I killed him." The way she explained it was almost identical to Qin Chaoga's earlier explanation. Qin Chaoga realized now that this was the real problem. Meanwhile, Cheng Shi's brow furrowed deeply. This hunter was indeed formidable. Looking back, even though she had killed someone, when she pointed out the evidence in the room earlier, she had done so in a vaguely affirmative way, carefully avoiding any direct lies. In fact, she hadn't told a single lie. Though credit must also be given to Qin Chaoga for taking the blame so convincingly. She must have heard everything. At this point, Li Bola was speaking plainly, without hiding anything. She had indeed only killed the tour assistant. But this was precisely what made things more troublesome. The fact that these two women were standing here together clearly meant that they had ruled each other out as suspects. And if they also ruled out Cheng Shi, that left only two people. Hu Xian didn't seem like the killer. She had no reason to do it, and there was no need for her to go to such extremes. For her, something as simple as giving a child could solve most problems. Killing wasn't necessary. So Cheng Shi was left wondering, could it be that slacker who took his place? Hopefully, yes, because that would mean the remaining teammates could establish some temporary trust and wouldn't need to worry about conflicting faiths. Li Bola, noticing Cheng Shi's uncertainty, didn't pursue the issue further. Instead, her attention turned to the brooch in his hand, and she asked curiously, "I can smell death on that item. Does it help you revive corpses to discern lies?" Cheng Shi, still mulling over how to explain the brooch, smiled and nodded when he heard her question. He then pointed the brooch at her. "Are you the one who killed our teammate?" Li Bola raised an eyebrow, just about to respond when Cheng Shi quickly shifted the brooch toward Qin Chaoga. Qin Chaoga's expression twisted as she gritted her teeth and spat. "Yes, a lie. Looks like the killer is indeed one of the other two." Finally, Cheng Shi could relax. Li Bola looked at Cheng Shi with a faint smile, her gaze carrying a hint of aggression, as if she wanted to see through him entirely. "You seem quite stingy with your trust." Cheng Shi shrugged noncommittally, not bothering to respond. Meanwhile, Qin Chaoga's face darkened further. Why didn't you ask the ranger? Cheng Shi casually brushed her off. Why do you care? After a moment of thought, he turned to Li Bola and asked, Do you know where they are? Li Bola smiled. How did you figure that out? You don't seem concerned that the killer might be nearby. It's not the kind of confidence that comes from understanding your surroundings, but rather from knowing their whereabouts. Nice deduction, almost as sharp as a hunter's instincts. Jiran is still in the inn, but as for Hu Xian, Li Bola furrowed her brow slightly before continuing. She's probably investigating as well. She's down south in the town, moving fast, likely running. You can even track people in places you've never been before? Cheng Shi was astonished. The wind tells me. Damn, wind tamer rangers really are something else. Li Bola saw the look of admiration on Cheng Shi's face and chuckled. Got any plans? Since the killer isn't here, we might as well take advantage of the lack of immediate danger and investigate what's really going on under this blood moon. If corruption truly is spreading its influence, we should be feeling its effects under the blood moon's light as well. But so far, I haven't heard any of his whispers. Instead of relying on rumors, why don't we see it for ourselves? Maybe we should take a walk around town. Li Bola's reply was efficient and to the point, together or separately. Although Cheng Shi would have preferred to split up, the presence of a hidden killer still hunting players made him opt for safety in numbers. It was rare for the three of them to have reached a momentary truce like this. If they could work together tonight, perhaps they might uncover something important. Without further hesitation, the trio left the chapel and vanished into the moonlit streets. Not long after, a strange melody echoed through the quiet streets of far dusk town. When light fades from our world, when the night crows sing their dirge, the blood moon will once again descend upon the earth to punish the sins of the blasphemers. To be honest, Qin Chaoga had an excellent singing voice, powerful and melodious, with a unique charm. But hearing such an eerie song in the dead of night was nothing short of terrifying. Goosebumps rose on Cheng Shi's skin. After enduring it for as long as he could, he finally spoke up. With your singing, you're more likely to scare the ghosts away. We're here to investigate, not terrify people. Can you tone it down, big sis? Are you scared? Scared? Me. Ka. Before Cheng Shi could finish, the piercing calls of night crows suddenly erupted from afar, and soon, a massive flock took flight, heading for the rooftops. Qin Chaoga's eyes lit up instantly. When the night crows sing their dirge. See, as soon as I start singing, here come the night crows. They're flying away. Should we follow them? Cheng Shi and Li Bola exchanged glances and both nodded in agreement. Without wasting any time, the trio set off in pursuit. As they ran, Cheng Shi couldn't help but comment. Big sis, if your brain worked this fast all the time, we'd be much more efficient. Qin Chaoga rolled her eyes at him in disdain. I call this brilliance disguised as ignorance. I just hope it's not ignorance disguised as brilliance. Cheng Shi could keep up, but compared to the speed of a gust of wind or a wild beast, he was noticeably slower. Perhaps fed up with Cheng Shi lagging behind, Qin Chaoga furrowed her brow before, for the first time, singing one of her bard's tunes. Bloodstained banners dancing in the wind. Wild horses beneath me galloping like arrows. With just a short verse, Cheng Shi suddenly felt his legs surge with strength, and he found himself running at an incredible pace, as if his legs had a mind of their own. He ran so fast it felt like his legs might catch fire. His entire body began to heat up, and he craved the cool wind against his face, wishing it would blow harder. As he ran, even his arms moved without his control. If not for a bit of self-restraint, Cheng Shi felt as though he might actually drop onto all fours and charge forward like a wild horse. What is this? Li Bola, who had seen much in her time, provided the answer as she sped by in her wind form. A hunting song of the Uran nomads. Qin Chaoga, looking quite smug, tossed her head with pride, as if to say, pretty cool, huh? And to be honest, it was. Seeing the look of approval on Cheng Shi's face, Qin Chaoga, who was already used to such speed boosts, burst into laughter. Paying no mind to her feminine image, she dropped to all fours, running like a wild beast. In the blink of an eye, she had left Cheng Shi a full street behind. TSK. What a wild horse. The wind wasn't one to be outdone either, whipping by in a fierce gust, leaving Cheng Shi sprinting for dear life, unable to catch up. The flock of night crows circled in the sky for a while before scattering into small groups, landing atop several houses. Following his teammates' trail, Cheng Shi ran until he reached a house where the rooftop was covered in night crows. Panting heavily, he looked up to see Qin Chaoga and Li Bola standing at the door, their faces grim. It seemed they had found something. What did you discover? See for yourself. Cheng Shi hesitated for a moment, then walked into the courtyard. Both the courtyard gate and the front door were wide open. In the dim moonlight, he could just make out damp patches on the floor. But as he approached, he realized these weren't simple water stains, they were pools of blood, not yet dried. His gaze followed the blood trail into the bedroom, where the body of a middle-aged man came into view. He was kneeling in front of a shrine dedicated to Eternal Sun, a dagger lodged in his chest, his right hand still gripping the hilt. It looked like a suicide. Crouching down to examine the scene more closely, Cheng Shi quickly identified it as another faked suicide. But this time, the execution was much better than the death of their teammate at the inn. There were almost no obvious flaws. Only by moving the man's legs from where he knelt could you see a small patch of hidden blood beneath his knees. This indicated that he had struggled, but had been held down. Cheng Shi didn't waste much time. He immediately activated Memory of the Departed. While he didn't expect the dead man to have seen much, at the very least, he wanted to hear what he had to say. And so, he asked, "Do you have anything you want to say?" "Praise, Eternal Sun, may the light be with us." As the man's voice faded, Qin Chaoga and Li Bola appeared at the doorway. They both sneered at the dead man's words. Punishing the sins of the blasphemers. He was praying devoutly at the shrine before he died. If even that's considered blasphemy, what god exactly did he offend? Cheng Shi had no answer. He put the brooch away and looked up at the shrine. A large depiction of the sun hung above it. It seemed to be an image of Eternal Sun, the god worshipped by Far Dusk Town. The radiant sun emblem stood silently over the dead man, witnessing the death of one of its faithful without the slightest change. "Did you see anyone?" "No. Whoever it was left a while ago. But one thing's for sure, they're following the trail of the night crows, just like us." Li Bola pointed toward the window, where most of the night crows had already flown away. "In all the houses where night crows landed, people are dead. I did a rough count, 7 homes, 13 lives. All suicides. The night crows weren't singing a dirge, they were chanting a death knell. None of them had anticipated this inversion of meaning before tonight." Cheng Shi and his companions followed the night crow's trail for a while longer, stumbling upon a few more so-called blasphemers. It wasn't until the blood moon in the night sky began to dim and dawn approached that the noisy crows finally flew away in flocks, heading somewhere beyond the town. Qin Chaoga wanted to chase after them, but Li Bola stopped her. Such an action would be reckless, too likely to alert the enemy. And with only half of their group actively investigating, with the other 3 players unaccounted for, it wasn't wise to dig too deep just yet. Her meaning was clear: before facing external threats, they needed internal stability. Cheng Shi couldn't agree more. After tonight, they had nearly uncovered the truth behind the death of their teammate at the inn. The culprit had deliberately mimicked the behavior of this parable guardian and killed them. The killer was a player, there was no other possibility. Perhaps, due to a lack of time to investigate before or after waking up, the killer had missed the fact that the punishment for blasphemers only occurred at night. Then again, they might have taken advantage of a fleeting opportunity and hastily set up a cover. Either way, the poorly staged suicide had fractured the already fragile bonds between the players. Now it was Jiran, Hu Xian, and their temporary trio. With only half the players on the same page, the chances of passing the trial smoothly were slim. They needed to recruit another ally. They were 1 player short. The next person to sit at the table could be either a warrior or a mage. It all depended on which of the remaining 2 players was human and which was the ghost. Once the team was finalized, the trial itself shouldn't be too difficult. Although they hadn't caught a glimpse of the killer all night, the truth was already becoming clear. The 3 of them had spent the night investigating without falling under the blood moon's corruption. Meanwhile, in the homes where the night crows had landed, the residents were all dead. This indicated that the so-called punishment for blasphemers was a facade. The real mastermind was someone skilled, fast, and stealthy. But they were clearly not a follower of Bloody Moon. Given their strength, they could have easily massacred the entire town, yet they hadn't. Likewise, they weren't a follower of Eternal Sun. Cheng Shi was certain that at least half of the people who died tonight were the most devout of his followers. Now, that made things interesting. The horrifying killer seemed to be intentionally spreading fear, going to great lengths to maintain the accuracy of the song's lyrics. If the song was the parable, then the killer was undoubtedly the one enforcing and protecting it. For someone to spend so many years lurking in the shadows of this small town, carrying out such acts tirelessly, there had to be a deeper meaning behind it. And that meaning was likely the answer to this trial. Cheng Shi could connect almost everything he had seen to the parable, except for one thing, the night crows. He couldn't figure them out. What role did these dark birds play in the massacre? Why did the killer follow the night crow's path to commit the murders? Could they be the true judges? The trio found no more blasphemers as they doubled back. However, on their way back through the streets, they came across the bodies of many of the escapees who had committed suicide. Their faces were twisted in horror, their limbs contorted in unnatural ways. And yet, despite this, their right hands had been broken and forced to grip the knife hilts at their chests. The parable guardian had an obsessive fixation on the act of suicide. As Cheng Shi gazed upon the street littered with corpses, a new idea came to him. "You know," he started, "I think selling daggers in a place like this would be very profitable. There would never be a shortage of customers." His two teammates were momentarily stunned, unable to follow his train of thought. But then they both felt a sense of relief. At least Cheng Shi's face wasn't as grim anymore. It seemed the decay priest had been carrying too much righteous indignation. Ever since he had witnessed the deaths of so many townspeople, his mood had been dark. What they didn't know was that Cheng Shi's sour mood wasn't solely due to the deaths. Well, it was partly due to the deaths. After investigating all night, the number of sacrifices he owed had now reached double digits. How on earth was he going to repay them? If he delayed a few more days, the generous Lord he owed wouldn't start charging him interest, would he? Scary thought. All right, the sun's about to rise. It looks like there won't be any more disturbances tonight. We can rest for now, Libola said, a tired smile tugging at her lips. Even the wind seemed weary. Qin Chaoga nodded vigorously in agreement. Time to clock out. So, what now? Back to the inn. Cheng Shi rolled his eyes and kindly reminded her. Lady, don't forget, we're still prisoners. If we're going back anywhere, it's the dungeon. Qin Chaoga's face darkened. I broke out of there with my own skills. Why should I go back? Cheng Shi shook his head in frustration, then furrowed his brow and added, We've spent the whole night examining so many bodies, and yet something feels off. But I can't quite put my finger on it. Libola chuckled wearily. Someone is reenacting the parable at night. Isn't that strange enough? Parables are lies, after all. They'll always be exposed eventually, just like any lie will eventually be uncovered. But before she could finish her sentence, Cheng Shi's face tightened, growing even more unsettled. Libola, too absorbed in her words, didn't notice his expression. Next, all we have to do is head to. But before she could say where, her own face grew strange as well. The ranger's smile froze, her expression becoming hesitant and uncertain. Cheng Shi immediately guessed that something had happened. He quickly cast an advanced mental restoration spell on the three of them and asked with a frown. Someone contacted you? Hu Xian or Jiran? Libola was surprised that Cheng Shi could guess so accurately. She nodded, then spoke in a low voice. It's Hu Xian. She's asking for help. Qin Chaoga's face darkened further at the mention of the name, while Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise. That child. He was referring to the strange communication method between the ranger and Hu Xian. Libola nodded affirmatively, then gave Cheng Shi a rather odd look. Cheng Shi, sensing something was off, felt a sinking feeling in his gut. Wait, what? Does this have something to do with me? She asked me to find you, Cheng Shi. Find me? Cheng Shi was bewildered. His first thought was, does this sage of life really need to bear everyone's child before she's satisfied? Judging by the look on Libola's face, it was probably about the child. Cheng Shi could clearly see a hint of amusement and anticipation in her eyes. The kind of excitement one gets from being an observer to some juicy drama. Seeing this, Qin Chaoga burst out laughing. She elbowed Cheng Shi in the back, teasing him. Here's your chance. Time for a practice run. Heh, being mocked by someone who's already had a child is rich. Despite his suspicions, Cheng Shi still feigned innocence and asked, "What does she need help with?" Li Bola's smirk grew wider as she locked eyes with Cheng Shi and spoke slowly, word by word. "She's about to give birth and needs you to help, as the midwife." Qin Chaoga was dumbstruck. But Cheng Shi started laughing. A brilliant, almost maniacal grin spread across his face. "Deliver a baby? I'm an expert at that. Let me put it this way, there's probably no one in this world who knows more about delivering babies than I do." His smile stretched wider and wider, becoming disturbingly gleeful, sending shivers down the spines of both female players. Qin Chaoga shivered. Noticing the gleam in Cheng Shi's eyes, she wrinkled her face in horror and hesitantly asked, "You actually know how to deliver babies?" "Ahem. I know a bit. So, should I tell her you'll go or not?" "Go. We can use this opportunity to see if the Sage of Life is the killer we've been looking for. If we can eliminate her as a suspect, the answer will become clear." Li Bola nodded thoughtfully, silently conveying something to Hu Xian in the process. When she looked back at Cheng Shi, her gaze was filled with a new kind of intrigue. Cheng Shi caught her look and, smiling, asked, "Ranger, when we get there, will we still be teammates?" Li Bola smiled, her answer ambiguous. "Aren't we always teammates?" Hu Xian was hiding in a house on the southern side of the town, an area that the trio had passed during their investigation. In fact, when they had followed the night crows to the southern part of the town, Cheng Shi had been subtly scanning their surroundings for any sign of Hu Xian, but he had come up empty-handed. This meant Hu Xian also had a method of concealing herself, and a very effective one at that. Li Bola had kept communicating with Hu Xian, always knowing where she was, without ever mentioning it to Cheng Shi or Qin Chaoga. This implied that Li Bola and Hu Xian had a similar arrangement to the one the current trio had, a sort of cooperative agreement. That was why Cheng Shi had asked the question earlier. He feared that this fragile little group might fracture once more, and if that happened, a priest and a bard might not fare well in any conflict. But all of this would only become clear after meeting Hu Xian. Li Bola led the way quickly, and before long, they arrived at Hu Xian's hideout, where they finally came face to face with the alluring Sage of Life. However, when the trio stood before her, the only emotion on their faces was pure shock. There was no room for anything else. "You," Li Bola couldn't believe her eyes. "You," Qin Chaoga looked utterly disgusted. "You are Hu Xian?" Cheng Shi was completely dumbfounded. "Thank you for coming, Cheng Shi." Hu Xian still maintained her elegance, but that grace was now twisted by her current condition, and her smile was forced. Her face was deathly pale, but there was an expression of hope and relief in her eyes as she looked at Cheng Shi. "I can feel it, she's ready to be born. But there's a force preventing her from emerging. That's why I need your help." How am I supposed to help you?" Suddenly, Cheng Shi felt himself losing his nerve. The confidence and familiarity he had carried with him before coming here seemed to vanish. "Bola said you know how to deliver babies. If you do, why are you asking me? Don't doubt yourself. Prepare your tools and cut open my belly. She will be born." Cheng Shi felt a chill run through his entire body. He looked up at the enormous belly in front of him and swallowed nervously. I'm just saying, my surgical blade might not be big enough for this." Following Cheng Shi's gaze, it became clear that in this house with 3 or 4 meters of ceiling height, the space was almost entirely filled by a gigantic, mountainous belly, a grotesque sight. Hu Xian herself hung off one side of this massive, human balloon, dangling like an accessory. She stood on tiptoe, like a delicate swan, half-turned, smiling at Cheng Shi with a haunting beauty. At this moment, her belly seemed more like her true body. A vast, terrifying, spherical entity. "Wait. Hold on a second. Let me calm down. Lady, just how many babies are you carrying in there? If I make an incision, am I going to be ambushed by an army in there? You're a Sage of Life, for goodness sake. Isn't there supposed to be some kind of sage time or something? Even if you were holding hands with someone all day long, there's no way your belly could get this big, right? Am I hallucinating? Crap. I've avoided getting corrupted by the blood moon all night, only to be contaminated by this belly moon. My brain's about to boil over. Don't worry about me. Just a little healing magic will help me endure the pain and welcome her birth. Trust yourself, Cheng Shi. And if you have any requests, I'll grant them." As soon as Hu Xian said this, Qin Chaoga scoffed and walked out of the room. She was now thoroughly convinced that this unhinged nature cult mage wasn't their killer. But she still couldn't accept Hu Xian's intentions. Arbitrarily distorting life, recklessly abusing one's body, to Qin Chaoga, these were acts of pure madness, far beyond human comprehension. She rejected this madness and despised players who embraced it. Who said the nature cult was reserved? They might be reserved when it came to harming others, but when it came to harming themselves, they were far from holding back. Li Bola, too, hadn't expected Hu Xian to look like this. When they had met earlier in the day, Hu Xian had still appeared as a graceful beauty with only a slightly noticeable belly. Sai, I'm going outside for a while. With that, Li Bola turned and left. Now, only Cheng Shi and Hu Xian remained in the room. Hu Xian frowned slightly, watching Cheng Shi quietly standing there. She was trying to think of how to reassure him again. But before she could speak, Cheng Shi's previously pale face abruptly regained its color. Not only that, but a strange smile began spreading across his lips. His expression was like that of a collector who had just discovered a rare and valuable artifact. Now it was Hu Xian's turn to be baffled. She seemed a little out of step with Cheng Shi's reaction. Cheng Shi tried to contain his excitement, making sure not to let his smile become too creepy. He pulled out a delivery saw from his bag, approaching Hu Xian's massive belly while carefully measuring where to make the incision. Seeing this, Hu Xian finally smiled. A doctor willing to perform the procedure was the best news she could hope for. I'll say this up front, I've never delivered anything this big before, so if something goes wrong, it's not the doctor's fault. Agreed, it won't be your fault. And one more thing, you keep glancing outside. It seems you don't think this thing inside your belly can wait until daybreak. If time is so tight, there's no chance to craft you a custom tool. This saw is secondhand. Hope you don't mind. I don't mind. Great. Last question, why me? Even though I'm a priest, healing magic probably won't help much in your situation. If it's about cutting open your belly, a hunter would be way more efficient than I could ever be. So tell me, Sage, why choose me? You want to know why? But do we have the time? As you said, once he rises, she will no longer be able to be born. There's plenty of time. Cheng Shi glanced outside. There was still a faint remnant of the blood moon in the sky, and the sun had barely begun to peek over the horizon. Judging by the light, they had at least half an hour until dawn. Half an hour, plenty of time to discuss from conception to raising the child through college. Is this your consultation fee? Hu Xian asked. No, down payment, Cheng Shi replied with a wave of his hand. Hu Xian smiled, her pale face maintaining its fragile appearance as she nodded in agreement. All right, down payment first. To explain why she had sought Cheng Shi, Hu Xian would first have to explain how she had ended up in her current state. In truth, it wasn't a complicated story. If you didn't think too hard about it, there wasn't really anything new to it. Rationality checkpoint. While the others had left the inn to gather information, Hu Xian hadn't gone anywhere. She had returned to her room and started chatting with her handsome tour assistant, hoping to learn more about the town's secrets. During their conversation, she shared her insights on life and, through this, she enlightened the assistant, who then revealed to her the details of the town's most mysterious ritual, the gifting ceremony. Without hesitation, she willingly participated in the gifting ceremony, successfully allowing her assistant to become pregnant with her child. Then, using her own methods, she also became pregnant with the assistant's child. As both of their bellies began to swell, Hu Xian silently basked in the aura of life that filled the room, comparing and contrasting eternal sun and birth. But after a while, she reached a shocking conclusion. The two of them seemed to have no discernible difference in authority. Or rather, eternal sun was birth, only he was an incomplete version of birth. This discovery thrilled Hu Xian. She left the inn and began wandering through the town, and every time she encountered a resident, she would exchange a child. Along the way, she even crossed paths with Cheng Shi and Qin Chaoga. By the time her belly had grown so large she needed help to move, she encountered the ranger, Li Bola. The two exchanged information, made a deal, and then parted ways. Once night fell, Hu Xian realized someone was watching her. But by then, all her energy was focused on her massively swollen belly, leaving her helpless against any pursuers. So, she chose to run. Though her movements were hindered, it's important to remember, balls can roll. And so, the wind told the ranger. The sage of life is rolling away. Though ungraceful, it was certainly effective. Using her talents, Hu Xian managed to shake off her pursuers and find shelter in an abandoned house. In this hidden corner, she continued to feel the birth energy growing within her, further confirming her theory. She then began to analyze the meaning behind Far Dusk Town's gifting ceremony and used her body as an experiment. She repeatedly performed the gifting ceremony on herself. She was both the giver and the receiver. Each time she completed the ritual, the aura of Eternal Sun grew heavier, and the divine power of birth also became more active. With each iteration of this observation, her belly quickly swelled to an unimaginable size, forcing her to move from the outer courtyard to the house interior, where the roof could conceal her ever-expanding belly. If any other player had been present, they might have realized that some of the intricate designs on Hu Xian's clothes weren't just for decoration. Even though her dress had been stretched to the point of being paper-thin and taut, it hadn't torn. It perfectly wrapped around her curves. As the experiment progressed, the two energies of birth within her began to fuse. The energy became so concentrated that, in one brief moment, Hu Xian felt his gaze upon her. And at that moment, Hu Xian realized the child within her was ready to be born. After hearing Hu Xian's explanation in full, Cheng Shi took a moment to process everything. When he finally spoke, he cut straight to the heart of the matter. So, you found a loophole in Eternal Sun's ritual and used it to merge his authority with your own birth divine power. Then you attempted to inherit these authorities into the child inside you through the methods of birth. Hu Xian wasn't surprised that Cheng Shi had quickly grasped her intentions. Instead, she nodded with a smile, neither shocked nor panicked. This was an extremely rare ability, scarcely known even among the followers of birth. Devouring offspring, an SS rank, birth, faith talent. In a multiple birth scenario, one child would always emerge as the most talented. This child would absorb nutrients from the other offspring, devour their gifts, and amalgamate them, inheriting all of the parents' abilities. However, the inheritance of the father's abilities was more about enhancing the newborn's understanding of divine gifts and faith rather than actually transferring power. It was more like a boost to the child's constitution. But the mother was different. The child would always inherit the mother's faith and abilities. Thus, up until now, this SS rank talent had mostly been used to improve the offspring's physical constitution. But Hu Xian had conducted an extraordinarily dangerous experiment. She had fused the father's power with her own, combining Eternal Sun's authority with her internal, birth, divine power. This way, when the child was born, it might be able to steal part of the father's authority. Yes, steal, not inherit. Because authority cannot be inherited. And that's why you can't give birth to her when he rises. At that moment, his pull on his authority would kill the child inside you. But during the night, the blood moon can act as a shield, weakening his influence. Cheng Shi's gaze sharpened as he locked eyes with Hu Xian and asked, "Bloody moon is corruption, isn't it? Just like Eternal Sun, an incomplete version of corruption." It is him. Hearing this, Cheng Shi could now guess why Hu Xian had sought him out. As a follower of birth, she would have been highly sensitive to the presence of corruption, and as a top-tier player with a score over 2,400, she had likely noticed the secret hidden within his ring. The faint trace of Lure's power. Cheng Shi didn't bother trying to hide it. He raised his hand, inspecting the ring that bore Lure's essence, and asked, "You think this will help?" "It will. Even though I can only sense a faint trace of corruption, as long as it carries his will, it will work. I've stolen part of Eternal Sun's authority, so the child inside me carries the will of birth. When stimulated by the external force of corruption, she will fight back. And this will accelerate her birth. But this isn't just corruption we're talking about. Other divine powers will work too. But his divine power is the most effective." Hu Xian's gaze was intense, filled with anticipation. She could barely contain her excitement. Cheng Shi's mention of not just had sparked a glimmer of hope within her. "I see. So you've been using Bloody Moon to suppress the stolen authority of Eternal Sun. You've chosen this moment, the transition between night and day, when their powers are at their weakest, and now you need the strongest external stimulus to bring about the child's birth. No wonder you didn't call for help from Libola all night. You've been waiting for this moment. This very moment. Cheng Shi suddenly turned his head to look outside just as the blood moon was fading and the sun was beginning to rise. The world briefly lost both light and darkness, falling into a momentary state of chaos. Hu Xian smiled. She raised her arms, embracing the forces at play. To conceive life, to nurture nature. Now is the time, Cheng Shi. Do it. Let's witness her birth together. Wait. Lady, you're so crazy, I'm starting to feel like the sane one here. Cheng Shi's face suddenly twisted into a mischievous grin. Not only did he not move, but he also interrupted the solemn and sacred atmosphere of the ritual with an offhand remark. Ahem, hang on. What about the final payment? Hu Xian's pious demeanor was abruptly derailed. She blinked, her emotional flow disrupted. With a trace of irritation, she glanced at Cheng Shi, then sighed helplessly. After she's born, she will naturally lead you to the answer. She was referring to the answer to completing the trial. Cheng Shi was satisfied with that price. Since the price satisfied the doctor should ensure the patient was satisfied as well. And so, it was Cheng Shi's turn to go a little crazy. He raised his arms high, embracing the void, praising birth. To conceive life, to nurture nature. Before one touches the divine, madness is the only stairway. And now, someone has crawled to the end of that stairway. Is it genius or insanity? The answer lies before us. Let us witness her birth. At that sacred moment, as the power of life surged, Cheng Shi sprang into action. With a sweep of his hand, a rusty blade slashed across Hu Xian's massive belly, slicing through the strained black silk gown. Then, a palm crackling with electric energy slammed against Hu Xian's taut yet soft stomach. Thanks to the energy gathered from the town's residents, the bone servant Lelure ring was fully charged. Electric plasma spread across Hu Xian's distended belly, like cracks in a web. In the blink of an eye, her entire body was enveloped in the electrical storm. Ugh. Hu Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering it across her belly. It was like the final straw that pushed her body beyond its limits, causing her skin to tear open. With a deafening explosion, the house erupted. Dust and debris filled the air. A surge of birth power exploded outward, filling the air with the overwhelming force of life. Cheng Shi took one breath of it and immediately felt his reproductive instincts kicking in, his face flushing bright red as he struggled to contain himself. He fought to suppress his surging desires, falling to his knees, his eyes bloodshot as he looked ahead at the ruins. Amid the rubble and scattered flesh, blood flowed in rivers. And at the end of those rivers of blood, beneath the shed skin, a flawless body slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes were so bright, so seductive, that one gaze could drag anyone into a state of insatiable desire, leaving them utterly trapped. Damn, I shouldn't have looked. She's too enchanting. Every muscle in Cheng Shi's body seemed to gain a will of its own, and he couldn't stop his body from moving. An uncontrollable lust drove him toward the newborn. He crawled forward, writhing and struggling until he reached her, his gaze locked on the perfect body before him. Finally, a sliver of clarity returned to his eyes, and with all his strength he roared. Enough. Hu Xian. You're going too far. Hu Xian smiled and nodded. But this Hu Xian wasn't the same Hu Xian. She was the newborn, the thief who had stolen part of Eternal Sun as authority, the newly reborn sage of life. In short, Hu Xian gave birth to Hu Xian. With a single gesture, she pointed into the air, and in an instant, all the lustful desires filling the atmosphere dissipated as if they had never existed. The immense pressure that had been weighing down on Cheng Shi's mind disappeared, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, his body shuddering with exhaustion. Damn. Hu Xian laughed softly and extended a pale, jade-like hand toward Cheng Shi. If you wish, come. Thanks, but no thanks. Summoning strength from somewhere deep inside, Cheng Shi scrambled backward on all fours at a speed that would rival even the fastest wild horses, far surpassing what he had achieved with the Urine Bard's hunting song. I thought you were my patient, but you want to sleep with me? It's people like you who give doctor-patient relationships a bad name. Hu Xian wasn't surprised by Cheng Shi's refusal. She knew full well that in the eyes of others, she probably seemed utterly insane. But only she truly understood that she wasn't mad. In fact, she had gained a massive advantage in this trial. Her rebirth had allowed her to steal a fragment of birth as authority, merging with a piece of divine essence. She had taken a step beyond mere humanity, breaking past her limits, and was now on the true path to godhood. At this moment, she was far stronger than Cheng Shi could comprehend. If her strength had to be measured, she was now comparable to a half-divine artifact with independent consciousness. Although her power didn't yet reach SSS-level strength, her rank was approaching that of a minor demigod. Because what she had merged with wasn't just a scattered fragment of divine power, it was a piece of the divine essence itself, a part of the broken puzzle of birth. By contrast, Cheng Shi, though containing a sealed fragment of prosperity, divinity, had merely stored it away. The difference between their situations was like night and day. Cheng Shi, you shouldn't have rejected me. With the birth energy now within me, I could transform your body, cleanse your soul. I couldn't make you like me, able to open the door to godhood. But I could ensure that you survive the game long enough, before everything changes. Hu Xian's tone was sincere, her expression earnest. If you're worried, let me assure you. The current me is brand new, free from any flaws, just as you see me. This is the purity of rebirth. Hu Xian elegantly displayed her perfect form once more, extending her hand toward Cheng Shi. Come. Cheng Shi could hear the sincerity in Hu Xian's voice. But he wasn't interested. He had no desire to embrace the madness of birth, nor did he wish to desecrate this newly born purity. In the end, I'm a walker of void. There's no need for me to delve too deeply into life. And certainly not in such a crazed way. Cheng Shi shook his head with a wry smile. Forget it, I'm not that lucky. Hu Xian laughed, her smile as radiant as a field of blooming flowers. But within that smile was a trace of regret. Her presence now felt entirely detached from desire, imbued solely with pure, unblemished vitality. No, it's I who lack the fortune. With that, she turned gracefully and walked toward the rubble. Her delicate hand reached out, and with surprising ease, she began clearing away the debris. Before long, beneath the broken stones and shattered timbers, the body of Hu Xian was revealed. The other Hu Xian. She was dead. The moment the new life was born, the past had ceased to exist. But the new Hu Xian felt no sadness. She gazed resolutely at the discarded skin, at the closed eyes of the mother, at her former self. Kneeling down, she gently held the hand of her predecessor. May the road ahead be smooth. May your dreams come true. May we ascend to godhood. Relax, I'm watching over you. Having completed the farewell, her belly once again swelled with the slightest of curves. Cheng Shi stared at Hu Xian in shock, a chill running down his spine. This woman was preparing to give birth to herself again. She was planning to repeat the process, to be reborn over and over, shedding her skin each time. Gradually, ascending to godhood. Maniac. Qin Chaoga appeared behind Cheng Shi at some point, her face dark as she stared at the naked Hu Xian. Hu Xian turned and bowed to them. Wait for me until nightfall. Tonight, I will lead you to the answer. Trust me, I've found it. I've found his location. Morning had come. But today's sun didn't seem as bright and glorious as usual. Hu Xian needed time to restore her body, and Cheng Shi wasn't about to place all his bets on her success. So, the investigation had to continue. If they could find the so-called answer before nightfall and verify it against Hu Xian's method, only then could they truly breathe a sigh of relief. With that in mind, Cheng Shi and his two teammates left. Before departing, Cheng Shi quietly asked Hu Xian, "What sort of agreement did you make with the ranger?" Hu Xian smiled gently, not bothering to conceal anything. "I infused all my insights from the birth process into her sundial of time. She can study it repeatedly, learning from it, and from there, gain new insights into time." Cheng Shi understood. No wonder Li Bola had always leaned toward Hu Xian's side. It wasn't just because she opposed Ji Ran, but because Hu Xian had given her something invaluable. First-hand experimental data. That was priceless. This was the result of a 2,400-point player using her own life to conduct a godhood inheritance experiment, leading to a successful conclusion. At this stage, something like this was a treasure beyond measure. It was the kind of thing that all the Su Yidas and Hu Xians of the world would risk their lives to obtain. You really are generous. Cooperation involves both giving and receiving. Cheng Shi couldn't help but admire this. The nature cult was indeed different from the logic association. At least in their treatment of others, the nature cult was far more likable. They pushed themselves to the limit but didn't infringe upon others. Hu Xian smiled again and extended her hand. We can cooperate as well. Cheng Shi's face froze, and without a word, he turned and walked off. Just because you're pretty, you think you can flirt? Puh. Shameless. You just want to get your hands on me, don't you? See you tonight. Hu Xian didn't try to stop him as he left, only calling out softly. If you regret it, you can always come back. Before her words even finished, Cheng Shi was gone, bolting away like a wild horse. Hu Xian shook her head, laughing at his reaction. Then, she turned sincerely to the remaining two teammates and said, "The offer applies to you both as well." He tue. Qin Chaoga scoffed, sneering as she walked away. Li Bola, however, didn't leave immediately. She stood there, her expression conflicted, before asking, "Are you, still you?" Hu Xian smiled and nodded. "The past me, the present me, and the future me, I am always me. I've never changed." Li Bola let out a bitter laugh, mocking herself. "I guess I've still got a ways to go. Haven't hit 2,400 yet, and my understanding is lacking. Well, I'm off." After everyone left, Hu Xian looked up at the sky and gazed at the image of eternal sun. Slowly, she stretched out her hand, letting the sunlight filter through her fingers and shine onto her face. The light cast dappled shadows on her pale skin, and her gaze grew more distant and unfocused. May all that was lost be reclaimed, may stolen things be returned, and may we be reunited. Relax, I'm coming for you. With her soft murmurs. The sun dimmed once more, and her belly began to swell again. Far Dusk Town was as lively as ever, with streets bustling with people. It was as if those who had died the night before weren't their friends, neighbors, or companions, but merely nameless strangers. Though some of the bodies were still being carted away by the town's guards, and soldiers were scrubbing the bloodstains from the streets, neither the travelers nor the townspeople seemed to care. Cheng Shi watched all this with fascination, then stepped forward to strike up a conversation with one of the locals. "Do people die often in Far Dusk Town?" The old woman selling vegetables looked up at him, recognizing him as a traveler, and smiled warmly. There are always some who don't believe in him, who challenge his authority, but people are just people and gods are gods. It takes but a flicker of his anger to bring us destruction. Traveler, I hope you and your friends remember this. When the blood moon rises, don't go outside. Good advice. We'll be sure to follow it. By the way, what punishment does the town typically give to prisoners who escape? Cheng Shi and Qin Chaoga were still fugitives. After their prison break last night, they were likely among the few who had survived. They had disguised themselves today to avoid being recognized by the guards and dragged back to the dungeon. But the old woman's next words left them both completely dumbfounded. "Are you asking about the ones who survived last night, by the grace of Eternal Sun? Praise be to him, the high priest issued a special decree this morning, pardoning all the crimes of the travelers. As long as they don't break the law again, they can continue to enjoy their stay here." Cheng Shi was stunned. They had broken out of jail last night, only to be pardoned and rewarded? What kind of twisted setup was this? A town full of masochists? Li Bola overheard this, and her brows furrowed in suspicion. She lowered her voice and spoke to the other two. "Something's off about this. I'm going to investigate." With that, she dissolved into the wind and disappeared. Cheng Shi was equally puzzled, but he continued walking with Qin Chaoga until they reached the busiest bar in town. "This is our battlefield for today?" Qin Chaoga asked as she eyed the bar's sign, her mouth practically watering. "The more chaotic the place, the more information circulates. Come on, your treat. You don't even pay for drinks when you're trying to pick up girls?" "I don't pick up girls, I pick up tea, thank you very much." "Tea? What, you a fan of green tea girls?" "Why wouldn't I be?" Far Dusk Tavern, the largest bar in town. Cheng Shi sat at the bar, ordering a few drinks, and immediately began scanning the room, as if looking for someone. Qin Chaoga wasn't much help. As soon as she saw the alcohol, she practically went into heat, rushing over to another table to drink with strangers. Every follower of war had their own way of venting. Without an outlet for their aggression and rage, they would only bottle it up until they exploded. Since she had such disdain for Hu Xian's methods, it meant she preferred to channel her energy into something else. As expected, that something else was drinking. Seeing this, Cheng Shi ignored her and continued his search. Soon, he found his target. The seasoned inmate from the dungeon who had shared his stories. He was alive, as expected. Perhaps he was never in any real danger. He must have fully grasped how far Dusk Town operated. As long as you followed the rules, you wouldn't be in trouble. Cheng Shi downed his drink and prepared to approach the man for a chat. But just as he stood up, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It was a woman, delicate and soft. Cheng Shi blinked in surprise, wondering how she had found him here. Before he could ask, the woman spoke first. "Please don't send me away, I beg you." Her voice was trembling and tears were already welling up in her eyes, leaving Cheng Shi utterly bewildered. The high priest issued a special decree: every tour assistant must conceive a child today. I know you don't like shaman, but could you please? Huh? Cheng Shi frowned, interrupting her. Are you saying that every tour assistant must conceive a child today? Yes. Shaman stood in front of Cheng Shi, her hands tightly wringing together, her face flushed with nervousness, as if awaiting some dire judgment. How did you know I was here? I saw you walk in just a moment ago. You knew I wanted to replace you, and you still dared to come find me? Where's your house? Home? What? Shaman was momentarily caught off guard, unsure of how to respond. Cheng Shi smirked. You want a child, right? This isn't the place for that. Come on, lead the way. Shaman's face turned bright red, disbelief and joy lighting up her eyes. Half crying, she nodded and led Cheng Shi out of the bar, heading toward her home. Meanwhile, Qin Chaoga had just finished a fun round of drinking with some strangers. When she turned around, she found that Cheng Shi was nowhere to be found. Shaman's house was not far from the bar, which explained how she had spotted him entering from outside. After walking with her for only a short while, Cheng Shi found himself standing in front of a modest little courtyard tucked away in a quiet alley. Residents of Far Dusk Town never have to worry about housing. The administrative office gathers the town's craftsmen to build new homes for the pregnant tour assistants. But Shaman isn't eligible yet. This house belonged to my mother. Cheng Shi followed her into the courtyard, taking a curious look around at the small but tidy yard. Casually, he asked, "And where's your mother now?" "She committed the sin of blasphemy. She's gone." Cheng Shi was surprised. Rather than apologizing, he leaned in, intrigued, and asked another question. "From what I know, the families of blasphemers are usually also considered blasphemers, and when punishment comes, the whole family dies. Why are you still alive?" Shaman is not a blasphemer. For the first time, a rare spark of defiance flashed in the young woman's eyes. She glared at Cheng Shi, seemingly ready to offer a stronger rebuttal. But her moment of boldness didn't last long. As quickly as it came, it dissolved, and she shrank back like a turtle retreating into its shell. Her face turned pale again as she rushed forward, grabbing Cheng Shi's hand desperately. "Please don't leave. I beg you." Cheng Shi didn't move, waiting for her explanation. After a long internal struggle, Shaman finally lowered her head and spoke. "One night, my mother went out to meet with some friends. That was when she encountered divine retribution. I was still young back then, waiting for her at home all night. But it wasn't her who came back, it was the town guards. They told me that my mother had been punished for blasphemy and that this house would be mine until I became a mother myself. After that, no new home would be built for me." Hearing this, Cheng Shi nodded thoughtfully. Now it made sense. Based on his observations from the previous night, no one in the homes where the night crows landed had survived. If what Shaman said was true, then it was plausible. Her mother had gone out for a casual gathering with friends, but met the killer instead, dying in someone else's home. Young Shaman had escaped the fate that befell her mother. "Let go. I'm not leaving," Cheng Shi said as he gently freed his hand from her grip. He then began to look around the small courtyard. There wasn't much to see. The yard was sparsely furnished, except for a birdcage near the entrance to the house, suggesting that Shaman kept some small pets. "You keep birds?" Cheng Shi asked, smiling as he touched the birdcage. "No, Shaman doesn't keep them. This is food for the sunspot finch. They're the most common birds in far dusk town and often land in people's courtyards. Leaving food out can attract them, which makes the courtyard feel livelier. Bird food to attract finches? Cheng Shi chuckled, imagining Shaman sitting in the yard, entertaining herself by playing with the birds. A lonely little girl growing up with birds as her companions, it was oddly heartwarming. After circling the yard and finding nothing of particular interest, Cheng Shi finally stepped inside her house. Shaman, still blushing, followed behind him and quietly closed the door. All right, tell me, what should I do? Cheng Shi stood in the living room, casually inspecting the furnishings while asking his question. You. Shaman was visibly trembling. She stood frozen by the door, clutching the hem of her dress, utterly at a loss. Judging by how stiff the atmosphere was, it almost seemed like this was Cheng Shi's home, not hers. Looks like you don't have much experience. Fine, I'll take the lead. Without warning, Cheng Shi whirled around, darted toward Shaman, and with a swift motion, tore her dress apart. Shaman let out a startled cry, instinctively crossing her arms over her chest and stepping back. In the dim light from the crack in the door, Cheng Shi's sharp gaze swept over her body. Once he was sure she wasn't hiding anything underneath her undergarments, he took another step, pinning her against the door. Shaman's body trembled uncontrollably from fear and nervousness. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but her mind went completely blank. Cheng Shi wrapped an arm roughly around her waist and pressed a small surgical blade, hidden up his sleeve, against her spine. His expression suddenly turned cold, and his voice dropped to a chilling tone. The fiery passion he had displayed moments before vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. Tell me, who are you really? Shaman didn't respond. Or perhaps she didn't hear him. The timid girl, lost in some overwhelming emotion, didn't even register Cheng Shi's question. Growing impatient, Cheng Shi frowned and raised his voice. This is your last chance. Who are you? This time, Shaman heard him. She froze, her wide, confused eyes staring up at him, as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. This charming and witty gentleman from the surface world, who was now holding her close, was asking, "What? Who am I? Aren't I Shaman?" Her eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty, to the point where even her earlier nervousness began to fade. As she looked into Cheng Shi's grim expression, her heart sank from joy to fear. She realized now he didn't like her. Everything from before had been fake, like a soap bubble floating in the air, ready to pop with a single touch. Tears welled up in her innocent, watery eyes, brimming with sadness and disappointment. Cheng Shi observed her reaction, his frown deepening. It didn't seem like she was acting. Could I have been wrong about her? He began to reflect on the moment they had shared in his room earlier. Back then, when their arms had intertwined and their hands had clasped, Cheng Shi had sensed something unusual about this girl. It wasn't her reactions that had seemed off, it was her vitals. Cheng Shi wasn't a doctor, but he knew a little bit about pulse reading. Despite Shaman's flushed cheeks and obvious shyness, and even though she was so nervous she was sweating, her heartbeat had remained unnervingly calm and steady. From that moment, Cheng Shi knew Shaman wasn't as simple as she seemed. And here again, despite the surge of emotions, her heartbeat remained steady. Yet, the confusion and hurt in her eyes were almost too real. So real that Cheng Shi found it hard to believe she could be hiding anything. Could there really be such a perfect actor in this world? At that moment, Cheng Shi was almost willing to accept the idea that this steady heartbeat was a unique trait of this motherless girl. Still, he decided to take one last precaution. You have no ill intent toward me, do you? Shaman's face was pale, her teeth clenched tight as she fought to hold back her tears. Instead of answering, she stubbornly turned her head away. Her heartbeat remained unchanged. All right, fine. If that's the case, there's no point wasting more time. With a swift chop to the neck, Cheng Shi knocked the nearly sobbing Shaman unconscious. He then pulled a large bag of gray powder from his storage space and dumped a generous amount into her nose. It was nightmare powder. Just a tiny bit could plunge a grown man into vivid, terrifying dreams, from which they couldn't wake until the drug wore off. The amount Cheng Shi gave Shaman could knock out 10 strong men for 3 days straight. That would give him more than enough time to deal with everything else before this girl with the miraculously steady heartbeat woke up. As for where he got the powder, don't ask. Let's just say he found it. He tossed Shaman onto her bed and thoroughly searched every corner of the room. When he was sure there was nothing suspicious, he shook his head in disappointment and walked out. The moment he stepped outside, he saw Qin Chaoga standing by the gate with a teasing smirk on her face, mockingly clicking her tongue at him. What's the matter? Can't go through with it? If you're suspicious of her, you should have dealt with it earlier, kill her, and be done with it. To emphasize her point, she mimed slitting her throat with a finger. Cheng Shi chuckled, thinking to himself, a lawful war follower trying to play this game with me? You want to do it? Qin Chaoga rolled her eyes. I don't suspect her. Ah, I see. All right then, I'll handle it. With that, Cheng Shi nonchalantly spun around and flung the surgical blade in his hand toward the room. There was a soft thud as the blade pierced flesh, and then all fell silent. You! Qin Chaoga hadn't expected Cheng Shi to actually follow through. Furious, she grabbed him by the collar. Cheng Shi caught her hand, smiling calmly. What's the matter? Weren't you the one who suggested I kill her? Don't tell me, you like girls. I like your mother. With a growl, Qin Chaoga flung Cheng Shi out of the courtyard and stormed into the house. She needed to check if Cheng Shi had really done it. Had he truly killed someone in cold blood with no regard for human life? Of course, Cheng Shi hadn't dealt a fatal blow. The surgical blade was embedded in Shaman's right shoulder, a non-lethal wound. He had just been frustrated at not finding the answers he was looking for and decided to mess with the lawful bard's facade of ruthlessness. She acts all tough, but she's really just a good person at heart. Cheng Shi dusted himself off as he got up, then called back into the courtyard. Trying to be my stepdad, huh? Too bad you're a bit too late for that. Cheng Shi, stop yelling. I'm outta here. Bye. With a wave, Cheng Shi left the courtyard. Cheng Shi returned to the bar and finally struck up a conversation with the experienced inmate from the dungeon. However, after exchanging a few words, his confusion only deepened. This inmate, who had been pardoned, had been assigned a new tour assistant by the traveler's office, and the two of them had already performed the gifting ceremony. He had left another child in Far Dusk Town. Just yesterday, he was imprisoned for malicious gifting, yet today he's not only pardoned, but able to perform the ritual again? What in the world does this so-called special decree mean? Are they in a hurry to have babies? Could it be that the death toll of the blasphemers is so high that the town is trying to replenish its population in a planned manner? It sounded somewhat reasonable, but the urgency of such planning seemed off. Wouldn't constantly changing decrees like this stir up unrest among the people? As Cheng Shi's thoughts became tangled, the ranger, Libola, returned. She came back with a crucial lead. Guess where I went? She asked, dusting herself off after her return. Cheng Shi looked at her, trying to guess. Well, it's easy enough to inquire about this special decree. Since you know the town has reset the traveler's gifting rights, you must have wondered if they were trying to replenish the population. So, did you investigate the town's population? Libola had barely taken a sip of her drink before she set it down, looking at him in surprise. You're sure you're not a hunter? Cheng Shi cast a simple energizing spell on Libola, wiping away her fatigue. Night is about to fall. If you don't share your findings soon, I'll have to go cheer for Hu Xian instead. You're not wrong. I went to Far Dusk Town's administrative office to look into the population data, but unfortunately, I didn't find anything there. However, when I returned to the traveler's office, I found the town's population statistics in their archives. Alongside it was a record of the number of travelers. Now guess what I discovered. The town's population hasn't changed? Cheng Shi casually threw out a guess. He didn't expect Libola's face to turn dark in response. Have you already seen the data? When? Why didn't you say anything? Cheng Shi, you're wasting my time. Wait, seriously? Cheng Shi scratched his head, unsure how to explain. I really just guessed. Seeing the awkward look on Cheng Shi's face, Libola realized he had probably just gotten lucky with his guess. But that didn't make her feel any better. The feeling of working hard all day only to have a colleague blindly guess the answer was frustrating. Her face darkened further as she nodded. Yes and no. The town's population has remained remarkably stable, but it isn't entirely unchanged. However, the fluctuations in population have been tightly controlled, with the number of residents never exceeding a deviation of more than 100 people. Maintaining such precise population control in a town with tens of thousands of residents is practically impossible. After all, you never know when someone might die or when new births will occur. Before she could finish, Cheng Shi's expression grew serious as he interrupted. But Far Dusk Town is different. Their births are solely dependent on travelers, so by controlling the number of travelers, they can fully control the number of births. I'm guessing the traveler data you found shows little fluctuation, right? Seeing Li Bola nod gravely, Cheng Shi continued. And as for their deaths? I suppose that's the so-called punishment for blasphemers. Exactly. Remember the bodies we saw in Eternal Chapel? There were both young and old, but none of them were elderly. At first, I didn't think much of it, but after seeing the population data, I went to investigate several households. That's when I realized we'd overlooked a crucial fact. Far Dusk Town has almost no elderly residents. Cheng Shi's pupils contracted as the realization hit him. He finally understood what had been bothering him about this town all along. Indeed, in all the time spent among the townspeople, there hadn't been any elderly residents. The oldest were middle-aged men and women, still full of vigor and charm. As for the reason, it was clear now. Any resident nearing old age would die under the so-called divine punishment, never getting the chance to grow old. So, the whole "when the night crows sing their dirge" was a lie. The killer wasn't following the night crows to choose his victims. He had already picked them out in advance, and the night crows were merely his signposts. Could he control animals? He's controlling the town's population and, at the same time, managing the quality of life. But why? Cheng Shi wondered aloud. Why? Maybe we don't need to think too hard about it. Hu Xian might be able to find the answer for us. They both glanced out the window, where the fading light of the setting sun was disappearing behind the horizon. It's time to go. Where's the bard? No sooner had Li Bola asked than Qin Chaoga appeared at the bar's entrance. Her gaze toward Cheng Shi wasn't exactly friendly. Cheng Shi, ever flexible, flashed a sheepish smile. Got a bit carried away earlier. Didn't realize you fancy girls. Get lost. All right, I'm going. When Cheng Shi stood before Hu Xian again, he noticed she had changed once more. Her aura was now even more otherworldly, and she had grown even more beautiful. One glance into her deep, enchanting eyes was enough to stir an irresistible impulse in anyone's heart, the desire to pin her beneath them. You. The power of life was truly terrifying. Cheng Shi's gaze sharpened. He had a hunch about what was going on. By the way, I knew your mother, and I even helped your grandmother with childbirth. So, what should you call me? Uncle? Or Grandpa? Hu Xian smiled softly, her voice gentle as she responded. That depends on what role you'd like to play in our relationship. Personally, I'm fine with either title. It's impossible to outbanter someone who spouts nonsense with such a straight face. It made Cheng Shi feel as though he wasn't crazy enough to keep up with her, which left him strangely frustrated. And so, he quickly changed the subject. Why didn't you, birth yourself a new version this time? Hu Xian shook her head. I've already inherited everything from her. She no longer has the strength to nurture me. Every word you say sounds perfectly reasonable, yet it gives me the creeps. What's going on? Hu Xian chuckled, ignoring Cheng Shi's teasing, and addressed the group. The time has come. As promised, I will lead you to find the answer. Li Bola raised an eyebrow, voicing a suspicion that had been on everyone's minds. Eternal Chapel? Hu Xian smiled and nodded. Follow me. With that, she leapt onto the rooftops, moving gracefully toward the chapel. Cheng Shi watched as Hu Xian flew off on her own, his face darkening with frustration. Oh, so flying makes you special, huh? He turned to look at Qin Chaoga, only to be met with a cold glance. Without even a song to aid him, Qin Chaoga leaped into the air and followed Hu Xian, swiftly disappearing from sight. With no other option, Cheng Shi turned to Li Bola. Unable to hold back her laughter, Li Bola transformed into a gust of wind, whisking Cheng Shi into the air. Whoa. Slow down, big sis. I'm gonna fall. Faster. Being carried by the wind was kind of fun, but not something he'd want to do regularly. It could definitely make you nauseous. By the time they arrived, Cheng Shi's face was pale from the experience. Hu Xian led them around Eternal Chapel, bypassing the main entrance and stopping at a secluded spot near the back. She closed her eyes and began to sense the surroundings for anything unusual. A few minutes later, she opened her eyes with a smile, extending her hand toward an empty space in the air and murmuring softly, "To conceive life, to nurture nature." A gentle aura of nature spread out, enveloping everyone. Moments later, they each felt a subtle change in their bodies. A small, palm-sized lump appeared on each of their arms. Don't be alarmed. I've merely used the power of rebirth to place you under the law of pregnancy. Only with this can you see the truth hidden behind the mist. As soon as she finished speaking, a shimmering, multicolored portal began to materialize on the back wall of Eternal Chapel. Everyone stared in shock, momentarily speechless. This door, where does it lead? It's uncertain. But I know he's there, waiting for me. Hu Xian smiled confidently and stepped forward, entering the portal without hesitation. Cheng Shi's face grew heavy as he observed the scene. This was a door leading to the void. He could feel the pull of fate from within it, meaning that this door likely held the key to the trial's solution. The Fate Node. Who would have thought the Fate Node would be hidden within the void? In previous trials, the solution had always been tied to something tangible in the real world, a person, an object, a location. But this time, the answer lay hidden in the void. If, and it's a big if, we didn't have Hu Xian's power of rebirth, how would we have ever found this door? Cheng Shi asked the question, directing it at Li Bola and Qin Chaoga. Both women realized the gravity of his point. Not only had they found no clues about the door's existence, but even just revealing it seemed like something out of the ordinary. It was clear that the power Hu Xian had used to unveil the door was tied to the authority she had stolen from Eternal Sun. And this meant that if the players had taken any step that had caused Hu Xian to miss out on this power, they would have been left with no other option. But given the misleading clues and the backtracking they had done, would they have had enough time? They only had 3 days for this trial. Li Bola realized the severity of the situation. With a complex expression, she remarked, "This is fate. It seems that fate is on our side this time. At least we can be thankful that Hu Xian isn't the one who killed our teammate, and we've made it this far together." Speaking of the killer, where was Jiran? Cheng Shi suddenly turned to Li Bola, only for her expression to darken as she shook her head. Before the door opened, the wind told me he was still at the inn. But now, he's gone. He's gone. The moment Cheng Shi heard those words, his heart sank. In this world, no one disappears without a reason. If Jiran could time his disappearance so precisely, it meant he had a way to avoid being tracked by the wind all along. And that also meant he had likely left the inn far earlier. Not good. Watch out. Cheng Shi shouted, immediately dropping a surgical scalpel from his sleeve into his hand while casting a healing spell on his 3 teammates who hadn't yet entered the chapel. Just as he yelled the warning, a flash of silvery light, reflecting the blood moon's glow, came screaming down from the chapel's rooftop, hurtling straight toward Li Bola. The Wind Tamer Ranger didn't flinch. In an instant, she transformed into a violent gust of wind, surging upward to meet the incoming silver light. Hoo! Boom! The wind howled, the air exploded. The fierce gusts sent Cheng Shi and Qin Chaoga flying, with Cheng Shi tumbling into the nearby bushes. He held his breath, his brow furrowed deep in thought. The predator lurking in the shadows had finally revealed his claws. The clash in the air lasted only a moment before the 2 figures separated, each landing on opposite sides of the chapel. Jiran still looked the same as when they had first met, messy bedhead and loose pajamas, but now, a giant sword rested on his shoulder, and a fiery battle spirit blazed in his eyes. All traces of his former slacker demeanor were gone. As for Li Bola, she was injured. In just one exchange, today's warrior had already demonstrated his raw power. Li Bola clutched her side with a frown, her face serious and tense. Well played. You've been lying in wait, haven't you? Seems today, you rolled some good numbers on your dice. Huh. Jiran scoffed, flicking his messy hair back with disdain. I don't need dice for this level of output. But since you mentioned it, I might as well roll. Saying this, Jiran casually tossed his dice of fate right between Li Bola and Cheng Shi, right in front of their eyes. The dice rolled and tumbled for a few moments before coming to a stop. Cheng Shi squinted his eyes to focus on the result. 13 points. Damn, this is bad. Without hesitation, he cast another healing spell on Li Bola, but racing alongside his healing light, a faster silver streak was already closing in. The moment Jiran had released the dice, he had already been preparing. As soon as the die settled, he lunged forward without a pause. The enormous sword in his hands traced a deadly arc through the air, descending from above with the full weight of twisted fate behind it, aiming to cleave Libola's skull in two. Libola didn't dodge or flinch. Instead, she instantly drew a longbow fashioned from the curved hands of a clock, knocked an arrow made of wind, and aimed. Not at Jiran, but at the spot he had previously stood. Whoosh! Thud! A gust-forged arrow shot forth, just grazing Jiran's cheek as it flew past him, racing toward the space behind him. The moment he saw the arrow released, Jiran forcefully stopped his attack, reversing his sword and desperately swinging it backward. And just before the arrow struck its intended target, his blade met the arrow and knocked it away. But in that split second, Libola had already transformed into the wind once more, flying up to the rooftop and sending another wind arrow to the spot Jiran had just vacated. Jiran was momentarily overwhelmed, his offensive faltering. All the while, Cheng Shi kept shifting his position, sneaking healing spells toward the ranger while marveling at her skill. Libola's kiting techniques were flawless, keeping the warrior completely pinned down. But this strategy was only possible thanks to the ranger's incredible mobility and the unique talent bestowed upon her by time. It's important to remember that wind was never truly Time's domain, but time was. Though wind tamer rangers could transform into the wind at will, their true mastery lay in their bow and arrows. The arrow of time reversal, a blessing unique to wind tamer rangers, allowed them to track the shadows left by their opponents in the river of time and pin their foes in the past. In other words, if Jiran were hit by one of these arrows, he wouldn't just suffer the wound in the present, he would be crippled by all the accumulated pain from that moment onward, leaving him wide open. Because the arrow would hit not just the current Jiran, but the Jiran of a few moments ago. Jiran clearly realized that continuing this battle wouldn't end in his favor. And with the ranger receiving healing support from Cheng Shi, prolonging the fight would only put him at a greater disadvantage. He quickly changed tactics. After deflecting another wind arrow, Jiran swung his giant sword like a hammer throw, hurling it toward Libola. At the same time, he pivoted and charged. Straight at Cheng Shi. Seeing Jiran hurtling toward him, Cheng Shi couldn't help but chuckle. He had been wondering how to prove his value in this fight, and now this fate-blessed warrior had delivered himself on a silver platter. Perhaps Jiran's combat experience and instincts told him that priests were usually the weakest link, easy to handle. But he had forgotten one thing: sometimes, priests can be tough. And Cheng Shi? He was rock solid. A decay priest didn't just bring healing, they could also bring rot and ruin. Cheng Shi's smile grew wide. As soon as Jiran made his move, Cheng Shi rushed forward just like a charging warrior. With his surgical scalpel dancing in his hand like a butterfly, he quickly slashed open countless wounds on his own body. Blood poured out as he ran, the power of decay seeping from his gashes like a cocoon, encasing him as he charged at Jiran. His intent was clear: injury for injury. Truth be told, Cheng Shi rarely used such aggressive tactics, especially when he had reliable teammates handling the heavy hitting. He would much rather remain in the back, playing the role of a pure healer. But today was different. The complex situation demanded that he assert himself to increase his importance within their trio. Only then would he have a stronger voice and greater influence in the decisions to come. And this reckless display of courage? It was the best way to do that. A priest who didn't abandon teammates and was willing to trade blows was someone most people would trust. At the very least, he had already earned the ranger's trust. Libola didn't let Cheng Shi's bold advance go to waste. She swirled into the wind, easily dodging the thrown sword and speeding between the two combatants. The whirling air currents she created sucked all the oxygen from the space between them, pressuring both fighters to speed up and collide. But just as the power of decay was about to crash into Jiran, he vanished. Instead of slamming into Jiran, the force of the decaying wind crashed into a bard who had been preparing to sing. Qin Chaoga had barely begun to gather her voice, and the song stuck in her throat, mixed with blood, as she was sent flying like a rag doll. Jiran now stood in the spot where Qin Chaoga had been, just a step away from the Void Gate. The follower of fate had switched his fate with Qin Chaoga's. Tsk, you guys sure like hurting your own people. Farewell, friends. Wait for me to open the door of fate for you. With a sneer, Ji-ran dove headfirst into the void. The three of them tumbled to the ground in a heap. Libola quickly reverted from wind to her human form, sparing only a glance at the two teammates beneath her before bolting forward with her bow. Words weren't necessary at this point. If Ji-ran opened the fate node while they were still outside, there was a real risk that fate could take a dangerous turn, leaving them blind to the right choices. Hu Xian, who had entered first, certainly wouldn't block Ji-ran. After all, the only thing she likely cared about was the eternal sun. Someone had to follow him in, and right now, the best candidate was the ranger. Qin Chaoga had taken the full brunt of the attack. Her skin was torn from the fierce wind, her body was decayed and withered, and her blood had turned black. She was barely hanging on to life. Yet despite her condition, the war follower gritted her teeth and refused to cough up the blood in her throat, like swallowing it would be less humiliating than spitting it out. Cheng Shi, seeing her stubbornness, cursed her with a laugh. You're just a paper tiger, huh? You had no problem beating me up, but now you're useless against someone else. Qin Chaoga shot him a furious glare, but the moment she opened her mouth to scream, she couldn't hold it back any longer. She vomited the blood all over Cheng Shi's head. Damn. What rotten luck. Cheng Shi stood up, wiping the black blood off and extending a hand to help Qin Chaoga up. But she shook her head, her eyes fixed on the void gate behind the chapel. Go, follow her. Don't worry about me. Cheng Shi blinked in surprise. You sure? Of course. I won't die. Save your energy for the ranger. I'll be right behind you. TSK, just don't collapse before you get here. Players at this level usually had a clear understanding of their limits. Since Qin Chaoga said she'd be fine, she likely had a way to get back on her feet. Perhaps being tricked by Ji-ran had lit a fire in her, and she didn't want Cheng Shi wasting his energy on her. Cheng Shi stared at her for a moment before nodding firmly. All right. With that, he limped toward the void and followed the others inside. Stepping into the void had become almost second nature for Cheng Shi at this point. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a structure identical to Eternal Chapel. Except, here, everything was different. The walls were pitch black, and crimson full moons were painted all over them. The blood-red paint dripped down the walls in eerie patterns, forming strange strings. A chapel, in the void. Cheng Shi was stunned. His eyes widened as he looked ahead. The chapel's doors were wide open, the door panels shattered, and debris was strewn across the floor. Clearly, there had been a fierce battle here. Cheng Shi cast a quick healing spell on himself, then took off his shirt to wipe the blood from his feet. He carefully followed the footprints on the floor, step by step, into the chapel. As soon as he passed through the broken doors, he noticed bird cages scattered across the floor to the right. It seemed the bird cages had been caught in the earlier conflict. They were twisted and deformed, with bird droppings, feathers, and feed scattered everywhere, giving off a faint stench of decay. Black feathers. Could this be? Cheng Shi frowned slightly, knelt down, and picked up a few pieces of bird feed. He tasted them. Terrible. They tasted far worse than the bird food at Shaman's house. He spat out the crumbs and continued forward. The chapel's hall was large, but there were no chairs or tables. Instead, the floor was covered in white circles, and within each circle lay shackles, as if it were a gathering place for prisoners. As he ventured deeper inside, at the very front of the chapel, he found a book on a broken-legged table. The book was covered in dust, and it looked like it hadn't been touched in a long time. Cheng Shi purified it with a quick spell before picking it up and flipping through the pages, reading aloud. Visitor's Guide to Far Dusk Town. 1. Obey local laws. It is forbidden to harm local residents. 2. If you need assistance, please visit the traveler's office. Halfway through, Cheng Shi stopped reading. He had an idea. The one person everyone had heard of but never met in person, the Shady Guide. Interesting. A guide? So, this isn't the exit to Far Dusk Town. It's the entrance. He glanced at the circles on the floor. Is this where we paid the fee to get on? Cheng Shi tossed the booklet aside and continued further in. At the far end of the hall, behind a large painting of a blood moon, there were two doors, one on the left and one on the right. Standing before the doors, he observed them closely and noticed that the handle on the left door had been turned and used far more frequently. So, He chose the left-hand door and cautiously pushed it open. But the moment he stepped forward, he froze, his face paling instantly. There was no path beyond the door. The instant he opened it, a wave of stench, like the reek of rotting flesh piled up for centuries, assaulted his senses, rushing straight into his nose, making his throat twitch in response. Gulp. Don't get the wrong idea. That wasn't hunger. The nauseating stench made Cheng Shi's eyes water, and he held his breath, squinting as he peered ahead, only to realize that there was no room beyond this door. Instead, it opened into a vast, natural cavern untouched by human hands. He was standing on the very edge of a cliff inside the cavern. If he had taken even one more step, his foot would have slipped off the cliff's edge, and he would have plunged into the abyss below. Looking down from the precipice, Cheng Shi saw the source of the overwhelming stench, a pit at the bottom of the cavern, filled with countless bodies. Some were whole, some dismembered, some rotting, some fresh. All of them were human corpses. Cheng Shi's pupils contracted, and his grip on the doorknob tightened. A mass grave. This was a massive pit of corpses. Judging by the clothing on the bodies, it was easy to tell that many of the rotting corpses belonged to residents of Far Dusk Town, and the town's travelers. All the people who had died in Far Dusk Town had been transported here and dumped into this pit. So this is their idea of purification, and this is how they bury the dead. Cheng Shi let out a cold laugh and slammed the door shut. Seems our friendly guide has another role to play. He wiped his hands and turned toward the right-hand door. When he opened the door, Cheng Shi chuckled. Because standing before him were three people, their faces filled with tension as they stared each other down. Each of them looked seriously injured. Not far in front of him were two familiar figures, the ranger and the warrior. Both were in bad shape. Ji-Ran's right shoulder hung limp, with a massive, visible gash running down his shoulder, deep enough to expose bone. He was panting heavily, staring intensely at the two others in front of him, not even daring to look back when he heard Cheng Shi's voice. Libola wasn't in much better condition. Her suit had been torn to shreds, reduced to tatters, and her longbow, made from clock hands, had somehow been driven through her own abdomen, piercing her body. A small hand formed from wind covered her wound, but it couldn't stop the steady flow of blood dripping onto the floor. As for the man standing across from them, clad in a black hooded cloak, his identity didn't need explanation. This was the same person who had led them on a wild goose chase all night long. He didn't look great either, but he was in far better condition than the ranger and warrior. The black cloak had been torn in half, revealing his emaciated legs, which were covered in wounds. One especially nasty gash ran from his knee all the way up to his abdomen. With just one glance, Cheng Shi could tell exactly where Ji-Ran had landed that brutal strike. The sight made Cheng Shi instinctively clench his own legs and shudder. But soon, Cheng Shi noticed something peculiar. Despite the man's severe injuries, Cheng Shi couldn't sense any decay leaking from his wounds. This meant that the cloaked figure wasn't human at all. He was likely a puppet made of flesh and blood. The three of them stood in silence, locked in a standoff. The air between them was thick with tension, balanced on a knife's edge. Any sudden movement could trigger another brutal fight to the death, and whoever moved first would expose themselves to an immediate counterattack from the others. And just then, Cheng Shi arrived. So Cheng Shi smiled. He understood the situation instantly and made his decision to walk past them. He had spotted a door behind the cloaked figure, and it was clear that he was guarding it. Everything they were looking for must be behind that door. There was no doubt that the three standing before him had clashed over this very door. But something was strange. Where was Hu Xian? She had entered ahead of everyone else. Where had she gone? Cheng Shi frowned slightly and stepped further inside. Well, seems lively in here. Playing cards, are we? He laughed as he walked into the room, edging toward the ranger. Healing energy pulsed at his fingertips, but he couldn't risk directly casting it on her. That would break the precarious balance. Instead, he carefully manipulated the healing light, spreading it evenly over Libola's body as he walked. He raised her vitality slowly but steadily, careful not to tip the scales of the standoff. Libola felt the healing and was grateful, but she didn't dare move. Because what Cheng Shi was doing was risky. One small mistake could upset the delicate balance and draw him into the conflict, forcing him to become the next target for the other two to gang up on. In essence, Cheng Shi was risking his life for his teammates, just like he had done outside the chapel. Having such a selfless healer by her side, Libola felt a deep sense of relief. She considered herself lucky, but despite Cheng Shi's assistance, she wasn't optimistic about their situation. Even putting aside the fate, warrior Jiran, the black-cloaked figure alone, was a massive problem. He was far stronger than she had initially anticipated. Yet right now, she couldn't warn Cheng Shi, because if she spoke, the balance would shatter. Cheng Shi, of course, had no idea about any of this. He continued to walk casually, applying healing light as he went, until he reached the space between the ranger and the black-robed figure. That's when he paused for a moment. He noticed that the black-robed man, with eyes full of murderous intent, had quietly shifted his gaze toward him. "You're a follower of Bloody Moon? Oh no, I should call you a follower of corruption, right?" The black-robed figure remained silent, but the bloodlust in his eyes only intensified. Seeing that the man wasn't going to respond, Cheng Shi shrugged and continued talking to himself. "Let me guess. You must be the guide that's been bringing travelers into Far Dusk Town. These people probably didn't pay to get here, did they? You must have captured them outside, erased their memories using some method of puppet making, and made them think they're travelers from afar. That makes sense. Far Dusk Town is near the abyssal volcano, and sometimes refugees from the surface might want to hide underground, while the dregs from the underground world might want to experience the surface. So you hunt them down outside, bring them here, and make them breed children for your townspeople." Both Jiran and Libola frowned as they listened to Cheng Shi's words. The black-robed figure remained silent. "Are you mute? Don't tell me you're a follower of silence. Now that would be hilarious. Let me think some more. You've been stirring up killings in Far Dusk Town, leaving behind terrifying songs in the town's long history, and even raising a flock of night crows? I was really curious why the night crows would always land on the rooftops of these so-called blasphemers you chose. But just now, when I saw those bird cages at the chapel's entrance, I suddenly understood. All you have to do is sprinkle the food for your domesticated night crows on the rooftops of the blasphemers who are supposed to die that night. The crows, unaware, turn them into blasphemers. So, you must have a legitimate position in the town, right? Something like the high priest? Interesting. Now I'm genuinely curious. Are you a follower of birth or a follower of corruption? Otherwise, how do you explain that you created a town symbolizing the light of eternal sun, spreading his faith tirelessly, only to then turn into the blood moon's executioner, indulging your bloodlust? Eternal Sun despises his blasphemous followers, yet chooses to have them devoured by Bloody Moon. How absurd. How ridiculous. I can't believe you came up with this. But no matter which god you follow, you really are a bit too dedicated to your work. If it were just bloodlust driving you, you wouldn't go through all this trouble or persist for so long. So, what is it that motivates you to carry on with these foul deeds year after year? Let me guess again. Is it possible that neither of these gods are your true master, and like Hu Xian, you're using some special method to steal their authority? That's why you're so strong enough to take on 2 opponents while still paying attention to my rambling. I think the answer lies behind that door you're guarding. Am I right? Can I go in? Not speaking means yes, right? Good, I'll take that as a yes. With that, Cheng Shi began walking toward the door. But he had barely taken a step when the door behind the black-robed figure burst open, and a swarm of night crows erupted from the opening, screeching and shrieking as they rushed toward Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi's pupils contracted, and his face turned grim. He quickly gripped 2 surgical scalpels, spinning them in his hands to protect his face, while simultaneously slashing his own wrists to unleash the power of decay, hoping to fend off the wave of night crows. But there were too many crows, and Cheng Shi, overwhelmed, stumbled backward, tripping and nearly falling into the center of the room where the others stood. However, just as he was about to hit the ground, a sudden flash of violet light erupted from his fingertips. A roar of thunder shot out from the energy, streaking directly towards Jiran. It was the same tactic he had used outside the chapel. Mid-battle, Cheng Shi suddenly switched targets. "Surprise, you little bastard. I, Cheng Shi, never let grudges last overnight." Jiran clearly hadn't expected Cheng Shi to endure the relentless pecking of the night crows just to land one vicious strike on him. He felt the divine power of the lightning, knowing full well he couldn't block it. His face twisted in panic, and, abandoning any pretense of composure, he threw down his great sword and reached out toward the black-robed man. Once again, Ji-ran manipulated the threads of fate, swapping his destiny with the black-robed figure. Ji-ran had arrived late and hadn't given Cheng Shi's ring any time to recharge, so the lightning strike wasn't guaranteed to hit. He barely dodged the fatal blow. But even followers of fate can't always rely on good luck. You may be fortunate once, but not twice. The moment Ji-ran pulled the strings of fate, his aura wavered. That was all it took. His balance was shattered. The ranger seized the opportunity, yanking her bow from her abdomen with a roar of pain and firing 2 wind arrows, pinning Ji-ran to the ground in front of the door. She didn't waste this single window of opportunity, executing a perfectly synchronized attack with Cheng Shi. Ji-ran collapsed, coughing up blood, gravely injured. But someone else was in even worse shape. The full fury of the lightning crashed down, striking the black-robed figure square in the chest, sending him flying backward. The surrounding bolts of electricity incinerated every night crow in the room, reducing them to ash. Libola, glancing at the scene as she fired her shots, was utterly stunned. She was blown away, completely speechless. You. In that moment, she searched her mind for any combat profession, trying to find one even remotely related to a healer that could unleash such devastating lightning. But she failed. She couldn't think of any class, short of an elemental judge, that could unleash such terrifying thunderbolts. But an elemental judge had nothing to do with being a priest. There was no time to dwell on it. As soon as the lightning dissipated, Libola transformed back into the wind and rushed toward the black-robed figure. By now, Ji-ran was like a fish on a chopping block, completely powerless to resist. The only remaining threat was the black-robed figure, whose fate remained uncertain. Though Libola doubted anyone could survive such an intense lightning strike, battles aren't over until your enemies are reduced to dust. So, she intended to make sure this enemy had no chance to recover. But just as the wind swept toward the black-robed figure's feet, a sudden change occurred. A blood-red glow burst from the black-robed man's eyes, shooting up into the air. All at once, an overwhelming surge of murderous intent flooded everyone's minds, violently seizing control over their consciousness. In an instant, the 3 of them froze, their gazes turning blank, then resolute and finally crazed. Their faces twisted into gruesome expressions, terrifying smiles spreading across their lips as they reached for the nearest weapons. Without hesitation, they lifted their blades and stabbed toward their own hearts. No, Ji-ran, already heavily wounded, knew that if his hands drove his great sword even a finger's width into his chest, he would die instantly. But the overwhelming bloodlust was impossible to resist. With the last shred of his willpower, he fought against the violent urge to end his own life. His eyes bulged with strain, veins throbbing on his forehead as he gripped the sword's blade, his hands trembling and bleeding, barely managing to stop the sword from plunging into his body. Libola and Cheng Shi were in no better shape. Libola had once again driven her bow into her abdomen, and Cheng Shi had already pierced his chest halfway with a surgical blade. If not for his desperate effort to deflect the tip, he would likely already be dead. Do something. For the first time, the confident Wind-Tamer Ranger faced the brink of despair. This savage red light had sealed off all their powers, making even transforming into the wind an impossible dream. Fortunately, the black-robed figure seemed just as paralyzed by the red light. His arm, too, had pierced his own chest, with his hand lodged deep within his heart. He, too, was struggling against himself. This was a trump card that spared no one, not even its user. Kill 1,000 enemies, lose 1,000 of your own. The standoff resumed. But now, the number of participants had increased from 3 to 4. And the enemy was no longer each other, but themselves. Just then, the door to the room creaked open again. A figure, drenched in blood, staggered inside. When the 3 players saw who it was, their eyes lit up with hope. Qin Chaoga. The war, Bard had finally arrived at the climax of the battle. Cheng Shi's mind was barely hanging on. His ability to think clearly was slipping away, and the surgical scalpel buried deep in his chest only seemed to dig in further. Even though it had avoided his heart, without immediate healing, he might bleed out and die soon. Out of the corner of his eye, he barely caught sight of Qin Chaoga, stumbling toward him. A smile crept onto his pained face, a sense of relief washing over him. Finally, his strategy of exchanging sincerity for sincerity was about to pay off. Throughout this trial, Cheng Shi had maintained an open and cooperative attitude, sharing everything he could with genuine honesty. All for this moment. It was a gamble he had made many times before. No, bet on many times before, and he had yet to lose. Not just because he had good luck, but because he understood people. Just like this time, he had seen through both Qin Chaoga and Li Bola. They were trustworthy allies. As long as he contributed, they would undoubtedly return the favor. But in his state, overtaken by the bloodlust, Cheng Shi had overlooked one crucial detail. Why wasn't Qin Chaoga affected by the blinding red light? From the moment she had entered the room, she had walked through all the restrictions as though they were non-existent. Even though her steps were initially unsteady, she had steadily and surely made her way into the room. And as she got closer to Cheng Shi, her hunched posture straightened, her steps became more confident. By the time she reached Cheng Shi, Qin Chaoga was standing tall, her face flushed with confidence, and there was a playful glint in her eyes. Through his blurry vision, Cheng Shi watched as she calmly walked past him, smiling all the while. She walked past him, past Li Bola, and then stopped right next to Jiran. She leaned down and whispered a few words in Jiran's ear. Within moments, Jiran broke free from the grip of the red light, roaring as he pulled the giant sword from his chest, letting out a bitter laugh before collapsing to the ground. Clang. Huff, huff. You came later than we agreed. I thought our cooperation was over. Qin Chaoga let out a snicker and offered Jiran her hand. Let's go. Whatever we gain will depend on the secret hidden behind that door. And them, why not kill them? Leaving them to die is the same as killing them. No need to waste energy. With that, she pulled Jiran up, and without looking back, they pushed open the door at the far end of the room. Cheng Shi heard the door close and let out a self-mocking laugh. I'm such a clown. I was wrong about her. But why? That door closing wasn't just the sound of the room's door, it was the sound of their hope for survival slipping away as well. As the sound of the door faded into the distance, the sound of bodies hitting the floor echoed inside the room. Thud. Thud. The clown was tired, and so was the wind. And so, the clown died, and the wind stopped blowing. Cheng Shi didn't know how much time had passed or where he was. When consciousness finally returned, he opened his eyes in disbelief. He felt a surge of life force coursing through his body, repairing his wounds. He knew this power well. He had used it before. The power of birth. He looked at his hand, at the strange swelling on his arm where Hu Xian had left the law of pregnancy. The strange lump was now slowly deflating, and as it did, a force of rebirth surged out from it. This is... A gasp caught his attention, and when he turned to look, he saw the ranger struggling to lift her head. Two confused individuals, both locked in each other's equally bewildered gaze. Cheng Shi suddenly started laughing. His sincerity hadn't won over the bard, but it had earned the gratitude of the sage. This follower of birth, this sage of life, this old acquaintance reborn, had given Cheng Shi a new life. He laughed and laughed until tears streamed from his eyes. Li Bola, too, was overwhelmed with emotion. With a smile, she pulled the bow from her abdomen. Cheng Shi cast a healing spell over her and then asked a somewhat ridiculous question. Does this mean I have a new mom? Li Bola was taken aback before breaking into laughter. If that's the case, then you've also gained a sister. Ha 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 ha. The clown laughed, and the wind joined in. And so, the clown awoke, and the wind began to blow once more. Cheng Shi picked up all the surgical scalpels scattered across the floor and tucked them into his newly donned clothes. He and Li Bola gathered themselves, preparing for the battle that would soon follow. A hunter and a healer against a warrior and a bard, the odds were about 50-50. But given that Qin Chaoga was likely hiding something, it was impossible to predict who would come out on top. Why had she done this? What benefit could she gain from collaborating with Jiran? Cheng Shi couldn't figure it out. Neither could Li Bola. She prided herself on her ability to read people, and though she had been betrayed before, there were always signs. But this time, the betrayal had been sudden and without warning. The two of them exchanged a glance and decided to focus on the present. Judging by the time, only about half an hour had passed since they had just died. The black-robed figure, still battling his bloodlust, had his sharp claws buried deep in his own chest. The red light in his eyes had faded, but he seemed trapped in some bizarre state, clawing at his own heart, unable to die, yet unable to wake. The two of them stared at the scene, confusion settling over them. Is this the price of invoking corruption? Li-Bola voiced her question aloud, but Cheng Shi shook his head. He didn't think so. To him, the black-robed man seemed more like he was stuck in a self-perpetuating loop, a glitch, almost. After all, the figure was a puppet. A puppet made of flesh and blood. Cheng Shi carefully reached out and removed the black-robed figure's hood, revealing a scarred, grotesque face. Both Cheng Shi and Li-Bola grimaced at the sight. The scars on his scalp were like the ritualistic self-mutilation of a devout ascetic. They were jarring to behold. Decay? No, Cheng Shi shook his head again. It's an obsession. A flesh puppet can't act entirely according to how it was designed to behave, because its flesh carries an obsession. It will always make moves outside the intended rules. A puppet? He's a puppet. Li-Bola looked at Cheng Shi in shock, wondering if he was making this up. During their battle earlier, she had noticed that the black-robed figure's decisions were oddly decisive, but she hadn't considered the possibility that he wasn't human. Let me reintroduce myself. Cheng Shi, alchemy enthusiast. Cheng Shi wasn't making this up. He had read about this in Ardo's alchemy notes. Turning oneself into a flesh puppet might seem cool, but over time, unexpected bugs would emerge. And obsession was one of those bugs. Puppets, originally human, carried intrinsic obsessions. To achieve their goals, they had to cast aside those obsessions, turning themselves into puppets that only acted according to strict rules. But as time passed and the puppet aged, the rules that governed them loosened, allowing the obsessions from their former lives to resurface and grow increasingly uncontrollable. So, when the right trigger came, if the puppet broke free of the rules and gave in to its obsession, it could end up trapped in a self-destructive loop, unable to wake. This was one of Ardo's theories, which he had developed during his studies at the Tower of Logic. At that time, neither he nor the field of alchemy had figured out how to turn oneself into a puppet. All of this was based on their theory of creation. Now, it seemed that theory had been proven true. Ardo's had returned years later and added to his notes after he figured out how to turn himself into a flesh puppet. He had written about how to break a puppet out of that self-perpetuating loop. The solution? A reset word. Every flesh puppet had a reset word. When they heard this word, their internal rules would temporarily override their obsession, allowing them to function properly again. However, this was only a temporary fix. The obsession would continue to build up, waiting for the next trigger. With this information in mind, an idea began to form in Cheng Shi's mind. He leaned in close to the black-robed man's ear. Li-Bola was startled by his action and quickly grabbed his arm, speaking in a low voice. There's another fight ahead. Think carefully, Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi locked eyes with Li-Bola, his gaze burning with intensity. Then, suddenly, he smiled. Ranger, if you were protecting a secret and didn't know how many more people might come looking for it, would you really choose a suicide attack just to kill the ones in front of you? Li-Bola's eyes flew wide open, staring at Cheng Shi in shock as if a revelation had hit her. You're saying. You figured it out, right? If you die, won't the secret be left out in the open for anyone to discover? If that's the case, what's the point of guarding it for so long? So, a self-destructive attack surely isn't meant to deal with the immediate threat. It's highly likely it's to protect the final secret. A manic grin spread across Cheng Shi's face. Who says the secret has to be behind that door? Why can't the secret be on the Guardian himself? Or, even better, why can't the secret be the Guardian? Li-Bola stared at Cheng Shi for a long while, her expression torn with indecision. Finally, after seemingly making up her mind, she spoke. We've been through life and death together. I don't want to doubt you, but Cheng Shi, are you really not hiding something from me? How do you know so much? How did you know that he's a puppet and about all these details? Cheng Shi was caught off guard. At a moment like this, when I've just pieced together such a brilliant and dazzling clue, you, my most trusted teammate, don't even praise me? Instead, you start doubting me? Do I really look that much like a villain? But, if you must ask, I can only say that it's all fate's doing. It just so happened that in a previous trial, I found something related to this one. But how do I explain that? Coincidence? Maybe, maybe not. Cheng Shi realized something, but he didn't want to dwell on it too much. He preferred to believe that his future was something he carved out himself, not something driven by predetermined fate. So, after a moment of thought, he decided to be a bit more straightforward. Is it possible? Just a hypothetical, okay? Is it possible that I'm just a tiny bit smarter than you? He pinched his fingers together, indicating the tiniest amount. Libola, seeing his playful gesture, couldn't help but let out a snort of laughter. Though it doesn't exactly align with my instincts about people. Fine, I'll trust you this once. Cheng Shi, don't disappoint me. Kidding me? Cheng Shi never lies. With that, Cheng Shi bent down again and whispered a name into the black-robed figure's ear. Zhang, the leader of Alchemical Creations Department, the great scholar from the Tower of Logic, the once-in-a-lifetime genius of creation. Could this be the reset word that would unlock the answer? Cheng Shi called out the name, glancing at the puppet. And then, nothing happened. Not even a fart. The grin on Cheng Shi's face froze. The hopeful, admiring glint in Libola's eyes dimmed as she blinked in confusion. Ha ha ha. This is just a minor blip, totally unexpected. Cheng Shi quickly rubbed his face, forcing a confident smile as he mentally pumped himself up. No worries, I was just simplifying things. The next one will definitely work. So, he leaned in again and tried. Ardos. Alchemy. Wait, no, alchemy school. The Tower of Logic. Truth. Open sesame. I give up. Let the world burn. Coo 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 coo. It sounded like someone was struggling to hold back their laughter. Cheng Shi whipped his head around in fury and immediately spotted a face flushed red from suppressing laughter. Libola, with a tiny hand of wind pinching her back, was struggling to keep a straight face. She tried her best to look serious, even offering a small encouragement. Try again. Thanks. That really cuckoo got to me. Cheng Shi forced a crooked smile, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation. Slumping to the ground in defeat, he muttered, just laugh already. Ha ha ha. Today, the wind was annoyingly noisy. And my silence was deafening. Excerpt from the Clown's Recollections. Libola stood at the door to the room's far end, bow drawn, arrow knocked, and solemnly asked, Are you ready? Cheng Shi's smile was strained, but he nodded anyway. The ranger sensed his resolve before reminding him. We don't know what's behind this door, nor what traps the bard and warrior might have laid. You must stay close to me. If things get dangerous, forget about the key. Your own survival comes first. The key she referred to was, of course, the black-robed puppet that Cheng Shi had been dragging along. After several unsuccessful attempts to break the puppet out of his self-contradiction loop, Cheng Shi had finally given up. He and the ranger had decided that it was time to stop wasting time and continue forward. Since the trial's fate node hadn't yet revealed itself, it meant that Qin Chaoga and Ji Ran, who had entered earlier, also hadn't found the answer yet. There was still hope. This also meant that even if the black-robed man wasn't the answer, he might still be the key to finding it. Cheng Shi was confident in his theory. Libola, unable to argue against his persistence, reluctantly agreed to carry the key forward. Let's go. As soon as Cheng Shi gave the word, Libola kicked open the door, firing 2 wind arrows in rapid succession. They flew too fast for the eye to follow as they whistled into the room. The wind howled, but the arrows hit nothing. The room was empty. No, perhaps it was more accurate to say that this door didn't lead to a room after all. Behind the door lay the void. The chapel they were standing in seemed like a buffer zone between reality and the void, a liminal space bridging the 2 realms. When Libola realized that the door led directly into the void, her expression darkened. Fighting a fate follower who had already entered the void ahead of them was never a favorable scenario. Cheng Shi, on the other hand, perked up as soon as he saw the void, regaining some of his energy. I knew it. There's no way a gambler loses every time, and no way a child cries every day. Full circle, and I'm back on familiar ground. He patted Libola on the shoulder, signaling her to stay calm, and then, dragging the heavy key, he stepped through the door. Once again, Cheng Shi's vision darkened and his consciousness began to blur. This time, entering the void felt different from any of the previous times. He could distinctly feel himself pressing against a transparent membrane, like a barrier separating existence from the void, keeping reality out. Cheng Shi fell through this barrier for what seemed like an eternity, like drowning with no way to fight against it. The oppressive weight and suffocating blindness gnawed at him, and an unfamiliar sense of panic welled up inside him. Am I dying again? His head began to throb. His normally calm mind felt like a meteor had crashed into it, boiling his thoughts in chaos. Memories began to flash before him, one after another, as images from the past bubbled up from the depths of his consciousness. Lonely days in the orphanage, the struggles of being adopted, the old man's joy when he got into university, the old man's pride when he found a job. As the timeline drew closer, the memories became sharper, the details more vivid. Especially the recent trials, they all replayed in his mind, every scene, every moment, as if he were living through it all over again. The longer the flashbacks continued, the more Cheng Shi felt like he was truly reliving his life. That crushing exhaustion of surviving and the looming fear of failing to make it filled his entire body, leaving him utterly disoriented. Why did I come here? He began to doubt himself. Was his life really flashing before his eyes? Was he going to die this time for real? In his previous deaths, he had never had the chance to reflect on his life. So it's true that when you're about to die, you see your past. You remember everything. Old man, did you ever think that I'd be seeing you again under these circumstances? I guess I'm going to disappoint you. I hate this. Dying like this. The fall continued, and the memories seemed to freeze. Just then, a voice called out from the far reaches of the void. Come over here, I'm waiting. The voice pierced through the void, through the barrier, through everything, and reached his ears. Like a thunderclap, it jolted Cheng Shi's fading consciousness. He snapped his eyes open, and suddenly, an immense strength surged through his body. In an instant, he broke free from the sticky, suffocating state. The countless bubbles of memories burst and vanished into the depths of his mind. He glanced around, spotting the path toward the voice, and with all his might, he swam toward it. The barrier that had seemed impenetrable now felt as fragile as paper. With a single burst of effort, Cheng Shi broke through it and fell back into the void. And now his feet were truly planted in the void. An endless expanse of black, vast, and limitless. Cheng Shi's eyes reflected both the relief of surviving and the dread of impending trouble. He stared at the familiar figure in front of him, the person who had just saved him, his face growing darker with every passing moment. Surprised? You shouldn't be here. You're not welcoming me? Should I? You should. I don't. Cheng Shi stared at the person in front of him for a long moment, his intense expression slowly easing only when the other person shrugged, rubbed his nose, and smiled wryly. Shaking his head, Cheng Shi let out a bitter laugh. You look exhausted. Seems like the road ahead isn't an easy one. The visitor smiled warmly. That's my road, not yours. The scattered state of existence, huh? Not bad. So, which version of me are you, exactly? Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi's eyes burned with curiosity as he scrutinized the figure before him. And indeed, standing in front of him was none other than Cheng Shi. Another Cheng Shi. A Cheng Shi from who knows when or where. This version of Cheng Shi looked about 90% identical to the current one, but the differences were stark in their own way. His face was more weathered, and his presence more ethereal. Time had etched deep lines into his skin, each groove carrying the weight of struggles that most could never comprehend. A horrifying scar ran from his collarbone to behind his ear, like a grotesque centipede writhing across his neck. His left shoulder sagged slightly, the once perfect symmetry of his outfit ruined, leaving it wrinkled and uneven. His right hand trembled uncontrollably, and his leg seemed to drag a bit. His entire body was riddled with imperfections, except for one thing. His eyes. Those eyes, despite everything, were still bright. At this moment, those eyes, which could have been filled with lies, mockery, and sarcasm, were instead brimming with sincerity, nostalgia, memories, and tranquility. He looked at Cheng Shi and smiled radiantly. If you really must ask, I'm afraid I can't answer. Because I don't know where I'm from either. Maybe I'm your past, or maybe I'm your future. You know how it goes. It all depends on how they define it. Cheng Shi's gaze sharpened. They sent you. No. They no longer pay attention to me. I came here on my own. What do you mean? They don't care about you anymore. What do you mean you came on your own? How did you come here? Did you shut off memory, or did you cut off time? Seeing Cheng Shi's confusion, the other Cheng Shi laughed heartily. Don't think I'm that powerful. While I've built up enough courage to face them, they are still them, and I am not. I simply saw a gap in memory's archives, and I decided to jump in and take a look. Turns out, I found you. Haha, so it was you who caused that gap in the first place. How amusing, so amusing. Have you come across something interesting recently? Tell me all about it. I could use a good laugh. Watching his other self laugh until tears streamed down his face, Cheng Shi's own expression darkened. You came here just to laugh at me? That wasn't the plan, but it is now. Ha ha, you're just like them. That's a low blow. You should only ask why if I weren't like them. Fair enough. The two Cheng Shis suddenly locked eyes and, as if a switch had been flipped, burst into fits of laughter simultaneously. The shared resonance of being the same soul, now amplified to an extreme, created a moment of perfect harmony between them. Who knew if they were laughing through the hardships or simply being carefree? One laughed so hard he pounded the ground, while the other laughed till his voice cracked. The laughter lasted for a long time until finally, worn out, they both began to settle down. Cheng Shi's initial confusion started to fade, and he began to get a clearer sense of the other version's intentions. He wasn't here to help, nor was he here to push him forward, or even to obstruct him. It seemed that he had merely stumbled upon some amusement and, upon further exploration, discovered that this source of amusement was his past self. No matter how they defined things, this Cheng Shi standing before him was unmistakably himself from the distant reaches of the timeline. How fascinating. Meeting his future self. Shaking his head with a soft laugh, Cheng Shi relaxed and plopped onto the ground, or rather, onto the void itself. The other Cheng Shi watched him with a look of interest, his eyes full of nostalgia. Does it hurt? Cheng Shi asked, glancing at the older Cheng Shi. HM? You mean this? The older Cheng Shi touched the terrifying scar on his neck and chuckled. There was something mischievous in his laugh. Got it from fighting a poison master. Not sure if you've met her yet, but trust me, it's better if you don't. Cheng Shi stared at his older self for a while before sighing in exasperation. Tell the truth already. Sigh, you're no fun at all. You've got to learn to find humor in tough times. Fine, fine. Don't glare. It's fake. I had it tattooed. What do you think? Doesn't it make me look intimidating? You should get one too. It would save you a lot of trouble at the start of every trial. I knew it. When Cheng Shi first saw that playful glint in his future self's eyes, he knew the guy would start spouting nonsense. Despite the fact that the master of deception innate trait would be disabled when they met, making everything his future self said seem true. Seeing through himself wasn't that hard, after all. You didn't dress yourself up like this just to get me to feel sorry for you, did you? Come on, it's just this one scar. And your shoulder? Herobus tore out my shoulder bones during the second council of the gods. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow. Here we go. This was the inevitable moment where the future self couldn't help but leak some information. Even though his thoughts remained the same, he didn't want to interfere too much with his past self. He still couldn't resist letting a few things slip. It wasn't about anything else. It was just someone who had walked a rough path, feeling compassion for his past self and not wanting him to tread through the same mud again. Cheng Shi listened quietly, not asking any more questions. Herobus is the emissary of annihilation. Avoid him if you can. This one, the older Cheng Shi pointed to his side, towards a fist-sized scar near his ribs, was from Chen Xian. He's not a bad guy, but his fate is cursed. Avoid him as well. And here, you should know about this one, it's from the Ring of Death's amusement. I haven't been able to hold a drink without spilling it in ages. That's what happens when you rely on it too much. Keep it in mind. And this, he pointed to his leg, Galiosha crushed my leg. I tore off her arm and rebuilt a new one, but unfortunately, it didn't quite match. Although I've heard that being lame is a trend for powerful people, it adds to the mystique, doesn't it? She's a madwoman, the hand behind the fall of the Tower of Logic. Remember, stay far away from her. The older Cheng Shi kept talking, and with every name he mentioned, his face grew darker. By the end, a palpable killing intent radiated from his eyes, pouring out like a flood and swirling through the void. The oppressive aura made everything around him feel as though it had come to a standstill. Even Cheng Shi himself was caught in the grip of the murderous aura, cold sweat running down his back, his face turning pale. But after a few moments, the older Cheng Shi realized what he was doing. He smiled self-deprecatingly and reined in his terrifying presence. Apologies. Reflex action. As time marches on, we face all sorts of tragedies. I may have ventured further than most, but I'm still just an actor in this tragic play. And as long as the performance isn't over, I still want to give it one last try. Sigh. But what's the point of talking about all this? It's boring. The older Cheng Shi's grim expression abruptly vanished, and he smiled again as he looked at Cheng Shi. Now, how about you? I'm curious. How did you manage to open that gap? Cheng Shi's mind was swirling with the flood of information he had just received. After a long pause, he finally spoke. That gap wasn't opened by me. It was. He was about to say memory, but suddenly felt like that wasn't worth mentioning, especially since the older Cheng Shi had jumped out of memory's archives. So, he changed his answer and spoke a name. Suyita. And who's that? Cheng Shi now knew for certain. This older version wasn't from the same timeline as his potential future. As for which future this Cheng Shi came from, who cares? He's a master of trickery, one who has never been noticed by them. Oh. The older Cheng Shi's tone shifted to something more contemplative, and, for once, he didn't offer up any snarky remarks. Silence fell between them. Cheng Shi pursed his lips, feeling like an idiot. He had such a golden opportunity to ask for help, and instead, he was wasting time with small talk. What was wrong with him? Setting aside the chaotic flood of thoughts in his mind, he decided to ask seriously. The ranger I came with. Is she still alive? Your little girlfriend? TSK, people aligned with time aren't exactly the best choice. No worries. Choices are temporary. I'll switch things up soon enough. Tisk, false words, but true logic. The older Cheng Shi laughed heartily and pointed in a random direction within the void. They're alive. Everyone who stepped into this place is alive. They just bumped into me and got trapped in my pocket of false memories. Cheng Shi finally understood. So, it wasn't that the void here was inherently dangerous. Danger had just happened to arrive here. Facing the older version of himself was indeed a danger, a fatal one, at least for the current players. So, this really is the void. Of course. If it wasn't the void, how could I have come back? Indeed, even the powerful future version of Suyita and his future self had to traverse through the void to travel back. This confirmed Cheng Shi's suspicions. The void was both his home ground and a cradle of danger. Because you never know whose home ground it might also be. In that case, enlighten me. What secret is hidden beneath this void? Don't overly rely on external help. This is the guiding principle of our lonely path. You don't count as external help. I didn't ask for you to come, and since you're already here, why not share some wisdom? Let's chat. Haha, now I finally see a bit of myself in you. Looking at that furrowed brow of yours, I'd have thought you were completely cornered. All right, I get it. You've had it rough. But what does that have to do with me? Ears are clean. Now spill it. The older Cheng Shi laughed so hard he almost doubled over. It wasn't until Cheng Shi urged him for the third time that he finally spoke, throwing it back. Why don't you tell me how you see it first? Oh great, a test. How ridiculous. Cheng Shi felt like he was back in school, having the teacher constantly breathe down his neck. It's not like this guy isn't me. How could my future self be bullying me like this? Slightly annoyed, Cheng Shi pouted, but then began organizing his thoughts. The situation in Far Dusk Town isn't that complicated. That puppet is the key figure controlling everything. He's spreading faith, bringing in travelers, managing the population, turning the town into a slaughterhouse, and meticulously maintaining the accuracy of the so-called parable. He's been doing this for a long time, way too long for it to just be about enjoying the killings. So, I believe there's a deeper purpose. This idea came to me after observing Hu Xian. It's possible that he, like Hu Xian, is trying to seize authority. But instead of Eternal Sun, his target is Bloody Moon. By carrying out countless killings over many years, he's slowly trying to understand its will, to get closer to it, become it, and ultimately replace it. That's how I think the process works, but there are still many things I don't understand. For one, if it's simply about killing, why does he need to manage the town's population so precisely? And if travelers can bring children to the town, Why does he have to switch people around so often? Why not just keep one group as breeding stock? Also, both Eternal Sun and Bloody Moon are incomplete versions of the gods. But how did their authorities end up here? And why wouldn't they retrieve their lost authorities? I can understand someone turning themselves into a puppet to follow strict rules so they don't change over time. But can a puppet truly steal authority? Or is it possible that he's trying to return to being human this way? Or maybe he doesn't need to become human again. Perhaps he's aiming to directly become a god? One last question. Fate never speaks in vain. I still don't understand what this clinging refers to. From the perspective of the town's residents, it could mean their faith in Eternal Sun is actually a form of clinging to birth, but that feels weak, like it's not the real answer. As Cheng Shi spoke, he kept thinking, but no matter how much he racked his brain, he couldn't connect all the dots. Finally, he looked up and asked, "If you hadn't come, what would I have seen if I walked in here? Or, to put it another way, what is this void hiding? Is whatever's here, or whoever's here, going to answer all my questions?" The older Cheng Shi gazed at his younger self with amusement and admiration, his eyes filled with something like pride. He smiled and answered, "Yes and no." Cheng Shi blinked, confused. "What do you mean yes and no?" "Don't worry, you'll understand once you see it." With a casual wave of his hand, the older Cheng Shi conjured a memory, its imagery swirling with the essence of the void, and projected it in front of them. Cheng Shi felt a sense of déjà vu as the scene unfolded. He frowned and focused on the image. The memory's perspective was that of a child born in an unnamed town. But Cheng Shi knew this was Fardusk Town. The boy was born into a happy family, with a strong father, a gentle mother, a doting sister, and a protective older brother. In such an environment, the boy experienced a childhood far better than Cheng Shi's own. Seeing this, Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Back then, it seemed that Fardusk Town still had a normal birth rate. As the boy grew older, Fardusk Town flourished day by day. Until one day, a massive sun rose in the sky, replacing the original sun. The town's residents noticed it and began to panic, unsure if this massive sun signaled fortune or disaster for their town. So they prayed, everyone prayed together, pleading for the giant sun to bring blessings, not calamity. And their prayers seemed to work. The giant sun did not bring disaster, but instead bestowed strong bodies, beautiful appearances, and an unrestrained ability to procreate. At that moment, the god granted the town his blessing. The residents, overjoyed at being noticed by the god, wholeheartedly embraced the will to reproduce. What followed was a period of chaos, where both reason and morality completely collapsed. After enduring that shameful era, the population of the once small town, which had only numbered in the hundreds, swelled to tens of thousands. The boy in the memory also grew up and became the father and mother of dozens of children. And by then, the so-called disaster that the residents had long forgotten finally arrived. One night, a blood moon rose, replacing the once gentle moon that had illuminated the town's nights. Every resident who looked upon the moon was overtaken by an uncontrollable terror, gripped by a bloodlust that drove them to kill their loved ones while fearing they too would be killed. And so, in the chaos, a massacre began. In all of Fardusk Town's history, there had never been a night as lively as that one. Tens of thousands of people flooded the streets, tens of thousands of people raised their weapons, and tens of thousands of people were slaughtered. In just one night, the town's population was reduced to a mere fraction of what it had been. When the sun rose the next morning, those who had survived stared in horror at the mountains of corpses. The boy, victorious in this carnival of killing, collapsed atop the bodies of his family and wailed in despair. The survivors either fled or scattered, leaving only the broken souls who still loved and longed for their town. They stayed behind, waiting for the second night and its final release. In their grief and fear, they chose not to resist. However, on that second night, though the blood moon rose, the survivors were not corrupted. Listlessly, they stared up at the red moon, wishing for death, wishing to join their family and friends. But that night, the blood moon spared them. The survivors wept, believing they had been redeemed. And so, they buried the bodies, cleaned the streets, held funerals, and resumed their lives. The sun's blessing was still effective. They remained vibrant, and as long as they embraced reproduction, the town could quickly prosper again. The seeds of hope were planted in everyone's hearts, and indeed, that's what happened. Many years later, the town's population swelled once more. Everyone assumed the blood moon was just a one-time event, that it would no longer punish them. But then, one night, the slaughter began again. History repeated itself over and over in an endless cycle. Far Dusk Town faced extinction after extinction, each time followed by a rebirth. Coincidentally, every time the town was nearly wiped out, that boy was the luckiest survivor. After several cycles, the keen-eyed residents finally uncovered the secret of the sun and the blood moon. Once the population exceeded a certain threshold, the blood moon's corruption would descend. So, to prevent the town from being wiped out, the population had to be controlled. But after generations of worship, the residents couldn't live without the blessing of the sun. No one wanted to leave the town, and no one wanted to give up their strong bodies and beautiful appearances. Yet if things continued like this, Far Dusk Town would face endless pain. The keen-eyed residents didn't want everyone to suffer repeatedly, so the divine punishment plan was born. They named the giant sun and the blood moon, gathered the sun's followers to form a church, and selected a divine envoy. And during each year when the population swelled, the residents would stage a man-made divine punishment, using various methods to kill the chosen residents. The next day, the divine envoy would declare that Eternal Sun had punished the blasphemers. And that boy became the first divine envoy. On the first night of the divine punishment, he personally killed the only friend who had survived several extinctions with him. With tears in his eyes, he plunged a dagger into his friend's chest. His friend grasped his hand tightly, full of gratitude. "We must ensure the town continues. This is everything we have. This is our paradise. Glacier, I'm a coward. I'm terrified of going through another disaster. I'm truly scared. You've freed me at last. Thank you, and please, keep it safe." With those final words, his friend passed away, and the divine envoy collapsed onto his body, crying in utter despair. Just as he had when the first extinction struck, the same helplessness, the same confusion. "Goodbye, Shilinji. I will. Keep it safe." This was undoubtedly a melodramatic story. The killer lurking in the shadow of the blood moon wasn't a killer at all, but a guardian. This reversal of roles caught Cheng Shi off guard. But suddenly, he understood what the trial's title, Who Deserves Redemption, was pointing toward. Between the townspeople, both victims and those being guarded, and the divine envoy, who was both a murderer and a guardian, the trial asked him to choose who should be redeemed. This agonizing dilemma perfectly aligned with fate's twisted cruelty. Fate, both a source of suffering and a dark joke. Yet something about this story didn't quite align with Cheng Shi's understanding of Far Dusk Town. While the issue of population control was explained, many questions remained unanswered. For example, what happened to the travelers? Patience, there's more to see. Cheng Shi furrowed his brows, his gaze returning to the memory unfolding before him. The divine decree that blasphemers would be punished soon spread throughout Far Dusk Town. Since divine punishment only occurred at night, the town's nights became eerily quiet from that day on. Once night fell, everyone would stay indoors, in well-lit spaces, to avoid losing the protection of Eternal Sun and becoming tainted by Bloody Moon. At this point, the townspeople had come to understand divine punishment as his anger and his withdrawal of protection. From then on, the town entered a brief period of peace, albeit under the shadow of terror. However, fate has a way of tormenting those who seem to live honest, simple lives. On yet another seemingly ordinary night, when the blood moon rose again, a curse befell the town. After that night, none of the townspeople could reproduce with each other. This curse was unbreakable, and not even the divine envoy could find a solution. But around this time, a traveler from far away accidentally stumbled into Far Dusk Town, a place that had long seen no newcomers. He was a bard. The bard wandered through the town, seeking inspiration, writing ballads that would later be passed down through generations. He also fell in love with a local girl. It seemed like an insignificant affair, but one night, using a mysterious ritual he had learned on his travels, the bard managed to make the girl pregnant. And so, he became Far Dusk Town's greatest savior. The divine envoy met with him, promising him riches beyond his imagination, if only he would stay in the town for a while longer. At first, the bard was happy and agreed. But as time passed, he realized that the mysterious gifting ritual was draining his soul and sapping his life. He grew weak, powerless, terrified. And so, one night under the blood moon, he risked everything and fled. Whether he escaped or not, no one knows. The townspeople only know that after that night, a complete gifting ritual was established in the town. Not only that, but travelers began arriving in Far Dusk Town with increasing frequency after that, leading to the developments Cheng Shi had witnessed, culminating in the town's current state. The blessings of Eternal Sun remained, and the curse of Bloody Moon persisted. Under the web of faith and fear woven by the Divine Envoy, Far Dusk Town continued, year after year. No one could live to old age, but no one faced disaster again either. Outsiders couldn't say whether the townspeople were happy or miserable, but one thing was clear, they were still alive. And they lived longer than their ancestors. Here, the memory ended, the fuzzy image dissolving back into the void. Cheng Shi furrowed his brows, organizing his thoughts in the wake of everything he'd seen. That memory. The older Cheng Shi suddenly appeared, dragging the black-robed figure by the collar, laughing as he spoke. When you brought him here, you unlocked that memory. And this will be your final stop for the Fate's judgment. The meaning is clear. Who deserves salvation, the townspeople or the Divine Envoy? It's a choice between the two. No. Before the older Cheng Shi could finish, Cheng Shi shook his head vehemently. No, that's wrong. You're saying he's still the first Divine Envoy? No, he's not alive because of Eternal Sun's blessing. He's alive because he turned himself into a puppet. He turned himself into a puppet. That's why his lifespan is so unnaturally long. And mastering this kind of technique could only come from the Tower of Logic's Alchemical Creations Department, not some Divine Envoy of Far Dusk Town. But what does Far Dusk Town have to do with alchemical creations? Also, the authority of Eternal Sun is an incomplete version of birth, not an incomplete version of prosperity. His blessings wouldn't grant someone extended life. How did the sun and moon come to be here? What does clinging mean? Why do their authorities resemble the ones we know? And why does the blood moon's curse descend so irregularly? These are still unanswered. While fate may be nauseating, it never gives you a half-baked problem just to annoy you. He meticulously designs all the details, and when you finally realize you can't change fate, he jumps out and mocks you. The memory itself is too crude to be his work. Cheng Shi's thorough analysis left the older Cheng Shi momentarily stunned. His expression became unusually strange, and a look of genuine admiration appeared in his eyes. You really dare say anything, don't you? Cheng Shi was a bit surprised by his reaction but nodded. Just telling it like it is. The older Cheng Shi laughed, truly amused. Haha, of course, you or me. Indeed, if you stop here, it won't just be you who stops, it will be everyone. He has indeed hidden the answer in the void. But it's not the void you think. It's the true nothingness. As he spoke, the older Cheng Shi raised his hand and swiped across the void above them. His hand was like an eraser, wiping away the inky blackness of the void to reveal the image that had been hidden beneath the dark canvas. As his hand moved, a dazzling, almost unreal starry sky slowly emerged before Cheng Shi's eyes. And within that starry sky, shimmering with void-like stars, a blindingly bright sun and a blood-red moon gleamed menacingly, casting their light over every corner of the universe. Cheng Shi took just one glance and immediately felt his scalp go numb. A deep, primal fear surged from the base of his spine to the top of his head, leaving him paralyzed with dread. But it wasn't the sight of Eternal Sun, or Bloody Moon, directly that filled him with terror. No. The terrifying truth was, those colossal celestial bodies representing incomplete versions of the authorities of birth and corruption were merely a pair of eyes. In the starry void above, a massive corpse floated upside down, its body bound by starlight, its feet shackled by black holes. And in the gaping eye sockets of that decaying corpse, two glowing orbs stared out, one the glaring sun, the other the blood-red moon. The corpse was titanic, towering beyond comprehension. Even if all the stars of the void were to gather together, they wouldn't compare to even one of its bones in size. It had long since decayed, its rotting skin barely clinging to its bones, and the cracks in its bone structure spread like a world-ending spiderweb across the entire cosmos. Such a monstrous entity loomed before them, and Cheng Shi and the others stood motionless, nestled in the grasp of its hanging, skeletal hand, watching as it watched them. No, it was still moving. Though its body had long since decayed, its eyelids were still moving. Cheng Shi saw it. The right eye slowly closed, while the left eye gradually opened, the sun vanishing into the void as the blood moon ascended in the sky. And so, far dusk town's night had fallen. Nothingness is not something tangible. The nothingness that the older Cheng Shi spoke of was still part of the void, just a deeper layer hidden beneath the surface of the visible void. Few had ever laid eyes upon this place, nor even knew of its existence. At least, Cheng Shi hadn't. And now he was utterly stunned. This is, the stellar dagger. The older Cheng Shi had fully torn away the disguise of the void, bringing Cheng Shi face to face with the enormous corpse. Cheng Shi stood frozen, eyes wide open, gazing at the terrifyingly close, bloody moon, feeling the overwhelming divine power of slaughter that radiated from it. He dared not move an inch. What is the stellar dagger? It's a bit complicated to explain. But I'm sure if I say one name, you'll immediately figure out what it is. The older Cheng Shi smiled meaningfully, watching Cheng Shi's astonished expression for a moment before slowly uttering a name. Zangir. Buzz. Cheng Shi's mind exploded. His first reaction was, of course, that makes sense. His second reaction was, how is this possible? He remembered that strange rumor Gao Yu had once told him. There's no official record of it. However, there are rumors. It said that Zangir had initiated an experiment called the creation of a flesh god. He allegedly stole truth, divinity from the Council of Scholars and tried to combine it with alchemical puppet techniques to create an entirely new god. Cheng Shi was completely dumbfounded, unable to wrap his mind around it. This is his creation? This is the remains of a god. His voice shot up several octaves in disbelief, echoing through the starry void. But didn't he steal the divine essence of truth? How did this turn into birth and corruption? Didn't he succeed? How did his creation end up dead? Does this mean this is a dead new god? The older Cheng Shi shot Cheng Shi a disdainful glance, his expression one of mild disgust. Who told you he stole the divine essence of truth? The essence of truth only manifests during the Council of Scholars meetings in response to prayers. If Zangir could have stolen it, he might as well have done what Galyusha did and wiped out the entire Tower of Logic from the inside. Stop wasting time on rumors. You'd be better off reading a couple of adult magazines. Really? Is this the time for that? Cheng Shi's mind was already overwhelmed, but his eyes sparkled with a hunger for knowledge as he stared intently at the older Cheng Shi. Seeing his eager expression, the older Cheng Shi chuckled. You look just like I did when I first learned about all of this. This part of history is fascinating. I had to pry it out of someone in the history school. It's one of those top-secret, classified events that might never be officially disclosed. Zangir was a once-in-a-generation genius who elevated alchemical creations to the pinnacle of the Tower of Logic's academic departments. He was even on track to secure a seat on the Council of Scholars. And that wasn't just because of his unmatched expertise. It was because he proposed an idea to the council. A crazy, bold, and utterly blasphemous idea. He wanted to create a god. And he had already found a method. Cheng Shi instinctively blurted out, what method? By harnessing divine essence. You have to understand, ever since the civilizations of the Land of Hope discovered the existence of the gods, becoming a god has been the ultimate goal of all life for thousands of years. The Tower of Logic's rise only further fueled this ambition. In the mind of the average mortal, the key to becoming a god was to absorb divine essence. But here's the problem. By its very nature, divine essence cannot be absorbed by mortals. For centuries, humanity has exhausted itself trying to collect and preserve divine essence, so much so that even using it properly is hard enough, let alone absorbing it. It's not that they didn't try. Every experiment they conducted only allowed mortals to wield divine essence more effectively, but they never found a way to absorb it. During that era, a theory emerged from within the Tower of Logic that there was already a god on the preordained path to godhood, and he would not allow any mortal to claim his authority. This made it seem as though the path to godhood was blocked. Without the ability to absorb divine essence, there was no other way forward. There were countless fragments of scattered divine essence, but only the gods knew how to piece them together. But how could one even begin to piece them together without first becoming a god? Thus, these dreams of godhood led to a dead end. The ladder to ascension was broken by a paradox. At this time, with no progress being made in theology, society became restless and people grew uneasy. You probably know what happened next. War began to brew. But the reason civilization advances is that some people never give up on exploration. Zhang Yi was one of those people. A mind like his worked in ways entirely different from that of ordinary mortals. He came up with a method that could turn the situation on its head, allowing him to absorb, or rather, capture, the god's authority. The older Cheng Shi's expression had become a bit more animated as he spoke, and with a snap of his fingers, he conjured two glowing orbs at his fingertips. One white, one black. He slowly brought his hands together, and as the orbs grew closer, they began to pull at each other, the tension between them mounting until they started to unravel and dissolve. In the end, both orbs vanished into nothingness. Cheng Shi watched the display intently, waiting for the follow-up explanation. Did you see that? When opposing divine essences recognize each other's presence, their instinct is to seize each other's authority. But in the process, since neither can overpower the other, the divine essence is torn apart and dissipates. The Tower of Logic has conducted countless studies on this phenomenon. In fact, they even went so far as to collect every divine essence puzzle piece they could find, reconstructing a false, incomplete version of a god. And it was from these experiments that Zhang Yi got his inspiration. He came up with an idea so absurd, yet so brilliant, that it bordered on genius. He wanted to join the fray as a thieving opportunist. He planned to step in while the opposing forces of divine essence were battling each other for authority and capture the remnants of divine essence that were about to dissipate, then pour them all into himself. Since these fragments of authority were torn away by the opposing gods, they had no mortal touch. Therefore, the god would believe that the authority had been lost. Thus, the god would relinquish ownership of these pieces of authority. And at that moment, the opposing god wouldn't have claimed them either. So as long as he could find that perfect moment during the tug-of-war for authority and seize the unclaimed divine essence, wouldn't it be possible to absorb it without any of the gods rejecting him? Of course, real gods are omniscient and omnipotent. There's no way a mere mortal could slip through the cracks during their divine battle. But what about false gods? Those divine essence puzzles pieced together by the Tower of Logic, they aren't quite omniscient or omnipotent, are they? At least part of that divine essence has already been lost from the real gods. And so, a thief who could steal the gods' authority was born. As the older Cheng Shi recounted this hidden piece of history, Cheng Shi's head buzzed the entire time. He listened intently to this secretive history, one rarely known to the outside world, but every time Zhang Yi's madness was revealed, Cheng Shi felt a sharp shock in his mind. By this point, he had begun to suspect what was coming, but he couldn't be sure. No one could. This insane plan to steal fragments of divine essence from the gods during their battle, it was almost suicidal. But was Zhang Yi afraid of death? Maybe not. Perhaps, to these mad scholars, failure to complete an experiment was worse than death. Have you figured it out yet? That's right. What you see before you is Zhang Yi's experiment, the Great God Thief Experiment. He presented the idea to the Council of Scholars, but it was so insane that none of the members dared to approve such an absurd yet plausible experiment. In the end, Zhang Yi gave up his seat on the council, allowing the Tower of Logic to save face. Only then did the council members reluctantly approve the use of all available resources to fund Zhang Yi's God Thief experiment. They selected the most stable divine essence, birth, and the most inert essence, corruption, as their targets, creating a massive experimental device dubbed the Stellar Dagger. And it stands right before your eyes. Zhang Yi planned to use this Stellar Dagger to cut open the gods' pockets and steal the authority they had hidden away. But the first experiment failed. In the end, a god is still a god. Even if it's a false god, cobbled together from the divine essences of birth and corruption, the sheer power of their mutual conflict is far beyond what any mortal could withstand. So, of course, Zhang Yi's first attempt failed. But he didn't give up. Once again, he came up with an outlandish plan. This plan, absurd, terrifying, and directly challenging the very nature of faith, finally brought him a glimpse of the possibility of absorbing divine essence. And the core of this plan was divert the direct, intense conflict between birth and corruption away, transfer it to the realm of mortal faith. As you know, gods protect their followers. A true god with boundless power wouldn't be burdened by the strength of the faith directed towards them. But a false god? A false god, being incomplete, would weaken when their divine power is pulled and conflicted by faith. At that point, the conflict between the two opposing divine essences would be buffered by this mortal belief. This buffer would create an opening. So, Zhang Yi found a small town near the abyssal volcano, perfectly suited for his experiment, during the civil war at the Tower of Logic. He used the ritual of truth to transport the entire town into the void. Surprised, aren't you? The far dusk town you see now, it's in the void. It doesn't exist in any reality. The ritual of truth has the divine power to create truth. And truth, as you know, is always right. That's why they survived in the void. Then this mad scholar began the first step of his plan in this void-bound town. Establish faith. And so, the giant sun rose in the sky. Eternal sun. Descended. Cheng Shi shuddered violently. Suddenly, everything clicked: the clues, the connections, the mysteries. The worship of sun and moon, the so-called curses, the bard, the divine envoy, all of it was a lie. This was all part of an experiment, and everything they had witnessed was merely a few insignificant steps in this grand scheme. Your expression is quite something, Cheng Shi. Yes, just as you've guessed, all the inconsistencies you've noticed aren't because you missed any clues. It's because those clues lie beyond the world you inhabit. The hand of the experiment manipulates everything, and all you can do is passively accept it. They raise the townspeople like livestock, capture travelers. They make the townspeople worship eternal sun, endlessly reproduce to blunt the sharpness of birth. They let the travelers indulge in pleasures while spreading fear through the divine envoy, thus diffusing the strength of corruption. In this way, Zhang Yi doesn't even need to bother with the direct conflict between the two gods. He just needs to keep the faith scales from tipping too much, making sure there isn't too much worship for birth, nor too little for corruption. No, he's beyond brilliant. He doesn't have to balance anything at all. All he had to do was throw both false gods into the fray, and human survival instincts would ensure the townspeople trapped in the void would balance everything themselves. When their numbers grow too large, slaughter. When they dwindle, they survive. And the great scholar? He reaps the rewards. This poor divine envoy, who's spent his whole life trying, is at best just another variable in the grand experiment. Yes, he is a higher-level variable, a variable that manipulates other variables. Then, once the battle between the divine powers shifted from direct conflict to a battle of faith, the cunning scholars could hide in the shadows and secretly snatch up the splintering. Authority. Madness. Zhang Yi was mad. This was no mere experiment. No, it was a terrifying hoax, an inconceivable plot to deceive both birth and corruption. And the worst part, he had partially succeeded. By this point, Cheng Shi finally understood why the high priest pardoned all the travelers the next day and reset their gifting rites. It was likely because Hu Xian had birthed too many children the night before. And since those children were conceived through the gifting ritual, they were all born as yet-to-be followers of Eternal Sun. Thus, the balance of faith had been tipped. The divine envoy couldn't find Hu Xian, so he resorted to a massive slaughter during the night. When she gave birth to herself, and only to herself, all the unborn followers of Eternal Sun perished. And so, the bloodshed the night before tipped the scales of faith once more. The older Cheng Shi was absolutely right. Zhang Yi didn't need to do anything, because someone else was doing it all for him. And that someone was merely a variable in the grand experiment. Is he? A chilling thought crept into Cheng Shi's mind. This mysterious guide, this suffering divine envoy, this high priest who controlled everything in the town, was he originally part of the town? Or was he a controlled variable sent by the alchemical creations department? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Cheng Shi didn't dare pursue this line of thought any further. What if Zhang Yi's experiment actually succeeded one day? The older Cheng Shi noticed Cheng Shi's thoughts and shook his head with a smile. Success? No, no, no. He failed, again. Huh? Cheng Shi was confused. He looked at the older Cheng Shi and then at the massive, suspended corpse before them, blinking several times in disbelief. You mean, that corpse is the best proof? No one has ever conducted an experiment this insane, which means that no matter how glorious the concept, until it's accomplished, it remains pure fantasy. Zhang, the scholars of the Alchemical Creations Department, even the members of the Council of Scholars, they never imagined that the false god they pieced together from fragments of divine essence would develop the consciousness of a god. Cheng Shi's jaw dropped, his words stammering as he spoke. You're telling me Eternal Sun came to life? Correct. But not now. It's recorded in the Pillar of Birth that when the divine essence coalesced, consciousness was born. When that consciousness grew strong enough to awaken, a new emissary was born. And the name of that emissary was Eternal Sun. However, shortly after its birth, it perished. As for the reason, no one knows. Cheng Shi's mind was completely overwhelmed. He swallowed hard, took a few deep breaths, and then, face pale, said, But neither I nor my teammates have ever heard of such an emissary. Of course. From birth to destruction, it may have only existed for a brief instant. If I hadn't stumbled across the Pillar of Birth, I wouldn't have known either. Cheng Shi's expression shifted slightly. For the first time, he asked the older Cheng Shi a question probing into the unknown. What is the Pillar of Birth? It's a fossil of life that you'll never want to look at twice. When the life forms that worship and believe in birth go extinct, a plaque grows on the pillar. You can think of it as a museum, except that its exhibits are made from the piled-up flesh of those who once worshipped that god. A vivid image formed in his mind. Cheng Shi's face grew increasingly grim, whether it was due to the terrifying image of the pillars of God, or from the realization of the story hidden behind this trial. It was impossible to say. After a long silence, he finally spoke. So, hidden behind this trial is a life, subordinate god, whose birth is uncertain. There's a birth emissary observing us from the void. And above, high in the heavens, the Council of Scholars watches over us. And we know nothing. The older Cheng Shi clapped his hands in affirmation. That's right. If it weren't for me stumbling into all of this by accident, even if you entered the void, the only thing you'd have seen is the divine envoy memory I showed you. The stellar dagger, that's hidden within the void. There's no way you could have found it with your current abilities. So, this is a trial doomed to failure. And by extension, you would have made the wrong decision in this void, causing the experiment to prematurely end. And the consequences of that? Whether it's the Council of Scholars from the Tower of Logic or the Eternal Sun, which is part of this stellar dagger, none of them are beings you could possibly contend with. TSK, turns out they wrote you off in the script. Seems like he doesn't like you very much. Take a lesson from this. Watch your mouth in the future. Cheng Shi's face darkened completely, blacker even than the void around them. He hadn't just hidden the answer in the void, no. He placed the entire trial within the void, and then hid another layer. How could anyone pass a trial like this without outside help? Was he supposed to rely on Hu Xian? Wait, Hu Xian? That's right, if it's so difficult to merge with divine essence, how did she manage to steal part of the authority so effortlessly, just by giving birth? Cheng Shi furrowed his brow and spoke up again. I have a teammate. Before he could finish, the older Cheng Shi already knew where the question was going. The Sage of Life? Yes, exactly. It seems she's merged part of the divine essence of birth. Indeed, she has, the older Cheng Shi replied wistfully. She's a true follower of birth, and, through sheer luck, she managed to steal back a portion of the authority that the Council of Scholars had planned to take. But in contrast to a giant like Zhang, she's far too small. An ant trying to shake a tree, wishful thinking. So she's caught in the tug-of-war over the unconscious divine essence of Zhang. Soon, you may lose another teammate. Hu Xian might die. No, perhaps everyone was meant to die. Because this was a trial designed for death. In a trial where fate never seeks the end of life, they had encountered a situation where death was the only outcome. Who should be redeemed? I think I'm the one who needs redemption the most. If I keep swallowing this crap, I'll cease to exist. Dear Lord, don't you care? Your poor follower is about to be snuffed out. You're sure it wasn't he who sent you back here? Cheng Shi abruptly asked. The older Cheng Shi paused for a moment, realizing which Cheng Shi was referring to. He laughed heartily, but his smile took on a deeper, more enigmatic tone. He didn't answer. Fine. Well, thank you anyway. No, you should thank yourself. Cheng Shi didn't want to waste time trying to solve the older Cheng Shi's riddles anymore. He began organizing his thoughts, preparing for the fate's judgment that was soon to come. In this trial, both Far Dusk Town and the experiment site had one thing in common: there had never been any gods. All there had ever been was humanity, weak and vulnerable, clinging to the gods. The ignorant residents clung to the false gods created to ensure their survival. The mad scholars clung to the divine essence left behind by the gods in their bid for godhood. All the gifting rituals were just steps in the experiment. All the slaughter merely part of the plan. And as for the so-called guardianship, it was likely just a delusion. Because even now, Cheng Shi couldn't be sure whether this mysterious divine envoy was truly the priest who hid in the shadows to preserve the town, or a staff member from the alchemical creations department, sent in to guide the experiment. After all, for the alchemists, understanding was as flexible as anything else they worked with. The divine envoy, the high priest of Far Dusk Town. Who is he really? Cheng Shi asked the question with a conflicted tone, and the older Cheng Shi responded with an equally complex one. I've mastered some memory techniques, and before I pulled you into that pocket of false memories, I took a peek at his. He isn't originally from Far Dusk Town. But he's not a scholar of the Tower of Logic either. Because he arrived in Far Dusk Town when he was still very young. The scholars were his parents. They brought their family into the town under the guise of residents, quietly guiding the townspeople's beliefs. Don't be too shocked, there are actually a lot of people like them. Most are students from the alchemical creations department. They devoted everything to their research. But when the first blood moon rose, his parents died. He discovered their belongings and research notes and resolutely took over his parents' duties. Because the same blood coursing through his veins, the blood of mad scholars. But over the years, his feelings toward the town began to change. His memories of Far Dusk Town grew stronger, while those of his parents, his colleagues, and the Tower of Logic grew fainter and more distant. And so, at some point, his perspective reversed. He suddenly wanted the town to continue. Even though he knew there was no end, he wanted to keep protecting it. Because he had lived his entire life here. That friend of the divine envoy, the one you saw in the memories, Shalinji, was also the son of students from the alchemical creations department. After saying goodbye to his last friend, Glacier used his parents' notes to turn himself into an eternal, unrotting flesh puppet. Cheng Shi looked down at the black-robed man at his feet, at Glacier, who was still trapped in his suicidal logic error, unable to break free. Suddenly, everything made sense. The reason the killer was so obsessed with suicide. It was because he was in so much pain. No matter which side he stood on, his existence was nothing but suffering. He had long wanted to end things, just like his old friend. But no matter what, he couldn't let go of the town where he had been born and spent his entire life. So he turned himself into a puppet and wrote no suicide into his rules. But his obsession still drove him. And so, all the blasphemers ended up committing suicide. As time passed, this obsession grew heavier and heavier. So heavy that it had spiraled out of his control. Now he was trapped in a loophole in his own rules, squeezing his heart, caught between life and death. Cheng Shi sighed deeply. Perhaps the divine envoy was the one most in need of redemption. I have one last question. Since the Council of Scholars agreed to fund Zhang'er's experiment, why did they kill him? The older Cheng Shi snapped out of his moment of reflection, then snorted and let out a hearty laugh. Who told you he's dead? Stop listening to rumors and read more books. Cheng Shi was speechless. Books? I've read enough to know all about breeding pig-beast hybrids. Still, he nodded helplessly, looking to the older Cheng Shi for an answer. With an amused smile, the older Cheng Shi stomped on the ground, right atop the hand of the corpse, and said, "He's right here, isn't he?" Cheng Shi's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the gigantic corpse before him, its eyes the blazing sun and the bloody moon. He was speechless for a long time. He. How could a thief steal anything without diving into the game himself? But after the first strand of consciousness awakened in Eternal Sun, all of Zhang'er's life force was drained. He's not dead, but but not alive either. The doomed hangman. Zhang was given a new name, huh? What about the people from the Tower of Logic? Why didn't they? Cheng Shi trailed off, suddenly realizing the answer. Why would they save him? They could plunder the Stellar Dagger's resources, take over the Alchemical Creations Department's experiments, eliminate Zhang students, and then the Council of Scholars would reclaim full control of the experiment. The experiment had already begun. The methodology was sound, so what difference did it make if Zhang was involved or not? You get it now, don't you? The world is this cruel. And they aren't afraid Zhang will succeed in becoming a god? Do you know when they decided to abandon Zhang? When Eternal Sun awakened, and it seemed like Zhang had failed. Smart. They were observing. If the experiment could continue, they'd take over smoothly. But if something went wrong, the person running the experiment would already be dead. Why would birth come looking for trouble? All quests for truth are sheltered by truth. They never make mistakes until the day civilization collapses. This is the Tower of Logic. This is the Council of Scholars. Now, I'm very curious. What will you choose? The older Cheng Shi stood by with a smile, quietly waiting for Cheng Shi's answer. The Fate's judgment didn't offer preset choices. Once the player believed they had pieced together the threads of fate, the decision point would appear, but it was up to the player to define the choices. It felt like a video game reaching 90% completion, where the player was suddenly presented with branching paths for future events. But instead of given options, you had to fill in the blanks yourself. If the option you submitted aligned with the clues of the trial, it would be validated as a legitimate choice and presented to all players, automatically receiving one vote. However, if your choice didn't match the trial's clues, your vote would fail. You'd lose the right to participate in the decision, and you'd essentially forfeit any points in this round. The option with the most votes would determine the next stage of the trial, and fate would unfold along the path dictated by that choice. History, reality, it didn't matter. In his trial, he had the final say. And not only that, those who failed might suffer a little twist of fate for standing on the wrong side. Seeing Cheng Shi frown, struggling to make a decision, the older Cheng Shi chuckled and shook his head. The innocent, ignorant townspeople being used as experiment subjects. The divine envoy, both the puppeteer behind the scenes and the protector ensuring the town's survival. Zhang, the one who orchestrated all of this, only to fail with the awakening of Eternal Sun and be abandoned by the Council of Scholars. And the Council of Scholars, who helplessly watch from the shadows as their experiment teeters on the brink of collapse. And let's not forget an extra option. The unfortunate travelers, captured by the Tower of Logic, brainwashed by alchemical techniques and thrown into this nightmare. Fate's choices must align with the trial's theme. Since the truth revolves around false gods, the party deserving redemption must be one entangled with these false gods. These 5 options, all of them could be the answer. He smirked. To be honest, you don't need to agonize over this. After all, this is just a trial. Perhaps. It doesn't change anything. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow at that, smirking back. What if it does? You seem awfully invested in what I'll choose. Oh no, not at all. I'm just here to enjoy the show. Knew it. Cheng Shi sighed and asked in return. What do you think I should choose? You shouldn't ask me. I'm just here for the entertainment, not to take responsibility. If nothing changes, what responsibility do you need to bear? Influencing your choice might displease him. Heh, you're me and I'm you. How could I influence myself? So why don't you give me a suggestion that would please him? The older Cheng Shi blinked, momentarily surprised, then said, You really want to know? Cheng Shi meant to nod, but whether it was from standing too long or from thinking too hard, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. His knees buckled, and he nearly toppled off the platform formed by the giant corpse's hands. The older Cheng Shi reacted quickly, grabbing his arm just in time. You're weak. No big deal, probably just after effects from the Sage of Life's resurrection spell. I don't think my body has completely recovered yet. Cheng Shi gripped the older Cheng Shi's arm to steady himself and quickly cast a healing spell on himself. Now, tell me, give me some advice. You've already helped me find the answers. Why stop now? The older Cheng Shi frowned slightly, eyeing Cheng Shi with a hint of suspicion. There's something off about you. This isn't like you, or rather, this isn't like me. Cheng Shi let out a bitter laugh. Even the strongest people get tired sometimes. Normally, I make all the decisions on my own. But for once, I've found something faint, something intangible to lean on. It reminds me of when I used to ask the old man for advice while I was job hunting. Upon hearing this, the older Cheng Shi's expression darkened instantly. But soon after, he smiled again. Being cautious is good, but a bit late. If I were fake, I wouldn't have revealed all these truths to you earlier. The older Cheng Shi paused for a moment, then added, the old man never gave me advice when I was job hunting. I found the job myself. I only told him after I'd already secured it. What you should remember is not some vague advice, but the smile on his face when he found out you had a job. After all this information overload, you still kept your guard up. I'm impressed. The older Cheng Shi shook his head with a smile, as if recalling his own sly past. Cheng Shi chuckled along. I just thought everything was going too smoothly. It felt strange, so I'm sorry, it was instinct. No need to apologize. I'd be disappointed if you hadn't tested me. Alright then, stop with this serious face. I'm you and you're me. Now give me some advice, useful advice. Our principle is that we must never. Cheng Shi cut him off, staring into his eyes, emphasizing each word seriously, just this once. The older Cheng Shi smiled. You're smarter than I was. More flexible too. Fine, since you insist, here's my advice. Zangir. Cheng Shi's pupils contracted, his brow furrowing in disbelief as he repeated the name. Zangir. That's right. Redeem him, and perhaps he can escape his state of life force depletion and regain control of the experiment. And that would mean that the authority of birth and corruption will continue to be stolen. If, one day, the experiment succeeds, a mortal stealing the gods' authority would be the greatest entertainment of all. Cheng Shi understood now. The older Cheng Shi's plan was still aimed at pleasing the patron. Cheng Shi nodded thoughtfully. You really are his follower. Who else would I be? So, what do you think of my suggestion? I see your angle. But didn't you say, this is just a trial, and perhaps it won't change anything? When the grand finale is about to unfold, and he turns his gaze toward this place, who can say for certain that the outcome won't change? But this is a trial of fate. Who told you that fate doesn't enjoy a bit of fun? Cheng Shi froze. Does fate enjoy fun? Or is it just my suffering that he enjoys? He chuckled bitterly, rubbing his face to relax his muscles. Then he flashed a textbook-perfect grin at the older Cheng Shi. My teammates. I assume they're under your control. Except for the Sage of Life, who's currently bonding with Zangir. Yes, you could say that. Do you want someone dead? Or perhaps, someone caught your eye? I think that little bard girl is quite nice, better than the Wind Tamer Ranger. Maybe, give it some thought. The older Cheng Shi teased, smiling mischievously. Cheng Shi smiled too, but as he kept smiling, the joy in his smile gradually faded away. By the way, I don't think I ever mentioned that I lost a teammate. How did you know? Even if I entered with one fewer player, how could you be sure he didn't just not come? The older Cheng Shi didn't seem surprised by the question. He smirked and replied playfully. Starting again, are we? Very well, I'll tell you. As the counterpart to memory, I've developed a few tricks over the years from our constant sparring. So knowing what happened here wasn't difficult. Cheng Shi feigned a look of realization. Oh, I see. So does that mean you can also use this method to access my memories? The older Cheng Shi hadn't expected to be led into this trap. He laughed, but answered confidently. I don't need to. All I have to do is reflect on everything I've experienced, and I'll know what's in your past. Because I'm you and you're me. I remember our loneliness, our pain, being adopted by the old man, our second chance at life, and I also remember. Enough. Cheng Shi roughly cut him off, once again smiling. But this time, the smile held no warmth, no sense of shared understanding, only cold sarcasm and detachment. Have you had enough of this act? Because I'm getting bored. The older Cheng Shi was stunned, confused as he looked at Cheng Shi, frowning as if trying to figure something out. Cheng Shi's lips curled into a mocking smile as he clapped his hands slowly, tauntingly. Clap, clap, clap. What a dazzling performance, a flawless disguise. You almost had me fooled. Impressive, really. But just like he said, in an unscripted performance like this, there are always little mistakes that the actor doesn't notice. But don't worry, the audience sees them. Let me tell you where you went wrong. But first, how should I address you? Shaman? Qin Chaoga? The killer we've been searching for? Or perhaps... Cheng Shi's face darkened as he dropped his smile entirely, glaring at the older Cheng Shi with cold, calculating eyes. He pronounced a name slowly and deliberately. Jin Xian? When Cheng Shi uttered the name and Xian, the expression on older Cheng Shi's face finally changed. The confusion on his brow flickered briefly, then he let out a helpless chuckle. Doubt is a good habit, but too much doubt? That's no longer caution, that's paranoia. So, what now? Have you already crossed paths with this darling of deceit? Crossed paths. Cheng Shi scoffed coldly. No, I'd say. I'm meeting her right now. To be honest, when Fool's lips whispered the name Jin Xian, Cheng Shi startled himself. But after thinking it through, it made perfect sense. If anyone could orchestrate such a grand, elaborate scheme to fool everyone, it could only be her, the one Deceit calls his first masterpiece. Cheng Shi had been suspicious of the older Cheng Shi for quite some time because he never believed that he would just casually return to the past and engage in such lively conversation with his former self. Sure, there might be some interaction, but not to this extent. Reversing his own personality, Cheng Shi realized that a more likely scenario was that his future self would have stumbled upon this place and simply remained hidden in the shadows, silently observing his younger self. Whether his present self lived or died wouldn't matter, his future self would only take a brief moment to reminisce, and that would be that. He certainly wouldn't engage in extended conversations with his past self. Because, as the faker had said, Cheng Shi had walked his path alone always. Of course, circumstances can change a person's nature over time. Cheng Shi couldn't fully judge what his future self had gone through. And since he hadn't found any solid evidence to support his suspicions during their dialogue, he played along, listening and believing, at least on the surface. But as the conversation went on, Cheng Shi felt more and more off. The older Cheng Shi was far too invested in this trial. Even if it involved birth, corruption, Zhang Yi, and the Council of Scholars, it didn't warrant this level of engagement. He should have been here for the entertainment, not to unravel mysteries. That's when Cheng Shi's mindset shifted. He continued to speak cautiously while waiting for the perfect moment to test his theory. Finally, the opportunity arose. When he feigned a stumble, seemingly about to fall into the void, he managed to grab the other Cheng Shi's arm. In that brief moment, he felt it, a familiar, steady heartbeat that hadn't wavered from the very beginning. This reminded him of someone who had once been smitten with him. Shaman. Just like Shaman, this person had an unnervingly consistent pulse. But here's the thing, Shaman wasn't a player. Even if she had some hidden agenda and was carrying out behind-the-scenes manipulations, she shouldn't know this much about the trial or the players. Besides, if this truly were a future version of Cheng Shi, with all the experience and skills he would have gained, maintaining such a steady heartbeat might not be impossible. So, this wasn't solid proof. Cheng Shi's suspicion reached a deadlock. A con artist might deceive for amusement, but an elaborate charade like this couldn't be just for a laugh. There had to be something more, something the faker was hiding too well for Cheng Shi to pinpoint. So, instead of sitting back and waiting, he took the initiative. He asked the older Cheng Shi for advice. The response? Zhang Yi, an offering to deceit. And that's when a light bulb went off in Cheng Shi's head, and he considered a new possibility. A possibility so wild, so unbelievable. He began asking himself, what if the teammate who died wasn't actually a follower of silence? What if the supposed follower of silence wasn't the one who died after all? What if the real teammate was someone else? What if there was still a teammate alive? And what if that person was also a follower of deceit? That would explain the logic behind the suggestion to offer something to him. With this wild train of thought, Cheng Shi suddenly connected all the threads of the trial. What if one of his teammates had awakened early, gathered vital information, perhaps from their own tour assistant, or maybe from a fellow traveler? The fact that everyone had awakened in different locations this time gave her a significant opportunity to manipulate events. So, what if she, through some incredible means, left behind a corpse and quickly escaped the scene? Or, what if she never even left the scene? What if she had stolen Shaman's identity and became Shaman? Even when the players regrouped to discuss their next steps, she was right there, in the room next to his own. Later, when Cheng Shi rebuffed her advances, it gave her the perfect excuse to slip away unnoticed, beginning her carefully orchestrated plan. When did they meet her again? Yes, the traveler's office. Everyone else's tour assistants were left behind at the inn except her. She went to the office. And why? To investigate, obviously. The opening window was too short for her to gather all the details, so she boldly went to the traveler's office and, on her way out, put on a show for Cheng Shi. Now that he thought about it, she seemed awfully certain that he would refuse her again. She made her presence felt, then left. When did they meet again? The bar. Yes, the bar. She asked him for a child. How ridiculous. Looking back now, it seemed like she was deliberately leading him back to her house, although she seemed somewhat surprised when he brought it up first. But this wasn't about having a child. Perhaps she thought the team was solving the trial too slowly, so she decided to speed things up. The sunspot finches. The food for the sunspot finches in the courtyard. That wasn't a childhood nostalgia moment for Shaman. She was subtly hinting that birds could be attracted with food. I was so blind to miss it. And when did they meet again? Right, Qin Chaoga. The moment that cold and distant Qin Chaoga walked past him, he should have realized something was off. He had indeed seen through the lawful bard, but he hadn't realized that the bard had already been replaced. Qin Chaoga had been swapped. And the one who replaced her was Shaman. When Cheng Shi left Shaman's house, there were only two people left inside, Qin Chaoga and her. If she was who Cheng Shi thought she was, then of course his powder wouldn't hold her forever, and Qin Chaoga likely wasn't much of a match for her either. That's when she must have taken the bard's place, becoming his teammate, standing right beside him. No wonder she didn't come near him again after that. And she never sang a single song after that. She had used her attitude in Shaman's house as a disguise. That well-timed display of disgust was so perfectly executed, no one could have suspected her. When did they meet again after that? Entering the door, stepping into the void. That's now. This insane, bold follower of deceit was now impersonating his future self. She must have some kind of tool that could read memories. That whole life flashing before your eyes moment when he entered the void wasn't a death omen, it was her manipulation. She had read his memories. And Cheng Shi had a pretty good guess about her talent. At least one SS rank, deceit, faith talent, IMU. A talent that allowed her to perfectly disguise herself as the target, as long as she could make the target vanish from everyone's sight. At least one SS rank, deceit, faith talent, illusory dreaming of something from nothing. A talent even more terrifying than Suyida's mirages in the rift between reality and illusion. While Suyida's mirages could create things that others believed in, this one, just from its name, could literally create something from nothing. The user could weave illusions from their imagination, and as long as the deceived person started to believe, every false item in that illusion would become real. All she needed was for the deceived person to accept it, and she could manufacture countless creations and infinite possibilities. So the moment Cheng Shi stepped into the void, he had already entered a grand and meticulously crafted illusion. Of course, there was also the master of deception, for only when two deception masters met would the truth be revealed. The more Cheng Shi thought about it, the more stunned he became. The more he thought, the more unbelievable it seemed. A player who managed to manipulate everyone right from the start of the trial, ultimately leading them all to the correct answer. So had she realized that this trial was a no-win scenario the moment she stepped into the void. Then, she must have used her memory-reading tool, simulated his future, and then used illusory dreaming of something from nothing to deceive Cheng Shi, crafting an illusion of his future self with the power to reveal the void, gradually leading Cheng Shi to witness the insane God Thief experiment, to uncover this absurd truth. But, is this even possible? Isn't this a bit too much? Could a player really design such an intricate scheme on the fly? This wasn't just deception, it required an incredible depth of knowledge and historical understanding. She had to know all about the Tower of Logic, Zhang'er, the Stellar Dagger, and everything related to them. And within just a few minutes of reading his memories, she had to fully understand him. It's easy to understand someone quickly, but to become them, that's hard. Is this what it means to be the Chosen One? So this is what his Chosen One really is. Compared to her, Suyida doesn't even deserve the title of Master of Trickery. Yes, Master of Trickery. Because the illusory dreaming of something from nothing is the exclusive blessing of the Master of Trickery. For a moment, Cheng Shi was speechless. Watching Cheng Shi sink into his thoughts, overwhelmed by this revelation, the older Cheng Shi finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. With that crisp laugh, her voice abruptly changed back. Even her appearance changed back. Shaman. A perfectly unharmed shaman now stood in front of Cheng Shi. Still wearing that light summer halter dress, still in those same lace-up sandals, looking as shy and demure as ever, with that innocent, naive expression. No, she wasn't entirely unharmed. There was still a wound on her right shoulder. A wound left by Cheng Shi's own scalpel. Oh dear, I've been caught. Hee. I'm curious, how did you figure it out? Don't tell me it was a guess. I never believe in guesses. Every lie is revealed because someone found the evidence to shatter it. So go on, little Cheng Shi, how did you know it was me? How do I know? Heh, you give me too much credit. I didn't know. The name Cheng Shi wasn't something Cheng Shi had deduced, it came straight from Fool's lips. In a desperate attempt to bluff a master of trickery he had never met, Cheng Shi had spent ages silently begging the Fool's lips for help, until it finally whispered the true name of the person before him to bolster his confidence. But the moment he heard that name, he was even more terrified than she was. As for identifying the older Cheng Shi as a fake? Yes, that was Cheng Shi's own deduction. But the reason for his deduction? Honestly, even Cheng Shi hadn't realized he still had one final ace up his sleeve. Memory. He had hidden away a card related to memory. Cheng Shi had deceived himself. After stepping onto the path of fate and becoming a follower of deceit, he had always pondered one question. Since memory was the opposing faith and it enjoyed recording everything truthfully, what would happen if he encountered one of memory as followers? How could he deceive them? It was easier with players ranked lower than himself, but if they had higher scores. It was unimaginable what kind of abilities he might grant his followers to expose lies. So the answer was clear, it would be difficult. Deceiving a follower of memory was not an easy task. However, what if the approach was different? Since all they cared about was the truth of memory, could there be a way where, if he altered the memory itself, it would count as successfully deceiving them? Cheng Shi had considered this possibility early on and started preparing for it. During previous wishing trials, he made several wishes at different times, with only one goal for each trial: to obtain a book on psychology. This simple request resulted in relatively easy trials, and before long, Cheng Shi became an expert well-versed in psychological texts. With enough accumulated knowledge, a transformation occurred. He performed a small operation on himself. A hypnosis surgery. He recorded several of his most indistinguishable memories, altered the cause and effect of those memories, and hypnotized himself into believing that the rewritten memories were the actual truth. Just like the test Cheng Shi had just conducted. It was true that the old man had never given Cheng Shi advice on work, but he also had never been around to feel pride in Cheng Shi finding a job. Because the old man had passed away before Cheng Shi even found his first job. He had raised Cheng Shi but hadn't lived to see him stand on his own 2 feet. This fact had always been a deep regret for Cheng Shi, so he rewrote this part of his memory, fooling himself into thinking that the old man had passed away contentedly. While this could deceive enemies, it also deceived Cheng Shi himself. Under the influence of the hypnosis, he had even forgotten the original truth. But this introduced a new problem. How would he know if someone had tampered with his memories, disguised themselves as him, or impersonated the old man he remembered? This new problem, however, was far easier to solve than the last one. Every hypnosis eventually ends. So Cheng Shi set up a trigger word to break his hypnosis. And the trigger word? It was none other than the altered memory itself. When someone repeated the corrupted memory back to him, the hypnosis would shatter. So when the older Cheng Shi said, "You should remember his smile when he found out you had a job," not some vague advice, Cheng Shi's heart broke. His hypnosis ended. So, the old man had passed away before I found that job. He worked so hard to raise me, yet he never got to see me graduate, never got to see me make it on my own. Isn't that just fate? But even with his backup plan, there was still a fatal issue. How could he ensure that the person trying to read his memories would say the altered memory out loud, thus triggering the end of the hypnosis? This led Cheng Shi to revise his hypnosis scheme. He added a self-suggestion. Whenever he suspected someone had tampered with his memories, his instinctive tests would always revolve around these altered memories. Thus, he now carried 3 versions of his memories. The first was the true history. The other two? Lies. One that deceived himself, and one used to test others. The first was the truth, while the latter two were both false. The logic seemed airtight. But even then, there was still a flaw. Because the act of altering memories could itself be remembered. It, too, could be read. However, this level of deception was beyond what Cheng Shi could manage alone. So, he sought the help of a person. He entrusted the execution of the hypnosis surgery to someone else. Fool's lips. That deceptive mouth was more than happy to oblige when it heard it had a chance to fool a follower of memory. It hypnotized him. As a result, in Cheng Shi's memory, all that remained were fragments of him quietly reading psychology books. And for a follower of deceit, looking to hone their craft, wouldn't learning some psychology be perfectly reasonable? With all of this in mind, the deception was finally exposed, turning the tables on the trickster. Cheng Shi lifted his head, staring coldly at Cheng Shi, and let out a mirthless laugh. You want to know? Ha, I'm not telling you. Cheng Shi's playful smile froze. She blinked in disbelief, staring at Cheng Shi dumbfounded, the confusion on her face almost identical to the expression Cheng Shi had when he was caught off guard in the void earlier. Her stiff eyes seemed to say, "You're such a dog." The exchange between two deceit followers ended before it even began. But Cheng Shi didn't stay frustrated for long. After a brief pause, she seemed to realize something and nodded in sudden understanding. You're hurting, huh? I see, that's what this is. How sad, to even deceive yourself. Looks like you're even more pitiful than I saw in your memories. But it's okay. No family means no burdens. In this game, being alone isn't so bad. Her attempt at comfort only darkened Cheng Shi's expression further. He grimaced and shot back. Is that so? Well then, I wish you a life without burdens. Oh dear. No need to be so polite. I already have none. Two peas in a pod, neither able to outdo the other. Cheng Shi's personality was clearly more playful than Shaman's, but seeing her wearing Shaman's appearance made Cheng Shi feel like a wolf was hiding under the skin of a sheep. The disconnect between appearance and personality was unnerving. Enough. I've already seen through your disguise. Your illusory dream of something from nothing no longer works. There's no need to keep pretending. Cheng Shi's sharp eyes scanned Cheng Shi up and down. Cheng Shi suppressed a giggle, amused. No disguise here. This is my true form. What do you think? Pretty, right? And the body? You've held it before. How did it feel? Cheng Shi was taken aback, his mind momentarily stalling. Impossible. You're using your original appearance. How did you fool the townspeople? Oh, that. Well, Shaman was a pretty introverted girl. No one really paid much attention to her, so I just acted it out. She. Dead. Why are you sad? Don't be. I'm prettier than her. Don't believe me? Too bad, I didn't keep any photos of her. I'm not a follower of death, you know. I don't have that weird hobby of taking photos of my victims for keepsakes. But there's one thing I'm curious about. Are you actually into women? With that, Cheng Shi stepped closer, raising Cheng Shi's hand and slowly guiding it along her arm towards her chest. The scene felt strangely familiar. Her eyes filled with feigned shyness, her lips pressed together in nervousness, and her flushed face carried a teasing hint of playfulness. She whispered in a sweet, seductive tone. Dear guest, there may not be any beautiful scenery here, but there are beautiful people. Her hand guided his until it was nearly resting atop her ample chest. But just at that moment, Cheng Shi's lips curled into a mischievous smirk. Without flinching, he grabbed her, full-on grabbed her. Firmly and completely. The force of his grip was so strong that the soft fabric of her dress couldn't contain what spilled out between his fingers. Cheng Shi's playful expression froze. Her face darkened as her mind struggled to process what had just happened. Looking at her tense, brooding face, as if she were trying to figure out where she went wrong, Cheng Shi couldn't help but laugh. Weren't you the one who asked me to touch you? Why aren't you smiling? Not to your liking? How about I use the other hand? As he said this, Cheng Shi let go with his left hand, only to grab again with his right. Now both hands were in play. I underestimated you. Cheng Shi didn't back away. Instead, she curiously studied Cheng Shi's face, as if trying to read something in his expression. Cheng Shi laughed heartily and suddenly pulled her into his arms. What? Thinking I'm looking for some winner's reward here? Never mind that the fate's judgment hasn't even started yet. Little Cheng Shi, you don't seriously think that just because you've seen through my illusion, I'm powerless against you, do you? Oh, you're definitely powerful. How could a chosen one not be? But you do your thing and I'll play my game. We won't get in each other's way. As Cheng Shi spoke, his hands began to wander across her back, just as they had in Shaman's house earlier. His palm found its way back to her spine. You. Boom. Without warning, a deafening thunderclap exploded in his arms. Before Jin Xian could finish her sentence, a blinding bolt of plasma engulfed her, reducing her body to scorched remains. Cheng Shi was flung backward by the force of the explosion, tumbling across the giant hands of the corpse before he managed to regain his balance. His arms were smeared with blood and charred flesh, and across from him lay the smoldering remnants of Jin Xian. Brushing the dirt off his clothes, Cheng Shi stood up, glanced at her lifeless remains, and sneered. Now we're even. He knew Jin Xian wasn't dead, and he knew she couldn't die. Not only because of the life-saving methods granted by her status as a chosen one of deceit, but also due to the law of pregnancy that Hu Xian had planted in her, which could resurrect her once. Yes, she had replaced Qin Chaoge and thus also carried the law of pregnancy. So, when Jin Xian chose to abandon Cheng Shi in the dark chapel room, she probably already knew that Cheng Shi wouldn't die either. Everything was within her calculations. Except for the part where Cheng Shi didn't follow the script and managed to fool her. Looking at the charred remains on the ground, Cheng Shi couldn't help but wonder if the older Cheng Shi was a fake. Did that mean all the so-called future events Jin Xian had mentioned were fabricated? Had she made up all those people and events just to make Cheng Shi believe she was truly his future self? And what about the history of Zhang'er and the Council of Scholars? That part had to be true, because the stellar dagger was right there, and her abilities couldn't fabricate something as monumental as divine essence. At least, not yet. Truth and lies, illusions and reality. Jin Xian had truly mastered the art of deceit to its fullest. Cheng Shi was filled with a sense of admiration. The moment Jin Xian died, her pocket of false memories shattered, and two of his teammates, who had been trapped in the void, fell onto the platform. A gravely injured ranger and a warrior with a grim expression. Libola took in the impossible scene before her, her brows furrowed tightly. She seemed ready to ask what had happened while she was trapped, where they were now, and who the burnt corpse on the ground was, Qin Chaoge or Hu Xian. But wary of Jiran, she chose to suppress her questions. Jiran, dragging his massive sword, looked toward Cheng Shi, surprise flickering across his face. "TSK, you killed her? Well done." Cheng Shi looked at this fate follower who had been collaborating with Jin Xian and sneered. If the corpse had been Jin Xian's doing, then today's warrior, Jiran, was cleared of any suspicion. It seemed he had simply been chosen by Jin Xian as her reluctant partner in the scheme. He had played the role of the killer quite convincingly. Even a dog knows to mourn its owner. She just died, and you're already looking to switch masters. Jiran smirked and shrugged indifferently. Owner? Nah, brother, she wasn't my master. I'm not that lucky. I was forced into this. She took my second dice. I had no choice but to humor her. Now that you've killed her, doesn't that mean we're teammates again? Haha, are you going to give me a welcome back ceremony? Jiran laughed loudly, clearly relieved by Jin Xian's death. Hearing his words, Cheng Shi and Libola finally understood why this warrior of the day had made it this far. He had 2 dice. No wonder he was so confident. 2 dice would give him a significant buffer for mistakes. It seemed he truly was one of fate's favored children. Sorry, but I don't play with whores, male or female. Cheng Shi spat, and without warning, he thrust out his right hand, unleashing a sudden bolt of lightning straight at Jiran. The ranger followed up, firing a barrage of wind arrows, locking down all of Jiran's potential escape routes. And yet, even with this, Jiran dodged. With a snap of his fingers, he vanished from his original spot and reappeared next to Jin Xian's charred corpse. He crouched down and reached into the charred remains, pulling out a gray-white die, laughing maniacally as he retreated. As soon as he fell back, another bolt of lightning struck Jin Xian's corpse. A posthumous strike, not intentional, but it happened. Cheng Shi watched Jiran retreat, his expression darkening. This 13-point warrior was already difficult to deal with. If Jiran rolled that second die, Cheng Shi could only hope that Jiran's ability was for rerolls, not stacking. Yet, the more you dread something happening, the more likely it becomes. The moment Jiran retrieved the die, he tossed it across the platform. It rolled a couple of times and finally landed on 1 point. 1 plus 13 is equal to 14. Critical success. Jiran's grin stretched as wide as it could go. He let out a chuckle, dragging his massive sword as he charged forward without a second thought. Even though his trajectory was painfully clear, neither Cheng Shi nor the ranger could seem to lock onto his position. For a moment, they felt like they were standing still, frozen in place, helplessly waiting for the giant sword to come crashing down. Boom! Silver light, full with brute force, slammed down right in front of Cheng Shi. Fortunately, the quick-thinking ranger had already transformed into wind and whisked him away before the blade could claim another victim. The wind carried the clown backward, while the warrior grinned wickedly and pursued with his sword. On the ancient stellar dagger, the three of them played out an absurd game of chase, hunt, and slaughter. Come on, didn't you want to kill me? Why haven't you made a move? Priest, where's your lightning? Run out of juice? Ranger, run faster, or I'm going to catch up to you. The distance between them continued to shrink, and Libola's heart sank. She had reached the edge of the platform. Beyond it, the only path left led to the eternal sun's hand. Cheng Shi, do something. I'm trying. I'm thinking so hard my brain's about to fry. Cheng Shi gritted his teeth, continuously injuring himself while restoring the ranger's stamina. He was terrified that if his healing wavered for even a second, they'd both be caught. This warrior, empowered with max stats and overflowing with divine energy, was a complete lunatic. You couldn't fight a godlike berserker head-on, someone who wouldn't tire for the entire day. At best, they had a few more minutes before they became victims of the warrior's blade. And this time, there wasn't a law of pregnancy to save them. What's wrong? Out of ideas? Fine, I'll cut you some slack. If you stop now, I'll give you a few minutes to recover. We'll fight it out fair and square, one-on-one, and whoever loses dies. As for the other one, I'll let them go. How about that? Jiran had grown bored of the chase. Now he was toying with his prey. It was a blatant attempt to sow discord, but its simplicity often made it effective. Unfortunately for Jiran, neither the wind nor the clown liked simplicity. Cheng Shi, I'm heading for the arm. Just as the two of them were cornered with nowhere to run, an idea suddenly struck Cheng Shi. He shouted at Libola. The fate's judgment. If we trigger it, everyone will be pulled into the voting phase. We might still have a chance. While Jin Xian hasn't revived yet, quick. Libola paused for a moment, realizing that this was their only option. Though she hadn't heard the name Cheng Shi had mentioned earlier, seeing the corpse on the ground made it easy to guess. It must have been the real Qin Chaoga. Because only her behavior had changed so drastically. And Cheng Shi's meaning was clear. It was currently 2 versus 1. If they triggered the judgment now, they could win the vote, change the path of fate, and perhaps fate would shift in their favor and resolve the crisis. That was the most optimistic outcome. So she roared. Are you sure you found the answer? I'm completely in the dark here. It's all on you, Cheng Shi. That level of trust weighed heavily on Cheng Shi's shoulders as he began frantically thinking through his decision. The townspeople, the travelers, the divine envoy, Zhang Yi, the council of scholars. He didn't want to choose any of them. Because he knew that no matter what he picked, fate would spiral out of control, beyond anyone's reach. Choosing the townspeople, travelers, or the divine envoy would likely end the experiment prematurely. But then, would they face the chaos of 2 rogue gods battling each other? Or would it be the intervention of the Council of Scholars? No one knew. Choosing Zhang Yi? That would be out of the question, not just because of the unpredictable consequences, but because Cheng Shi couldn't stomach giving Jin Xian what she wanted after she had manipulated everyone from the start. And as for the Council of Scholars, if fate evolved to the point where they successfully completed the experiment, the players who witnessed them stealing the authority of the gods would undoubtedly be eradicated like vermin. So no, the choice wasn't easy. Who deserves redemption? I'm the one who deserves redemption. Just as Cheng Shi's mental gears were turning faster than ever, Jiran's sword slashed downwards, crackling with enough force to tear wind and lightning alike, descending right toward the clown in midair. At that critical moment, a flash of brilliance crossed Cheng Shi's mind. He shouted at the top of his lungs. Trigger the final judgment. I choose the one who deserves redemption to be Hu Xian. The name that should never have been an option echoed through the air, and even the wind seemed to pause. It wasn't just Li Bola who was dumbfounded, although she was certainly shocked. More importantly, fate's final judgment accepted the choice, and the decision process officially began. Everything in the void froze. Even the eerie glow of the bloody moon was stuck in place. The wind stretched long and thin. The massive sword hovered just above Cheng Shi's nose, the warrior mid-leap, and the charred corpse raised a single finger. A prompt appeared before all the players, and the only option on the list was the one Cheng Shi had spoken aloud. Hu Xian. She had transformed from a player into a selectable option. She had lost her right to vote, but now had the chance to be voted on. Suspended in midair, Li Bola's mind reeled as she stared at the familiar name, utterly shaken. What had happened to make this crazed sage of life the one deserving of redemption? She couldn't wrap her head around it. But she decided to trust Cheng Shi. Even if the last time she trusted him, all it had gotten her was a stomachache from laughing too hard. Still, there was something strangely trustworthy about this priest, who had bled and fought alongside her. Clowns may hoard their trust, but the wind doesn't. So, she cast her vote. There was only one option in the final judgment, but now Hu Xian's vote count increased by 1. Cheng Shi stared at the tally, 2 votes for Hu Xian, and his nerves remained tense. This was still a massive gamble. He was betting on fate's evolution to save both of them. Before the final judgment began, Cheng Shi had never even considered that a player could become a selectable option. But once he ruled out all the other possible choices, his gaze turned toward Zhang Yi, hanging upside down in the night sky, and another equally insane individual flashed through his mind. The Sage of Life, Hu Xian. Where was she? Cheng Shi had claimed that Hu Xian was caught in a tug-of-war with Zhang Yi's unconscious divine essence. If that wasn't a lie, it meant Hu Xian was already entangled with Zhang Yi. Looking back at the rules of the Fates trial, Fate's choices must align with the theme. Since the truth revolved around false gods, the eligible party for redemption had to be someone or something entangled with the false gods. And Hu Xian fit that perfectly. Except she was a player. But Cheng Shi never let himself be bound by rigid rules, so he took a wild leap and made a player part of the answer. Because even if Cheng Shi had lied, and even if he didn't vote for Hu Xian, he couldn't accept the other outcomes. If death was inevitable either way, he might as well bet big. What if I win? When Hu Xian's name was accepted by the final judgment, Cheng Shi felt a small weight lift off his shoulders. My luck has always been terrible, but my gambling streak has always been pretty good. Jiran stared at the options before him, his mind going blank for a moment. To be honest, he didn't care who got redeemed. He was just here to have some fun in the trial, and when that void follower approached him for cooperation, he agreed to put on a show together. But now it seemed like their performance had gone off the rails. Because he had no idea what kind of fate his partner wanted to achieve. There were only 3 people left at the scene, and 2 had already voted for the same option. Didn't that mean he was bound to lose? Jiran snorted internally. Whatever, who cares about the outcome? I'll just kill them all first. To him, the only real fate's judgment was cutting the threads of others' destinies with his sword. Yes, Jiran wasn't the true killer, but he very much wanted to be one. So he prepared to pick a random choice, eager to end this time-freezing farce. But just as he was about to select the Council of Scholars, another option suddenly appeared on the Fate's final judgment list. Zhang Yi. HM? Huh, interesting. She's awake. Jiran laughed internally, then chose Zhang Yi as well. Indeed, Cheng Shi had awakened. Or rather, her consciousness had never faded, her body simply hadn't yet revived. And the rule of Fate's final judgment was that as long as you were alive, you retained the right to vote. So, she communicated her choice to her partner. 2:2. A tie. Li Bola's face instantly darkened, her only advantage of time completely erased. But Fate's final judgment never allowed ties. If a deadlock occurred, he would randomly select one of the tied options as the final outcome. And random was one of his favored powers. Cheng Shi, on the other hand, hated randomness because that meant there was a 50% chance that Cheng Shi would win the game entirely. He and Li Bola would likely end up as the warrior's next victims, their journey ending here. Besides, when it came to fate, Was randomness truly random? That was debatable. But even so, Cheng Shi's expression didn't waver. In fact, there was even a hint of playfulness in his otherwise frozen look. Jiran stood towering above Cheng Shi, poised to strike with the force of an avalanche, yet confusion filled his mind. The decay priest seemed unnaturally calm. What was he thinking? What was he waiting for? Fate to favor him? Ridiculous. I'm a follower of fate. Why would he favor someone else when I'm standing right here? With that thought, Jiran could already picture Cheng Shi being split in two by his blade. What a delightful feeling to cut another thread of destiny. Cheng Shi, for his part, had no idea what Jiran was thinking. He was simply waiting. And what was he waiting for? Sincerity. Naturally, sincerity. He was waiting for the seeds of sincerity he had planted to bear fruit, waiting for an answer. Time ticked by, and fate's final judgment began its countdown. In a short while, he would select one of the tied options randomly. And that outcome, perhaps, wouldn't be the one Cheng Shi wanted. But just as the final judgment was about to conclude, the tie was suddenly broken. Hu Xian, +1. 3:2. Cheng Shi had won. Jiran's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the outcome, shock and confusion flooding his face. Li Bola was equally stunned. She seemed to realize something and smiled faintly. The charred corpse lay motionless, giving no clue as to what thoughts, if any, stirred within it. Cheng Shi, though his expression remained stiff, had joy practically spilling from his eyes. Hu Xian had become an option, losing her right to vote. It was obvious she hadn't voted for herself. So, who cast that final vote for her? The answer was clear. There were 6 players in this trial, 5 present at the scene, and 1 left outside. That player, naturally, was Qin Chaoge. The war Bard had awakened during the fate's final judgment, and faced with the tied options, she had made her choice. After being knocked out by Shaman, she had been shoved under a bed. Cheng Shi's powder, meant for Shaman, had made its way into her lungs as well. But no matter how potent the powder, so long as the player wasn't dead when the final judgment began, they retained the right to vote. And so, Qin Chaoge woke up. And she was Cheng Shi's last hope. In fact, the moment Cheng Shi exposed Zhen Xian's identity, he was already certain that Qin Chaoge had only been replaced, she hadn't been killed. If Zhen Xian had been willing to kill her teammates, both he and the ranger would have died in that dark chapel room. They wouldn't have made it this far. This meant Qin Chaoge had simply been hidden away, not eliminated. And as long as she wasn't dead, she retained the right to vote. Zhen Xian hadn't overlooked this, but she had likely thought that a player completely out of the loop wouldn't cast a vote that favored the opposition. That level of randomness was no different from letting fate make the decision itself. She liked gambling, and to her, blind gambling was just another form of fun. And so, with both knowing the stakes, Qin Chaoge woke up under the bed and cast her precious vote. No one could have predicted that this vote would end Cheng Shi's wild gamble with a win. Well, not everyone had been caught off guard. At least Cheng Shi had expected it. Once he realized that the person who had brushed past him earlier wasn't Qin Chaoge but Zhen Xian, he knew that his sincerity had yet to yield its results. And conveniently, Qin Chaoge was a lawful bard. She would definitely help him. The question was, being so far beyond the void, in far dusk town, and unaware of the events that had unfolded since, how could she help? How could she know which option to choose? She had always known. Because it was her bardic talent, portrait in the song. Although she had once said she hadn't painted a portrait of him, when Cheng Shi had stormed into Shaman's house and she had angrily grabbed his collar, that wasn't just an emotional reaction. Sure, her reaction fit the war, Faith's temperament, but more importantly, she had realized she hadn't gotten a clear enough picture of him and had decided to sketch him again in her mind. Cheng Shi had suspected this at the time, and his habit of leaving backup plans led him to play along. You like drawing? Fine, draw all you want. He had taken her hand in his, their skin pressed together, heartbeats sinking. The perfect moment for a detailed side profile. You see, this kind of talent doesn't just record, it extends and fills in the gaps. Given how much Qin Chaoge had observed and scrutinized Cheng Shi over the past 2 days, she had learned enough about him. Though this priest followed a different faith, unlike her lawful nature, he wasn't the kind of man to trample over order. So, she thought she had seen through Cheng Shi and could deduce his choice. Even though she didn't know what the other option besides Hu Xian meant, her talent told her that Cheng Shi would help Hu Xian. Granted, she didn't like Hu Xian. The woman was a madwoman. But she also knew that Cheng Shi wasn't a liar, he was sincere, even if that sincerity was rare and cautiously given. And so, 3:2. Fate moved inevitably toward the ending Cheng Shi had crafted for the Sage of Life. Seeing the expected result, Cheng Shi smiled. When you're at a disadvantage, sincerity is the best weapon. But sincerity can also be a form of deception. Cheng Shi had concealed his true self, discarding his identity as a trickster, and, through genuine means, secured 2 extra votes. Victory was now within reach. Buzz. The final judgment disappeared. The moment the text vanished from the player's vision, a terrifying pressure erupted from the stellar dagger. A shockwave swept out like a storm, and, before anyone could react, they were all blown away. Amid the chaotic winds, Cheng Shi only saw Ji Ran's sword sweeping past the tip of his nose, cutting down from his chest, past his navel, and dangerously close to his hips, nearly ending his lineage right then and there. Shit! Cold sweat drenched Cheng Shi. Ji Ran had also been caught off guard by the storm, losing his grip on his massive sword, which gave Cheng Shi the narrowest of escapes. As Ji Ran readied himself to strike again, Cheng Shi's lightning was already flying toward him. Cheng Shi's reaction was lightning fast, literally. Even though he had narrowly escaped death, he hadn't retreated an inch. Instead, he used the momentum from the windstorm to leap forward. And then, boom! Lightning exploded, crackling wildly. The strike was too close, so close that Ji Ran couldn't dodge. No, he shouldn't have been unable to dodge. With divine power coursing through him, a simple storm shouldn't have affected him. But the moment he failed the final judgment, fate's favor vanished from him. He became just a regular human again. Ji Ran didn't want to accept it. He tried to swap fates with someone else, but the ranger had already merged with the storm, becoming one with the wind. As for Jin Xin, she was still a barely awakened corpse, and no one even knew where the storm had blown her. And so, with no way to escape, no way to avoid it, the bolt of lightning Cheng Shi had sent crashing into Ji Ran's chest tore through him without mercy. Gah! Ji Ran's body seized up, blood spraying from his mouth. His eyes filled with disbelief as he glanced at his pierced chest, a flash of sorrow crossing his face. But in his final moments, he smiled, cutting the threads of fate that had been his choice. And now, that choice had finally led back to him. Perhaps this is the true cycle of fate. Cheng. Sure. He wanted to share the last insight he had about fate with the one who had severed his thread, but in his final moment, he didn't see Cheng Shi anywhere. Because after delivering the final blow, Cheng Shi had ridden the wind and left. He's just a dog that died on the roadside. Why would I care to look back? The clown smirked as the wind carried him away. Are you really a priest? Huh? Didn't you see how big my heels were? All I saw was lightning. That was a prop. I'm out of charges. Cheng Shi wasn't lying. The 5 charges the townspeople had given him were all used up. But 5 bolts of thunderclap judgment, and only 1 sacrifice repaid. For all the effort Lalure went through, I'll have to delay settling this debt for a bit longer. Surely, he won't mind, right? Li Bola, still sweeping Cheng Shi through the storm, couldn't help but laugh at his words. Sure, I believe you. Sis, could you sound a bit more convincing? The battle raged fiercely on the outskirts of the storm, but the confrontation at the center was no less intense. After stepping into the void, Hu Xian had torn through all obstacles, arriving before the stellar dagger. But when she finally laid eyes on the eternal sun, she realized she had been tricked. Not by the eternal sun, but by Zhang. The mad scholar, once a genius, had never given up on all he had built. Even in his current state, with his life force nearly drained, he was still plotting his escape. So, when he sensed that someone in the town was also attempting to steal divine authority, he sent out the authority he was supposed to absorb. The bait had to be enticing enough for the fish to bite. And so, Hu Xian took the bait. She had gained benefits from her confrontation with the eternal sun and believed she could devour it, merge with the divine essence, and ascend to godhood in one fell swoop. But it was all part of Zhang's plan. He had hidden the true divine essence of the eternal sun, luring Hu Xian in bit by bit, even going so far as to strip away the divine essence he had previously absorbed to create the illusion that the eternal sun was weakening. Clearly, this tactic worked. When Hu Xian finally stood before the eternal sun, seeing it radiate the overwhelming and terrifying aura of birth, she knew she had made a terrible mistake. An enormous mistake. This was a false god created by the Council of Scholars using all of the Tower of Logic's resources, binding together fragments of divine essence from birth. Even though it was marked as false, it still carried the weight of the word God. Under the gaze of such a colossal divine source, Hu Xian didn't last even a second before falling into the same state as Zhang Yi. Her life force was drained by the eternal sun, and her remaining consciousness was forced to battle the invading consciousness of Zhang Yi. The mad scholar sought to use his alchemical techniques to swap their minds. Though Hu Xian's body was also a corpse, it was still less entangled with the two false gods than his current state as part of the stellar dagger. Thus, this was a classic case of shedding his skin. He intended to use Hu Xian's body to escape the stellar dagger and re-emerge in the world. He had almost succeeded. But at the last moment, Hu Xian made a decision that no one could have predicted, something no one would dare to attempt. She sought to bear a child from the true eternal sun. A mere mortal, asking a false god to give her a child. In the final moments, as her fragile consciousness was about to fade and her vulnerable body was about to be overtaken, Hu Xian's whisper echoed in the void, blooming upon the stellar dagger. May the thief lament, may the robber share the shame, may you and I shine together. Relax, you will still see me. This small, insignificant request from a mere speck of dust toward a massive sun, this plea so negligible that it didn't even register compared to Zhang Yi's attempts to sway the eternal sun, should have gone unheard. No god would normally respond to such a thing. But today was different. Fate's judgment had leaned in Hu Xian's favor. This sage of life, tricked into the void, had become the one deserving of redemption in Cheng Shi's wild gamble. And so, in the unseen depths of the void, a pair of eyes slowly opened. Those eyes made no grand gestures, just a cold sweep over everything present. And then, on Hu Xian's lifeless corpse, a small curve appeared on her stomach. The eternal sun had responded. Zhang Yi was terrified beyond belief. If he tried to swap minds with Hu Xian now, he would become the mother of birth's child, completely bound to the authority of birth, forced to bear a child while his body wasted away. Because inside that body, he would be carrying Hu Xian and the eternal sun's child. And when the child was born, his body, merely a vessel, would die. If this came to pass, there would be no winners, but Zhang Yi would surely be the biggest loser. And so, he was scared. He withdrew all his techniques and fell back into slumber. He had tried this countless times over the eons, always managing to escape by the skin of his teeth. But this time was different. Because the moment Hu Xian's belly swelled, another pair of eyes opened deep within the void. A pair of identical eyes. Why have you come? Hee just watching the show. As soon as these words were spoken, an overwhelming force of life, so dense it was suffocating, spread through the void. In an instant, a long whip, like a tendril, lashed through the void, sweeping away all obstructions and piercing through. The first pair of eyes, gazing at the tendril, narrowed slightly. The pillar of birth. The birth pillar. This great pillar, which had carried the life markers of all beings from ancient times to the present, appeared in the depths of the void for the very first time. It writhed and twisted, emanating life force, letting out a whisper that shook the soul. In just an instant, all the stars in the void began to tremble subconsciously. The first pair of eyes grew darker, while the second pair laughed maniacally. Why have you come? My child must be born. With each whip crack, the pillar of birth reverberated through the void, the very essence of life flooding the emptiness. My child must be born. The playful pair of eyes darted around, mockingly translating. The boss lost a kid once before. Now, the boss doesn't want to lose another, right, boss? The pillar of birth gave no response, continuing to whisper those 5 syllables over and over. The first pair of eyes glanced coldly at the second. Do you think you're being clever? Why wouldn't I be? I haven't even punished you yet for sending someone to interfere. Oh, come on now. I just sent someone. They didn't interfere, as you clearly saw. The spirals in the cold eyes began to swirl. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, or perhaps it was just a fleeting moment. Then, it spoke again. What do you want? The child must be born. As the pillar of birth lashed the void, its life force spread so thickly that it seemed the void itself might give birth to existence. Remove it, and I'll grant you what you want. As these words were spoken, the pillar of birth suddenly surged upward, cracking its whip. Swoosh! Something was flung out. The void fell silent. The cold eyes finally lost some of their icy indifference, sneering at the pillar of birth as they whispered, "Now, let's talk about the price." At that moment, the stars in the void stopped trembling. They began to rearrange, slowly aligning into a constellation that formed a book, shimmering with the light of knowledge. Its pages turned, rustling softly. It seems I've arrived just in time. Two of you, without my consent, using my assets as bargaining chips. Surely you won't mind an extra party at the table, right? The child must be born. The players would never know the outcome of the gods' negotiations. All they knew was that when the endless storm finally subsided, Hu Xian had reappeared. She emerged from the unknown void, landing gracefully on the platform formed by Zhang Yi's intertwined hands. Her figure was as alluring and captivating as always, except for the faint glow of the eternal sun radiating from her swollen belly. The storm ceased and the sky cleared after the thunder had passed. Li brought Cheng Shi back to the platform, just in time to witness Cheng Shi reviving from the charred remains. Her skin, smooth and elastic like a peeled egg, caught Cheng Shi's attention. Unable to resist, he instinctively reached out a hand. Boom! The roar of thunder didn't happen. It was a dud. Nothing happened. Cheng Shi's ring was out of charges, and the boom was a sound effect produced by his own mouth. Even at the very end, the warrior who had fought him tooth and nail, whose fate he had severed, never once gave Cheng Shi a reason to fear. What a pity. He had only wanted to scare the trickster in front of him, make her look foolish. However, Cheng Shi, covering herself with the shed skin, merely looked at him with an amused smile, utterly unfazed. Pathetic. Huh? Abba. But I like it. Cheng Xian's smile quickly turned sly. Cheng Shi was at a loss for words. Once again, the thought crossed his mind, when you're not crazy enough, you just feel like you're not on the same level as the others. Li, however, was shocked when she saw Cheng Xian after her resurrection. Her pupils contracted in surprise. Shaman. Hello, Ranger. Li eyes were full of confusion, but there was no time for anyone to give her answers. Their brief exchange was quickly interrupted by Hu Xian, who had just landed and was walking toward them. Her gaze never left Cheng Shi, her eyes full of gratitude and longing. Cheng Shi took one glance at her and shuddered from head to toe. You really can't say you're not lusting after my body. Hu Xian laughed. Yes, I am. Sister, shouldn't you at least try to deny it? How am I supposed to respond to that? In broad daylight, not even bothering to hide it, you're a she-wolf, and you're not even pretending. Brothers, you've got to protect yourselves when you go out. But Hu Xian didn't let the awkwardness linger. She gave Cheng Shi a graceful bow, just as elegant as always. Thank you. You saved me. Cheng Shi smiled and returned the gesture. Thank you. You saved me. Though their words referred to different events, their mutual gratitude was the same. They exchanged a glance, both smiling and understanding. Li, on the other hand, was like an audience watching a play. Her eyes hopped between the three of them, but despite her keen hunter's instincts, she couldn't piece together the full story from their interactions. Cheng Xian, however, stared at Hu Xian for a long while before clicking her tongue. Losing a match isn't so bad. What's bad is when someone wins, and wins ridiculously hard. Sage, are you still you? Hu Xian seemed to recognize Cheng Xian's identity. She smiled and nodded. Yes, I am. Always have been. Oh. In that case, when I tell people about you in the future, can I still refer to you as she? A sly glint flashed in Cheng Xian's eyes. It was a subtle way to test Hu Xian's identity without directly accusing her. But Hu Xian didn't deny it. She simply smiled. That depends on what role you want me to play in your story. As for me, I don't mind either way. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow, catching on to their conversation. Curious, he asked. Did you succeed? Hu Xian smiled and shook her head. No, I just received a promise. He acknowledged my identity. He corrected my path. He unlocked my chains. Hearing this, both Cheng Shi and Jin Xian furrowed their brows. The way she referred to 3 different he's suggested they weren't all the same entity, and certainly not just the eternal sun before them. Could it be? They had interfered. Hu Xian left her explanation there, her smile filled with gratitude. And that promise, you earned it for me. So, Cheng Shi, thank you. Cheng Shi graciously accepted her thanks. I admit, I took a gamble, but hey, I won, didn't I? In the faith game, only victory matters. Losing is the original sin. Having won the trial, Cheng Shi felt quite pleased with himself. He was about to say something like, gratitude should come with a price, when his mouth, without his brain's permission, suddenly blurted out. TSK, how about something more tangible? Cheng Shi froze, his face turning pale in an instant. Bro, be a decent human being. This is Hu Xian you're talking to. What do you mean by something more tangible? Are you asking for a child? So as soon as the words left his mouth, he slapped himself across the face, pretending it was an overexcited slip of the tongue. Ah, a mosquito. Yeah, I had a mosquito on my face. Watching Cheng Shi's awkward attempt to cover up his blunder, everyone burst into laughter. So, it's really over, the ranger asked, still in disbelief. Yes, it's over. With a wave of Hu Xian's hand, the stellar dagger gradually faded into the void, and everyone found themselves back in the pitch-black emptiness. A door stood tall in the void, and beyond it was the same room in the dark chapel they had entered earlier. Fate has begun to evolve as per the judgment, and we've won the trial. However, the countdown is still ongoing, and during this time, you're free to leave. And then what? What's the conclusion? Cheng Shi blinked in confusion and pressed further. Shouldn't the trial give us a definitive answer? Hu Xian smiled cryptically, but didn't answer. An answer? No one knew the answer. No one knew what had transpired during the negotiations deep within the void. Even Hu Xian had only glimpsed the pillar of birth at the moment of her near death. No divine edict had been issued, but Hu Xian knew one thing for certain: she lived. To behold him was to be acknowledged. He had acknowledged her identity, or perhaps the identity of the child in her womb. But it didn't matter, it was all the same. I will be my child, and I will be my mother. As the atmosphere grew silent, Jin Xian's eyes sparkled with mischief. She glanced at the others and playfully pointed to the door. Look, the door's right there. If you walk through it, won't you find out? You're still acting like you're in charge? Cheng Shi growled, glaring at Jin Xian. I haven't even given you a piece of my mind for all the lying. Jin Xian put on an innocent expression and mimicked Cheng Shi's cold tone. We're even. Didn't you say that yourself? And you call yourself a man? Holding grudges like that? I helped you win, didn't I? Cheng Shi's face darkened. This damn trickster hadn't died at all. Even after being blasted into charcoal, she had heard everything. She'd just been lying there, pretending to be dead, watching him and Jiran, and when he thought he could pull off a quick 2-1 victory, she popped out just in time to tie the vote and mess everything up. How could someone be this infuriating? As Cheng Shi stood there speechless, Li finally found her chance to speak. She nudged him in the back and asked, Who is she? Cheng Shi chuckled coldly. Jin Xian, chosen one of deceit. As soon as those words left his mouth, both Li and Hu Xian's expressions changed. At this level of the game, encountering a chosen one was almost as rare as meeting a god. Because of her own circumstances, Hu Xian's reaction wasn't as intense. But Li was different. She eyed Jin Xian cautiously, her sharp gaze trying to pierce through this deceitful teammate's true identity. Upon learning that there was an unseen deceit follower among them, all the previously inexplicable events in the trial suddenly made sense. So, silence wasn't really silence, it was the silent workings of deceit. One player had managed to play the role of an NPC. Such an advanced strategy. No wonder Cheng Shi had been so on edge yet unable to vent his frustration. It turned out she was a chosen one. And which chosen one is ever easy to deal with? Especially when they're a trickster. After revealing Jin Xian's identity, Cheng Shi no longer felt the need to hide his own. But curiously, Jin Xian didn't seem interested in exposing him either. She simply continued to observe him with amusement. Li gaze flickered between the 3 of them, analyzing each of her increasingly bizarre teammates, lost in thought. She rarely doubted herself, but this time, she began to wonder. Not about her abilities, but about her train of thought. Maybe 2,400 points was a terrifying boundary. Below it, there were strong players, but they were still understandable. Above it, there were monsters beyond comprehension. What are you thinking about, Ranger? Why are you staring at my chest? Don't tell me you're into women. Libola blinked, then nodded. Hum. The sudden hum from Libola brought an abrupt silence to the scene, leaving even Hu Xian staring at her in surprise, her mouth slightly agape. You. Libola smiled, a weight seemingly lifted off her shoulders. Hu Xian, you're indeed beautiful. And yes, part of me did want to work with you because of that. But well, I can't quite keep up with your pace, so I gave up. Cheng Shi blinked in confusion, his mind struggling to process. Huh? Wait, sister, are you serious? Are you looking for a bedmate in this game? No wonder you gave that child up so decisively, and no wonder you've been eyeing them so intensely. Are you holding a beauty parade, sis? Turns out the one who likes women isn't the bard, it's the hunter. Jin Xian, too, was momentarily stunned. The sheer number of straight-laced people she had encountered this round had caught her off guard. Noticing Libola's strange gaze once more settling on her, Jin Xian smiled and quickly moved closer to Cheng Shi, tightly wrapping herself around his arm. What a shame, Ranger. It seems we missed our chance. Because now I belong to Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi's face darkened as he yanked his arm, ready to curse her out. But before he could say a word, a snicker rang out from behind them. So, you really do like green tea, girl. Everyone turned in surprise to find that the bard Qin Chaoga had somehow reappeared, standing in the void above them. The moment she arrived, she began stretching and warming up, then broke into song. Build walls with the bones of our enemies, let their blood flood the gates. The horn of war has sounded. March forward, my warriors. The land where the enemies fall shall be our new homeland. The song barely finished when a figure, bathed in red light, charged straight at Cheng Shi. A storm of fury and thunderous vocals followed. The enraged bard grabbed Jin Xian by the ankles, lifted her off the ground, and slammed her face first into the earth. Then she leaped on top of her. Bam, 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 bam. Each punch landed like a hammer on the head, one after another, mercilessly. In no time, Jin Xian's face swelled like a pig's, covered in bruises and welts. She could only cry out in pain, unable to fight back. The sheer intensity of the assault left everyone stunned. Cheng Shi, wide-eyed with astonishment, turned toward the ranger and asked, Ranger, why do I feel like she's even faster than you? Libola's expression was grim, though her eyes twinkled with amusement. Feel like she is faster than me. That's the blood demon war song she's singing. It's a berserker's chant from the underworld tribes, far more violent than the pastoral hunter's songs. Our bard. No, our warrior knows quite a few tunes. Yeah, it's terrifying. That comment didn't come from Cheng Shi, but from Jin Xian. She clung to Cheng Shi's other arm, trembling as she watched Qin Chaoga, lost in the illusion she had crafted for herself, releasing her pent-up rage. So violent. I don't like it. Cheng Shi scoffed, trying once again to shake off Jin Xian's grip to no avail. Your teammate is a warrior too, Jin Xian. Don't forget, you and Jiran were in this together. Just because you're standing here doesn't mean we've accepted you as our ally. Huh? What else do you want? You've touched me, I've slept with you, and you still want to deny it. What's this? Instantly, all eyes turned toward Cheng Shi. Libola's gaze held a playful curiosity, while Hu Xian, well, her eyes were filled with something else entirely. Cheng Shi exploded. He pulled out a scalpel and slashed upward toward Jin Xian's stomach. But to his surprise, Jin Xian burst like a punctured balloon, exploding with a pop. A fake. Another fake. Heh. Heartless bastard, always so cold. I'm leaving now. Don't miss me, bye-bye. With that, the chosen one who had been pulling the strings the entire trial vanished from sight. She had left. She had exited the trial. Damn it. Cheng Shi cursed under his breath, quickly turning to Hu Xian to explain. Don't listen to her nonsense. I only touched her twice, didn't sleep with her. Oh. Cheng Shi glared at Libola, who was smirking and thoroughly enjoying the show. Sis, you're a wind-tamer ranger, not a chaos-stirring ranger. Libola raised an eyebrow, whistling nonchalantly, clearly not paying him any mind. Hu Xian, on the other hand, simply laughed again. She beckoned to Cheng Shi with a soft smile. Come. Cheng Shi froze, instinctively taking a step back. Don't worry. If you're not willing, I won't force you. Come here. This is both my thank you gift and my personal desire. If one day you regret it, use this to contact me. Only then did Cheng Shi realize that Hu Xian was holding a small whistle in her hand. Damn it, I'm so scared I didn't even notice her hand. What's this? Cheng Shi cautiously stepped forward and took the whistle from her hand. Hu Xian smiled gently. It's a soft whistle made from the calling pipe of a mating bird. In pre-civilization tribes, it was often used as a nighttime spring whistle. Crap, I don't understand. How do I pretend I know my history to avoid embarrassing myself? The confusion in Cheng Shi's eyes was clearly visible, and Li Bola, seeing through him, chuckled and explained. Tribe life lacked entertainment, so at night, people would blow these whistles to mark time. Then, well, the bored ones would release their energy in bed. So, you still don't get it? If you're feeling lonely, blow the whistle. Wait, what? Cheng Shi stared blankly ahead, only to realize that Hu Xian was already gone. Only Li Bola remained, standing there with a smirk. Pfft, what's so great about men anyway? Fine, I can't compete with you. But don't pull that long face, you're not a bad guy. I know you've still got secrets, but let's just leave it at that. Everyone has their secrets. I'll remember you, Cheng Shi. Goodbye. And with that, the wind dispersed. Cheng Shi turned around, speechless, only to find Qin Chaoga staring at him with a complicated expression. Her gaze held an emotion he couldn't quite place. Scratching his head, Cheng Shi blurted out. What's up, sis? You're jealous too? You want me to give it to you? What's going on? Did I stumble into a cheerleading squad? You like her, she likes her, and she likes you? Are we filming a soap opera here, friend? Where's that recklessness of yours? Qin Chaoga remained silent. She just stared at Cheng Shi, her gaze piercing, and slowly stepped toward him. Cheng Shi's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively turned to run. But how could a human outrun a beast? He didn't make it 2 steps before Qin Chaoga pinned him to the ground. The bard was too strong for him to resist, and all Cheng Shi could do was watch as her dazed eyes drew closer and closer, as her burning lips descended toward him. Are you infected by Hu Xian? No. You corrupted by corruption? No. Sis, this way I can't even respond. Do you really have to ruin our pure comradeship? Cheng Shi sighed in exasperation, staring up at the dazed Qin Chaoga. She paused, her gaze softening as she felt Cheng Shi's heartbeat. A trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Cheng Shi noticed it and suddenly didn't know what to say. Just as he was thinking of how to politely steer this confused bard away, Qin Chaoga's lips curled into a smile. So, it's true. You don't like other women, little Cheng Shi. Do you like me? The Qin Chaoga atop him suddenly transformed back into Zhen Xian, who looked down at him with a wicked grin. No wonder you grabbed me so tightly earlier. You must really like me, madly in love. Heh, heh heh, huh. Then I must be absolutely in love with you. With illusory dreaming of something from nothing dispelled, Zhen Xian no longer had access to Qin Chaoga's strength. Cheng Shi flipped her off with a quick kick, grabbed his scalpel, and without even aiming, flung it toward Zhen Xian's position. Swish, swish, swish. 12 scalpels in a row, each one hitting her dead on. Zhen Xian didn't even try to dodge, letting the scalpels pin her to the void. Ow, so painful. Turns out you like it rough, huh? Ugh, it hurts so much. But for you, I can endure. Endure, my ass. Crazy woman. Cheng Shi's face twitched as he coldly glanced at Zhen Xian, then turned away without a word, heading straight for the door in the void. The more attention you give her, the more she'll turn you into her plaything. The best strategy was to ignore her, dismiss her, and leave. Since the Qin Chaoga here was fake, the real one was likely still in the town. He owed it to his teammate, the one who had saved him, to check if she had safely exited the trial. Hey, don't go. I can't move anymore. Don't you want to do something? Don't you want to know how I ended up getting paired with you? Cheng Shi's steps faltered. Oh, so you do want to know. Beg me. Beg me, and I'll tell you. Cheng Shi's already dark expression darkened further. He wanted to slap himself. Why did I stop? He resumed walking toward the door. You're so heartless. Fine, I'll tell you anyway. Fate. It was fate that brought us together. Cheng Shi stopped in his tracks, furrowing his brows. Fate? Did he interfere? But wasn't he supposed to be hiding the answers? Why would he send Jin Xian to mess up the trial? Just as Cheng Shi was racking his brain trying to figure it out, Jin Xian burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. You didn't actually believe that, did you? Ha ha ha, we were both placed in a fate trial. Of course, it was fate that brought us together. You're so cute, little Cheng Shi. Damn it, my fists are clenched. Cheng Shi took a deep breath, forcing himself not to turn around and curse her out, and instead pushed open the door to leave the void. As Cheng Shi disappeared from sight, Jin Xian pouted and began pulling the scalpels from her body. Sigh, no fun at all. She wiped them clean one by one, wrapping them carefully in her clothes with a smile. Still, I found an interesting guy. Nice, new additions to the collection. She tucked the scalpels into her personal space, then suddenly frowned, glancing at a spot in the void. Was I seeing things? Whatever, time to go. With that, Jin Xian's figure completely disintegrated. The void returned to silence. 3 minutes later. Huh? Weird. No one's here. I guess I really was seeing things. With a pop, her figure vanished again. This time, she was really gone. As the presence of the chosen one of deceit faded, a shadow slowly coalesced within the empty void. Tisk, if she'd seen me, I'd never hear the end of it. But maybe I really should get a centipede tattoo? Would it even help? The shadow stroked his neck, chuckled to himself, and dissolved back into the void as if he had never been there. Far Dusk Town. After fate's final judgment concluded, Qin Chaoga awoke from her unconscious state. That's when she realized there was another girl lying unconscious beside her. And that girl was none other than Shaman. While she was still piecing together how things had developed to this point, and why Hu Xian had appeared in the final answer, Cheng Shi arrived. He glanced under the bed once, his expression darkening like the bottom of a charred pot, and then he spoke. Damn it, a trickster. Qin Chaoga's face immediately grew cold as she shot him a sidelong glare. Who are you cursing? Big sister, I'm talking about that swindling woman who knocked you out. She told me this was her true form. What a load of crap. There's not a single truthful word that comes out of her mouth. And look at you, such a strong warrior, and you still got sucker punched. Aren't you ashamed? Without waiting for a response, Cheng Shi reached out a hand and pulled her out from under the bed. Qin Chaoga's face twisted in anger, her teeth grinding, as she hissed, I'm a bard. Yeah. Inside, you're a warrior. Outside, you're a bard. So you're only tough when it's your own people. Cheng Shi. What? I helped you win, and I'm still not allowed to have a little fun. Cheng Shi stood tall, staring her down with undeniable confidence. Qin Chaoga's eyes flickered with a mix of frustration and shame, but after a long moment, she swallowed her pride. However, she still turned her head away, her voice cold and firm. I cast the vote. The crucial vote. Oh, right. So, can you explain why the great bardess, who carried her team, voted for a woman who wasn't even married, but is already the mother of your child? Boom. Silence filled the room. Well, there wasn't really a room anymore. Not long after, they found themselves on the roof of Shaman's neighbor's house. Hiss, see? I told you, you're only tough with your own people. Qin Chaoga glanced at Cheng Shi, who was sitting there, healing himself with an annoyed look on his face, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. That's also a talent, something given by him, the peace pact. As long as I don't hurt anyone, no one can strike first to hurt me. Cheng Shi's eyes widened with realization, finally understanding why this bard, despite her incredible strength, never initiated attacks. Of course, that didn't apply to judgment strikes. Then how did Jin Xian knock you out? Cheng Shi was genuinely curious. He had just recounted the entire story to Qin Chaoga, and upon hearing this question, her face darkened. Do you really have the nerve to ask me that? You stabbed her in the shoulder. When I went to pull out the knife, I caused damage to her, canceling the peace pact. You. Qin Chaoga's expression turned sour, clearly regretting missing out on the exciting team fight that followed. Cheng Shi was speechless. So, in the end, it's my fault? How did this land on me? He shook his head with a bitter smile, then asked. But your strength, it shouldn't require a peace pact. Precisely because of my strength I need it. Qin Chaoga said firmly, her gaze fixed on the massive sun in the sky, as if she were explaining to Cheng Shi while also speaking to herself. If a person can't control their desires, how are they different from beasts? I don't want to become a mindless killing machine. Tisk, it's a shame you didn't choose order. Qin Chaoga burst into laughter. I don't like being bound by rules. Watching this carefree and unrestrained teammate, Cheng Shi suddenly understood her. A bard who doesn't like being bound by rules, yet who can constrain her own inner desires. Freedom, after all, is just that simple. Enough about me. How about you? You're not a follower of decay, are you? Cheng Shi wasn't surprised. Smiling, he asked, what gave me away? The way you made decisions without any visible conflict, another blessing from him. Say little, observe much. As long as I personally create the gap in information, I hold the advantage of knowledge, and my decisions become increasingly accurate. That's how I was able to pick the exact option you wanted me to. Cheng Shi, followers of decay, don't usually go for these roundabout methods. They prefer straight-up damage. So you're not one of them. True enough, followers of war also don't tend to play so many mind games. No wonder you chatted so much during the trial, but never took any direct action. Always pretending this and that. You sure are crafty. Seeing the curious look in Qin Chaoga's eyes, Cheng Shi, finally relaxed after passing the trial, let his guard down. With sincere honesty, but a light-hearted tone, he answered. Qin Chaoga stayed silent, expecting him to continue. I'm a follower of fate. Actually, I borrowed the fate of a blood exchange priest. You sly fox. I knew it. Qin Chaoga glared at Cheng Shi, itching to punch him again. She couldn't help but think back on everything Cheng Shi had done. Every step seemed to align perfectly with the twists of fate, constantly nudging fate back on course. She really should have realized sooner. How could any player receive so much favor from fate? He had to be a follower of fate. A quiet weaver of fate, constantly stitching it back together. Cheng Shi had no idea what was going on in Qin Chaoga's head, but seeing that she seemed to believe him, he swallowed back the rest of what he was going to say. He had half a mind to tease her further, but since she believed him now, well, then everything he said before must be true. And I don't lie. Shrug. You killed one of your own. Won't your patron be displeased? Hasn't he already been displeased enough? Cheng Shi forced a stiff smile. He likes choices. This time, he chose me. Simple as that. Qin Chaoga nodded silently, mulling it over before suddenly speaking in an awkward tone. Cheng Shi, I'm not asking for there to be one more good person in the world. But I also don't want there to be one more bad person. Let's do our best, okay? Cheng Shi blinked, taken aback by the sincerity in her eyes, brimming with hope. But after a few seconds, he couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Coo, don't make me laugh, sis. Do you have a case of teenage syndrome? Did you choose your faith after watching too many hot-blooded anime? Before he even finished speaking, Qin Chaoga punched the roof next to his head, blowing off half the structure. Seeing the embarrassed, flushed look on her face, Cheng Shi's heart skipped a beat. Crap, I was right. All this time, our bard's been a total toonie. This is insane. Qin Chaoga, now that her secret was out, shot Cheng Shi a glare filled with frustration and embarrassment before disappearing on the spot. She left in a fit of awkward rage. Tisk, hard to rate this one. Cheng Shi sighed, lying back on the roof as he stared up at the eternal sun rising in the sky, its divine essence of prosperity, resonating with the prosperity within his body, while his gaze grew distant and thoughtful. A conclusion? What conclusion? The fate of an experiment is to be expended as part of the process, to be replaced and discarded. The only thing they could take pride in was that, unlike other test subjects, they had the honor of being part of a great experiment. There was no way the stellar dagger, with all its history, would come to a sudden end. Would he allow that? Cheng Shi didn't know what had transpired in the void, but when he saw the travelers and townspeople going about their business as usual, when he saw the sun rising in the sky as always, he knew. This place had no conclusion. Look at the divine essence of prosperity radiating from the eternal sun. Doesn't that just symbolize the Council of Scholars replacing one resource with another type of experiment fodder? At that moment, Cheng Shi wondered what kind of story would unfold next in this place. How would faith shift? And who would the new divine envoy be? Would it be the same one, or was a new one already on the way? And would the bloody moon be the incomplete decay? How would history record the changes that came to the great sun? Sigh, why am I thinking so much? It's none of my business. Waste of time, time to go. Cheng Shi chuckled as he saw the real shaman waking up amidst the ruins of the courtyard, looking around in confusion. With a laugh, he exited the trial. Special trial. Who deserves redemption? Fate. Challenge cleared. Scoring in progress. Calculating rewards. Player. Cheng Shi. Performance score. S. Reward item. Mask of Appreciation, S, X1. Reward item. Mask of Trust, S, X1. Reward item. Mask of Desire, S, X1. Reward item. Mask of Cunning, S, X1. Path to Godhood plus 15. Ladder of Ascent plus 2. Current path to Godhood score, 2156. Global rank, 443,877. Current ladder of ascent score, 166, fate path rank, 59. Trial complete, preparing to exit. Reality, unknown province, a certain grassland. Chen Chaoga lay sprawled on the roof of a yurt, her eyes flickering open. Her face flushed slightly with embarrassment, and she clenched her fists, angrily punching the air twice. Damn it. He dared to trick me. So frustrating. Who said I have a Chiuni syndrome? Just then, the preset alarm inside the yurt began to ring. Beep beep, beep beep, beep beep. Cultivation time has arrived. Today's lesson is episode 136 of Attack of the Dwarves. Chen Chaoga instinctively wanted to jump down, but the memory of the teasing she had just endured made her grit her teeth and hold back. Skipping one episode won't kill me. Endure. However, 5 minutes later. Beep beep, beep beep. Who cares if no one can see me? Why am I even trying to hold back? I want to watch it. With that, the nimble bard flipped down into the yurt. Where's the wine? Where's my wine? How's it gone again? Reality, unknown province, a residential area. Li Bola sat holding a small sundial, shaped like a stone disc, as she repeatedly replayed the scene of Hu Xian stealing the authority of the Eternal Sun for the first time. The longer she watched, the deeper her scowl became. It wasn't until she finally felt a sliver of understanding that she set down the sundial of time and picked up a simple wristwatch from beside her. Her gaze followed the ticking second hand, watching it complete countless rotations. Finally, she mustered the courage to speak. May. But as soon as the word left her lips, her grip on the watch tightened, veins bulging in her hand as it trembled. Her half-open mouth moved several times, but no sound came out. After a few moments of internal struggle, she swallowed the rest of her words. She threw the watch aside, collapsed onto the couch, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. Huff, huff. Forget it, forget it. I'm not like them, nor can I become like them. This is enough. It's good enough. The ranger slowly relaxed, and before long, she blended into the breeze blowing through the room. Trial, unknown location, somewhere outdoors. In a dimly lit cave, 6 players arrived one after another. After briefly sizing each other up, a man with an explosive hairstyle snapped his fingers, summoning a flicker of flame to illuminate the dark surroundings. His sharp, intimidating eyes surveyed the area before he spoke, his brows furrowing slightly. What a shame, no familiar faces. I suppose we've all chosen to pray for random divine essence, so you should be aware that the lowered risk means there's a high chance of gaining nothing. As usual, let's state our needs first. No fighting during the trial, but once it's over, anything goes. I'll start. MOU, Elemental Judge, 2,517 points. I'm looking for chaos essence. Interesting. The strictest person here wants the most chaotic thing. I suppose the longer you live, the more you see. Zhou Saming, Fool Hunter, 2,496 points. My desired divine essence is birth. Hearing his request, a woman in the group frowned slightly. The follower of Folly smirked at the frowning woman and sneered. Looks like we're in for some tough business this round. The frowning teammate didn't respond, but another woman standing beside the Fool Hunter spoke up. She was radiating an aura of endless charm and grace. Hu Xian, Sage of Life, 2,451 points. Her enchanting eyes first met the Fool Hunter's gaze, then shifted to the frowning woman, her smile carrying an air of politeness. Apologies, both of you, but you might have to leave empty-handed this round. Huh, Ignorance is the greatest form of foolishness. The fool hunter's sarcastic comment made everyone in the cave chuckle and shake their heads, but Hu Xian remained unbothered. She simply extended her hand and softly whispered, "Come." Reality, unknown province, a certain museum. A beautifully shaped young woman crouched in front of a small pillar exhibit, carefully arranging something on the display. A few minutes later, she clapped her hands in satisfaction and stood up, looking as though she had just completed a masterpiece. Not bad, not bad. It looks quite similar. Following her gaze, you'd see that on the pillar exhibit lay a small figure composed of 12 surgical scalpels. 4 scalpels formed a square head, 3 connected end to end made up a triangular torso, and the remaining 4 were used for the arms and legs. As for the final scalpel, after thinking it over for a while, she placed it between the figure's legs. After all, men are 3-legged animals. It made sense. Once everything was arranged, she took a pen and scribbled 3 words on the exhibit tag. Little Cheng Shi. Gazing at the scalpels gleaming under the display lights, the woman giggled and pulled out her phone, snapping a picture. She sent it to someone. But just sending a picture didn't seem to fully satisfy her desire to share, so she initiated a video call. There was no lovely ringing tone, no dialing sound. The call was instantly answered, and the face that appeared on the screen was identical to the girl who had placed the scalpels. Hee, I knew you'd pick up. Why aren't you saying anything, my dear sister? What's wrong? Did something upset you? Come on, hurry, tell me. I'm in a great mood, and I want to enjoy it more. TCH, so boring. You're always like this, never smile. If you keep at it, you'll end up depressed. Whatever, you boring person. Since you won't tell me your story, I guess I'll tell you mine. Haha. So, guess what? Today I met this pretty interesting little liar. He was just like you, he even managed to trick himself. I almost fell for it. Luckily, I was a step ahead and didn't let him get the better of me. Well, not entirely. He did grope my little melon. But it's not a big deal. He thought I was you, so if you round it off, you're the one who got taken advantage of, not me. Hee. Poor sister, fooled by a little liar. As the girl gleefully shared her victory, her twin on the screen finally spoke. Jin-E, what did you do this time? Huh? I didn't do anything. It was just a regular trial. A regular trial where you got. The girl on the other side opened her mouth a few times, struggling to finish the sentence, too embarrassed to say it. Jin-E burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. Haha, it was Jin Xian who got groped, not Jin-E. What's it got to do with me? Haha, but don't worry, no one saw. Well, I guess that's not entirely true. At least Sanger saw. But he's an old relic who can't even speak, so it's like no one saw, right? Did you find the stellar dagger? Yep. I carried the whole team and showed them the Tower of Logic's greatest experiment. Pretty impressive, huh? Oh wait, there was one idiot gambler who died. Shame, he was pretty easy to fool. Get to the point. Did you find the person the blind man spoke of? Which person? What person? Sister, what are you talking about? All I saw was a little liar who groped your melon. Jin-E. Oh no, my phone's dying. Gotta go charge it. Bye-bye. Jin-E quickly hung up and collapsed onto the floor, laughing uncontrollably. But as she continued laughing, her expression gradually shifted to one of slight confusion. She sat up, crossed her legs, rested her elbows on her knees, and cupped her face in her hands, furrowing her brow as she muttered to herself. Did I really miss them? The blind man said, the sun and moon alternate, atop the void. That matches perfectly, so why didn't I see anyone? The future is here. The future is here. What does that last line of the prophecy mean? Is it saying I disguised myself as Cheng Shi's future? Huh? Could it be that the person the blind man saw in the prophecy was actually me? Hee. Now that would be too funny. With that thought, Jin-E scrambled to pick up her phone and quickly dialed a number. The call connected almost immediately, and on the other end, a cool female voice answered. Her first words were, Jin-E. Don't hang up, it's your sister. Beep, beep, beep. The call was instantly disconnected. Back on the rooftop, Cheng Shi hadn't even fully opened his eyes before cold sweat began trickling down his forehead. He was nervous, deeply so, as his mind churned with a troubling thought. What if? I'm just saying, what if? You tear down your neighbor's house, beat up their kid, and instead of getting mad, the neighbor hands you 10 grand. What do you think their real motive is? Cheng Shi's first instinct was, crap, this is my last meal. With a jolt of fear, he scrambled up from the rooftop. Without even acknowledging the greetings from Xiaoyang across the way, he rushed into the storage room, plastering all the masks he could find onto his body. Then, gripping the dice in his hand, he started muttering to himself like a prayer. Blessed patron, please protect me, blessed patron. I didn't do anything wrong. It was your artifact that caused all the trouble. That little girl is a rotten apple. She's been stirring up trouble everywhere and even killed that. Today's warrior. You see everything from your high throne, so please defend me. At best, I'm just a minor accomplice. Surely, I don't deserve death. But after muttering for a good while, nothing happened. Cheng Shi began to feel that something was off and gradually stopped. He pricked up his ears and listened intently, but everything around him seemed normal. There didn't appear to be any signs of a divine presence, like someone coming to summon him into the presence of a god. His brow furrowed deeply in confusion. Huh? Nothing's happening? Did my prayer actually work? Did my patron block it? It can't be that she suddenly turned over a new leaf. The moment that thought appeared in his head, Cheng Shi quickly bowed his head and muttered another prayer. This is impossible. Can't stop thinking about it even when I try. After a few more minutes of tense waiting, with nothing out of the ordinary occurring, Cheng Shi's previously hunched posture straightened again. Looks like it's resolved. Praise deceit. I don't know how exactly the patron shielded me, but it's been long enough now. I should be safe. He let out a long sigh of relief, took off the masks he had plastered onto himself, and put them back on the shelves. A smile crept onto his face as he prepared to leave the storage area. After all, Xiaoyang had seen him rushing around earlier, so he needed a good excuse to explain his behavior. Otherwise, his aloof image might get tarnished. However, as Cheng Shi pushed open the door to the storage room and stepped outside, he realized that the scene before him was not the familiar rooftop. Instead, he found himself standing in a very familiar office. The office was bustling with people, noisy and chaotic. Old Wang was busy trading stocks, Brother Chao was watching a soccer game, Sister Wu was showing off her newly bought necklace to her coworkers, and little Li, her face flushed, was texting her boyfriend on her phone. And as for himself, yes, there was another him in the office, fast asleep at his workstation. Everything in front of him was so real that Cheng Shi almost felt as if he'd traveled back in time. Judging by the scene, this had to be during his internship, before he had graduated. How could he tell at a glance? Well, because when Cheng Shi finally graduated and joined the company full-time, Brother Chao and Sister Wu were both fired for having an affair in the office. It was a shame. He missed the juiciest part of the gossip by just one day. That had always been a lingering regret of his. Cheng Shi chuckled at the memory. But then, the smile quickly disappeared from his face. When your memories unfold before you as though you've traveled back in time, you can pretty much guess who's behind it. Memory. An entity that, to Cheng Shi, wasn't much better than fate. Why was it memory? I could have understood if it wasn't fate or even if it wasn't my patron. Even birth, corruption, or war would make sense. But why memory? Is it because I escaped last time, so this time he's come in person? What have I done to deserve a god's personal visit? Dear patron, aren't you going to shield me? Could it be that memory came along with fate? Did my patron block fate only to let memory slip through? Damn. That's not impossible. As the realization hit him, Cheng Shi's face turned pale, and sweat began to slick the palm gripping the storage room door. He didn't dare move an inch, his eyes darting around the office, trying to spot any sign of him. Of course, when a god doesn't want to reveal himself, how could Cheng Shi possibly find him? After searching fruitlessly, Cheng Shi swallowed hard and carefully began to close the door. Out of sight, out of mind. If I don't see you, then let's pretend I was never here. With that thought, he quickened his pace, shutting the door with increasing urgency. As sweat soaked through his shirt, the storage door finally clicked shut. Phew. Cheng Shi exhaled a long breath of relief. Without hesitation, he turned on his heels, ready to run. There was a window at the back of the storage room, specifically kept for situations like this, to give him a way to escape if an unexpected enemy appeared. I don't know if it'll work against a god, but so what? First, I run. Yet, just as he took his first step, Cheng Shi noticed that the storage room behind him had also transformed into that same office, without him realizing. Old Wang had closed his stock trading app, Brother Chow had turned off his game, Sister Wu was holding her stomach and pretending to head to the bathroom, and Little Lee had hidden her phone in a panic. And himself, still asleep at the desk. The reason for all this, of course, was that the boss had arrived. The boss of this family-owned business was a second-generation rich kid set to inherit the family empire. Before coming to work, he didn't even know his family owned a small company like this. The company's annual output didn't even match his monthly allowance, so he rarely showed up for work. If he was in a good mood, he'd drop by. But despite his laid-back attitude, he still had to discipline employees when they slacked off. And so, he woke Cheng Shi. Not the one sleeping at the desk, the one standing at the door, trembling. Cheng Shi. Hearing the boss call his name with a stern expression, Cheng Shi's knees nearly buckled. That voice wasn't his boss's. It was a neutral, unfamiliar voice, but one that felt all too real. You can already guess. For an entity with godly power, capable of transforming reality itself, there was only one possible answer. Memory. He was standing before him in this form. Cheng Shi's mind went blank. Instinctively, he forced a smile, unsure of what to say. Last words? He hadn't thought that far ahead. A greeting? Well, not cursing him out would be a good start, so forget about greetings. Since he didn't know what to say, he opted for the safest course of action, a fake smile. Because I'm always sincere when I fake smile. As he stared at the boss, standing before him with a serious expression, Cheng Shi's heart pounded like a drum. Great, now the infinite pressure of meeting a god and the overwhelming anxiety of facing your boss are hitting me at the same time. What a perfect combination. But Cheng Shi only stayed dazed for a moment. He quickly snapped into action, bowing deeply and apologizing. Sorry, boss. I promise I'll never sleep on the job again. The boss looked at Cheng Shi, clearly amused by his frantic efforts to hide his panic, and then burst out laughing. You think this is a dream? Yes, right? Cheng Shi smiled awkwardly, then quickly shut his eyes tight, trying to play dumb. But the moment he squeezed his eyes shut, he realized something terrifying. His eyelids no longer responded. The shadows of your patron are painted all over your eyes, and his echoes resonate in your voice. You, just like your patron, are a natural-born liar. Are you complimenting me or insulting me? Should I laugh or cry? As Cheng Shi twisted his expression in confusion, unsure how to respond, Memory spoke again. There's no need to panic. Though my will differs from his, I won't trouble his followers because of it. You are one of the pieces in my collection. I'm simply curious, how has such a small artifact caused me so much trouble? Excuse me, is your idea of not troubling a follower showing up at their home and interrogating them? Such generosity. Cheng Shi remained silent, as if, in that moment, he had transformed from a follower of deceit into one of silence. Are you afraid? Interesting. That's not what I expected from you. As I said, I mean you no harm. There's no need to be so frightened. Listening to this god of unerring record-keeping repeatedly tell bold-faced lies, Cheng Shi couldn't hold back anymore. He muttered under his breath. You're already troubling me. Memory laughed, or perhaps it was more accurate to say the boss laughed, given the scene around them. He thoughtfully stroked his chin, and for a moment, the pupils in his eyes vanished into the void. A second later, they returned. The sight sent shivers down Cheng Shi's spine. I see now. Yes, it seems you misunderstood me. I don't owe you an explanation, but your patron is too irritating, constantly letting things slide. It's become quite a nuisance. So, I decided it's time to cause him a little trouble as well. It's quite simple, really. The root of it all is that a trickster snuck into my collection. With a snap of his fingers, the scene around Cheng Shi shifted instantly. It felt as though he had plunged into an ocean, floating helplessly amidst a sea of bubbles, unsure of what was happening. Before long, a pair of familiar eyes opened before him. Patron. The mischievous, void-colored eyes, no other god could possess those. Had he come to save me? Cheng Shi's heart surged with joy. He saw his patron wink at him, and with that, countless bubbles in the ocean shattered, only to swiftly recoalesce. Following his gaze, Cheng Shi saw, within one of the bubbles, a figure gradually coming into focus. It was blurry at first, but upon closer inspection, the image reflected within the bubble was himself. So this is just a memory? Cheng Shi's heart plummeted once again. Do you see it now? You, Cheng Shi, at this moment, have become a budding follower of Chaos Ultraman. Cheng Shi's heart went back to its place, only for his brain to short-circuit. Huh? So, it turns out that my becoming an Ultraman wasn't memory's doing, but rather something my patron pulled off. What the hell is he planning? Or rather, what does he want me to do? Memory noticed Cheng Shi's confusion and chuckled again. Your patron damaged countless artifacts in my collection, all in an effort to hide this particular doodle of yours. When I discovered the damage, I couldn't discern his secret. Naturally, he's quite adept at deception. So I went ahead and restored the artifacts. For me, it was a trivial restoration, but for you mortals, when the divine power of memory surges, it might just present you with an opportunity. Opportunity? What opportunity? Cheng Shi's mind raced as he recalled everything he knew about memory. Then, suddenly, a name flashed in his mind. No, not just a name, an entire scheme. That assassination plot from the future. It seems you've remembered. Good. I'm pleased that my follower was able to cleverly harness my power, which shows that he is committed to carrying out my will. But for you, it could have been a disaster. Though, you've overcome it, and that's commendable. Yet, the drama hasn't reached its conclusion. Your restless patron, instead of fixing the damaged artifacts, added a new smear to them. Though that smear erased itself, the repeated provocations have been embarrassing, to say the least. And so, here I am. Wait, what? Dude, if the gods are arguing, why don't you go flip through your memory archives and learn some better insults? Does bullying someone like me really make you feel better? Your expression is amusing, the way your eyes are full of defiance, fear, anger, and panic, yet you pretend to show no fear. Ah, the stench of deceit is strong with you. That's not good. But I'm here to confirm something. As memory finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the surroundings began to rapidly shift once again. Everything played out in reverse, as if the world were rewinding a film, diving deeper into the sea of memories, while the void rose up. Fate returned to its beginning. Yes, soon enough, the scene froze in place, showing the moment Cheng Shi first stepped onto the path of fate. He saw an image of himself, walking forward, reaching the moment where he stood before the mask and the dice of fate. Then, the Cheng Shi in front of him took the dice, as memory had suggested. Memory watched the scene and smiled. You chose fate rather than directly choosing deceit, which shows that you aren't fond of deception. Deception is merely your method of self-preservation. It's a pity, had you continued down fate's path, perhaps I would have had fewer troubles. That's a good idea. Cheng Shi, have you ever thought about returning to the path of fate? Cheng Shi was dumbfounded. What does that mean? Seeing his confusion, memory smiled and explained. I can help you return to his embrace. As for the so-called Oathbreaker's curse, rest assured deceit would likely be amused by the whole thing and won't punish you. Huh? You want me to become an Oathbreaker? Is that even possible? Cheng Shi thought of his patron, the god of amusement and mischief. You know what? It might actually be possible. But even if my prank-loving patron enjoys this kind of chaos, I, Cheng Shi, am not shameless enough to go back on my word. I've been doing just fine among the tricksters, so why would I go become a turncoat? Besides, he was so eager to write me off, no way he'd let me come back. You want me to be an Oathbreaker? Heh, tue. Memory seemed to have guessed Cheng Shi's thoughts, and his pupils shifted again, transforming into white voids. You think he wouldn't take you back? No, Cheng Shi. You've misunderstood something, and your patron would never bother pointing it out to you. It's not that fate is angry with you for your minor blasphemies. It's that you've gone too far down the path of deceit when you should have progressed this far down the path of fate. Huh? Wait, hold on a second. You're saying that he's jealous? What kind of soap opera plot is this? Perhaps sensing Cheng Shi's thoughts, memory arched an eyebrow, his expression turning a bit odd. He has indeed been quite lenient. If you were to return now. Wait a moment. It seems there's already some meddling here. Interesting. So, fate had already set things in motion. Looks like I'm a step behind. But this solution doesn't resolve my problem. Let me think. How about? Memory turned to Cheng Shi, smiling as he asked. Cheng Shi, would you be interested in becoming my follower? Huh? What? What now? Cheng Shi was utterly dumbfounded, staring at the boss standing in front of him, his mouth opening and closing, but no words coming out. I tend to fib a little, and I can't help it. So, I don't think we'd be a good match. Few dare to refuse my invitation. You're not the first, but you're definitely the most cowardly. Pledging your loyalty to him at this point probably won't earn you his favor. But I'll give you some time. You can think about it. The boss's smile faded, leaving his face expressionless as he stared at Cheng Shi. Slowly, he added, as for the authority of deceit, it's not something I lack. Wait, aren't you the god of faithfully recording everything? How do you have the authority of deceit? Faithfully recording everything doesn't mean I'm faithfully recording the truth. If I scour my archives and find a record filled entirely with lies and falsehoods and then present it to the world, what do you think? Am I restoring history or am I retelling a deception? What the? Cheng Shi's mind felt like it had been struck by lightning, and suddenly, a word popped into his head. Theft. Perhaps this is how memory is able to steal the authority of deceit. He faithfully records lies, meaning lies are now part of memory. So, it works like that. Cheng Shi was dumbfounded, and his mind began to spiral, wondering how his own patron might be stealing the authority of memory. And an even bigger question. If one day a god's entire authority is stolen, does that mean the divine seat would be vacant? So, is this what my patron meant when he said humans can become gods? By constantly pulling and tugging on the authority of a god through faith and followers, could he be trying to drain a god of all their power and then push one of his followers onto that divine throne? Those who are grounded can walk further, while those who chase the sky wind up blind. So, have you thought it over yet? With memory staring at him, unmoving, Cheng Shi's back stiffened, his fists clenched tight. This could very well be a life-or-death question. One wrong answer, and his fate would be sealed. He didn't dare speak carelessly, but he also couldn't remain silent. After a few moments of frantic mental gymnastics, Cheng Shi raised his head, looked memory in the eye, and resolutely shook his head. He chose to refuse. Memory quirked an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Reason. Memory may lie, but I never lie. What kind of nonsense is this? Do you even hear yourself? Do you think that's something a normal person would say? Are you really starting to believe you're some devout follower of chaos? You, a notorious liar under the protection of deceit, dare stand here and say you never lie? Heh. Funny thing is, it actually worked. That bizarre statement left memory momentarily speechless. He studied Cheng Shi intently for a long time, but didn't erase this blemish who had twice refused him. Instead, he nodded and said, a very, unique reason. I see you still harbor some prejudice against me. No matter. Time will give you the answers. With that, he snapped his fingers once again. At the crisp sound, Cheng Shi's hand lifted on its own. The hand, adorned with colorful rings, saw one of the rings, a plain blue one, slip from his finger and float in the air. Death isn't well suited for things like this. No, none of the gods of life handle this very well. They are too primitive, too crude. But existence and we can make everything that exists exist exactly as we desire it to. Memory reached out, swiping a finger across the blue ring. The soft blue light dimmed, transforming into a deep, unfathomable ocean of memories. This is not a gift, nor is it compensation. It is a witness. Let this allow you to witness the wonder of memory and the greatness of existence. Use it well, Cheng Shi. I hope you won't refuse me a third time. And with those words, the boss vanished. As he left, the world around Cheng Shi shattered into pieces, and his consciousness was violently pulled back into his body. With a start, Cheng Shi jerked awake from what felt like a dream. His hand was still gripping the door handle of the storage room, one foot outside on the rooftop, and behind him were the stocked shelves of the warehouse. He was back. Finally back. Cheng Shi let out a huge breath, letting the cold sweat pour down his face, soaking the ground beneath him. Just as he was silently thanking his luck for surviving yet another near-death encounter, a voice called out excitedly from across the way. Hey man. Finally awake, huh? You've been standing there like a statue all day. I thought you were dead. Cheng Shi turned toward the voice, seeing Xia Yang shouting from the rooftop across the street. He forced a grin and chuckled. Sorry, didn't quite die. Bet you're disappointed your space-merging prayer didn't work, huh? Xia Yang's face stiffened instantly. He gave a nervous chuckle and waved his hand dismissively. No way, I knew you wouldn't die. A follower of death isn't that easy to kill, right? Damn it. I had almost forgotten. I still owe that god dozens of sacrifices. I'm not going to have to die to pay off that debt, am I? Please, come on, give me a break. I'll be quick about it. Cheng Shi made another deal with Xia Yang. He acquired another corpse, clearing Xia Yang's debt in the process. Now, they were even. First, Cheng Shi hurriedly sent a message to the entity seated atop the bone throne, his debt to death, promising that he would soon deliver enough sacrifices. Then, he immediately grabbed his dice and began trying to contact his patron. There was a serious problem now. His opponents had started offering bribes. Patron, pick up the damn phone already. If you keep me waiting any longer, I might not be able to resist the temptation of these sweet offers. Cheng Shi muttered prayers to deceit as he fiddled with the dice, all while examining the exquisite ring that memory had bestowed upon him. Floating Dream of the Memory Sea, SSS rank, a divine artifact crafted personally by memory. This ring allows you to witness 3 instances of existence. After using any effect 3 times, the ring will no longer exist. Special effect, Foam on the Sea of Dreams. You can activate the ring and begin a countdown. At any point within 24 hours, you can stop the countdown. Any traces of your actions during the countdown will not enter anyone's memories. Special effect, Surge of the Tidal Wave. When a memory has already been recorded in the Sea of Memories and become history, and you are part of that history, you can activate the ring to reasonably alter it. All traces of the changes you make will become the new history. As Cheng Shi stared at the ring, which glowed with a subtle yet deep luminescence, he had to bite down hard on his lips to stop himself from drooling. This was essentially a semi-divine artifact that could alter memories, and even history itself. In other words, Cheng Shi now had 3 chances to become invisible or 3 chances to change history. Or, if needed, a flexible mix of the 2. Deceit had secretly altered a part of history memory, had discovered it, and now he had come to investigate. Yet, rather than being angry or punishing the person covered in graffiti, him, memory, had instead given him a SSS rank semi-divine artifact. This kind of recruitment tactic, this kind of approach, anyone would be trembling at the mere thought of it. What have I done to deserve this? If the noble won't abandon me. Wait, no. Cheng Shi, hold yourself together. Cheng Shi's mind was in utter disarray. Since his patron hadn't responded, he set aside the dice and started to think carefully what had happened that he wasn't aware of. What could have prompted memory to offer such an overpowered gift to a follower of a rival faith? After a long stretch of pondering, Cheng Shi could only recall one thing his patron had once said. As part of the deal, that memory, chosen one who entered my trial, didn't fare very well either. Deceit had punished memory, chosen one, and now memory was rewarding a follower of deceit. Seeing it from that angle. Well, then. I'm just thinking out loud here, not accusing anyone of anything. But I've got to say, memory sure plays dirty. If there's more dirty play coming in the future, well, please bring it on. I can handle it. Cheng Shi chuckled to himself and casually opened the ladder of ascent rankings, which he hadn't checked in a while. He wanted to see where exactly sincere and truthful the player who had plummeted in rank had ended up after their recent chaos. What on earth would drive a master of trickery to lose points so drastically? But as soon as the rankings appeared, Cheng Shi instantly understood why memory had responded with kindness instead of anger. No way, patron, you're playing like this? This is what you meant by didn't fare well? Ladder of Ascent, Existence Memory, / Void Deceit. 1. Gotta think bigger, brothers, Deceit, 206. 2. Lingering Emotions, Memory, 203. 3. As If in a Dream, Memory, 200. 4. Look, Fun, Deceit, 199. 5. Li Jingming, Deceit, 197. 6. Look, Fun, Memory, 197. 58. Double-crossing traitor Lu Jingming, Memory, 167. 59. I never lie, deceit. 166. 60. Fraud prevention pioneer, deceit. 166. 61. Sincere and truthful, deceit. 164. Turns out there really was someone who adopted the surname Liu. Cheng Shi suddenly understood everything. All right. Patron, you're still the expert here. Pulling memory's chosen one over to our side. How did you even come up with that? Could you teach me? Ever since I met your chosen one and witnessed your divine operations, I've realized that my understanding of deceit is still lacking. My imagination isn't wild enough, my thoughts don't jump around enough, and my logic isn't disjointed enough. I'm in desperate need of some advanced lessons. No wonder memory is targeting me. You've been pulling stunts like this. How could he not be pissed? Oh my god, the biggest prank of the century just happened right under my nose. Come and see. Memory's chosen one has broken their oath and become a follower of deceit. Staring at the absurd leaderboard, Cheng Shi quickly opened the chat channel. Sure enough, the faith channel for deceit had already exploded. Countless messages were flooding in, and they all said the same thing. Welcome back, Dragon King. Welcome back, Dragon King. Welcome back, Dragon King. Cheng Shi scrolled up through the chat log, and sure enough, ever since the last trial ended, the deceit chat channel had been nothing but this one message on repeat. These maniacs had been spamming the same phrase for an entire week. Are you guys insane? Cheng Shi was dumbfounded, but he quickly typed into the chat. Welcome back, Dragon King. That felt good. The thought of having so many fellow lunatics gave him a strange sense of belonging. Just as Cheng Shi was grinning at the chaos in the chat, a familiar ripple of the void descended over his head. His heart skipped a beat, but before he could react, his consciousness was dragged into the dark abyss. It was those familiar upturned eyes again, the swirling spirals that seemed to see through everything. Seeing those eyes, Cheng Shi exhaled in relief. Nothing dirty this time. This time, I'm really home. Praise be to you, great god of deceit. It is through your... All right, enough with the fake praise. You've been shouting for me for so long. What is it? I'm in a hurry. So, you're aware I've been calling for you this whole time? I was starting to think you couldn't hear me. The eyes swirled twice, as if seeing through Cheng Shi's thoughts, and a playful laugh echoed in the darkness. At every moment, countless prayers ring in my ears. If I had to listen to each one patiently, that would be far too boring. But you were right about one thing, I can't hear your prayers. Cheng Shi blinked in confusion. Did that mean he hadn't been devout enough in his prayers? That couldn't be right. Those flowery praises and phony compliments were enough to make anyone puke, and yet that still wasn't devout enough? Scratching his head, Cheng Shi felt utterly wronged. The eyes laughed again, this time with a hint of amusement. You were calling my name through that dice, weren't you? Wait a second. Cheng Shi's heart skipped a beat as a sense of dread crept in. That's right. Because your prayers were only heard by him. Even if I could hear them, it would only have been because he impatiently passed them along. Cheng Shi was stunned. He stared at his patron in disbelief, feeling as if he'd just discovered he was adopted. No, wait, I was adopted, wasn't I? In every sense of the word. So, when I said that your every invocation was an insult to him, it's because his ears are filled with the reverent prayers of fate, as followers, and then, among them, he hears this. Lies like yesterday mocking today. Hee. It's one thing to pray, but did you really have to include the word mock? Isn't that a bit too harsh? What the hell? Cheng Shi's face darkened, and he was at a loss for words. That prayer was part of my innate ability, lies of yesterday, meaning it was a prayer you specifically designed, O great patron of deceit. Now that I think about it, did you tailor that prayer specifically to mess with fate? Damn. Was it really worth it, patron, just for a laugh? Is it not enough that I'm a clown by profession? Do I have to be one in person as well? Heh, I really am a clown. All right, hurry up and say what you need to say. I've got a battle to get to, and I can't waste too much time here. The biting tone Cheng Shi had prepared quickly faded. Swallowing the retort he had in mind, he dutifully reported everything that had happened during his encounter with memory. His recollection was clear, his words precise, leaving nothing unsaid. But he had a feeling that his patron already knew about it. Sure enough, when he finished his account, the spirals in the eyes took on a deeper meaning. His patron looked at him, a mixture of amusement and regret in those eyes. Amusement that he hadn't lied. Regret that he hadn't lied. I see. Anything else? Cheng Shi was stunned. He asked, "You have no opinion on this?" He's poaching even from here. No need to worry. I poach his followers all the time too. If you want to go, go ahead. I won't hold it against you. Cheng Shi looked at the patron's brightening eyes in disbelief and asked again. No Oathbreaker's curse? Of course not. Do you think I believe that? You're testing me, but I'm not falling for it. I'm a faithful follower of deceit. No one can shake my faith. It's not about you. This is my lifelong pursuit. The eyes swirled again, letting out a snicker before responding. Speaking louder won't make you sound more sincere. Remember that. All right, this visit doesn't count as an official audience. I was just passing by. Off you go. Cheng Shi hesitated, pausing for a moment before quickly blurting out. Wait. Patron, I encountered your chosen one during the trial. It was a fate trial. Did you send her there? Oh? Interesting. Did you meet the older sister or the younger? What? Jin Xian has a sister? That must have been the younger one then. Too bad, seems like you missed out on a proper meeting. Alright, run along now. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Don't dwell on things you shouldn't. Just lie like you always do. And with that, a tremendous force crashed down, landing squarely on Cheng Shi's hand. His consciousness plunged into darkness once again, and when he woke up, he found that the hand holding the floating dream of the memory C ring had been broken. Isn't this just personal revenge? And what's the point of a god holding a grudge against a ring? But with that blow, Cheng Shi understood his patron's stance. The ring could be used. No need to worry. Praise deceit. Casting a healing spell on himself, Cheng Shi's lips curled into a wide, satisfied grin. Since those foolish rivals had offered such firepower, it's time to use these tools to start deceiving. Cheng Shi made another deal with Xia Yang. He acquired another corpse, clearing Xia Yang's debt in the process. Now, they were even. First, Cheng Shi hurriedly sent a message to the entity seated atop the bone throne, his debt to death, promising that he would soon deliver enough sacrifices. Then, he immediately grabbed his dice and began trying to contact his patron. There was a serious problem now. His opponents had started offering bribes. Patron, pick up the damn phone already. If you keep me waiting any longer, I might not be able to resist the temptation of these sweet offers. Cheng Shi muttered prayers to deceit as he fiddled with the dice, all while examining the exquisite ring that memory had bestowed upon him. Floating dream of the memory C, SSS rank, a divine artifact crafted personally by memory. This ring allows you to witness 3 instances of existence. After using any effect 3 times, the ring will no longer exist. Special effect, Foam on the Sea of Dreams. You can activate the ring and begin a countdown. At any point within 24 hours, you can stop the countdown. Any traces of your actions during the countdown will not enter anyone's memories. Special effect, Surge of the Tidal Wave. When a memory has already been recorded in the sea of memories and become history, and you are part of that history, you can activate the ring to reasonably alter it. All traces of the changes you make will become the new history. As Cheng Shi stared at the ring, which glowed with a subtle yet deep luminescence, he had to bite down hard on his lips to stop himself from drooling. This was essentially a semi-divine artifact that could alter memories, and even history itself. In other words, Cheng Shi now had 3 chances to become invisible or 3 chances to change history. Or, if needed, a flexible mix of the two. Deceit had secretly altered a part of history memory, had discovered it, and now he had come to investigate. Yet, rather than being angry or punishing the person covered in graffiti, memory, had instead given him a SSS rank semi-divine artifact. This kind of recruitment tactic, this kind of approach, anyone would be trembling at the mere thought of it. What have I done to deserve this? If the noble won't abandon me. Wait, no. Cheng Shi, hold yourself together. Cheng Shi's mind was in utter disarray. Since his patron hadn't responded, he set aside the dice and started to think carefully what had happened that he wasn't aware of. What could have prompted memory to offer such an overpowered gift to a follower of a rival faith? After a long stretch of pondering, Cheng Shi could only recall one thing his patron had once said. As part of the deal, that memory, chosen one who entered my trial, didn't fare very well either. Deceit had punished Memory's chosen one, and now Memory was rewarding a follower of Deceit. Seeing it from that angle, well then, I'm just thinking out loud here, not accusing anyone of anything. But I've got to say Memory sure plays dirty. If there's more dirty play coming in the future, well, please bring it on. I can handle it. Cheng Shi chuckled to himself and casually opened the ladder of ascent rankings, which he hadn't checked in a while. He wanted to see where exactly Sincere and Truthful, the player who had plummeted in rank, had ended up after their recent chaos. What on earth would drive a master of trickery to lose points so drastically? But as soon as the rankings appeared, Cheng Shi instantly understood why Memory had responded with kindness instead of anger. No way, patron, you're playing like this? This is what you meant by didn't fare well? Ladder of Ascent, Existence Memory, / Void Deceit. 1. Gotta think bigger, brothers, Deceit, 206. 2. Lingering Emotions, Memory, 203. 3. As If in a Dream, Memory, 200. 4. Look, Fun, Deceit, 199. 5. Li Jingming, Deceit, 197. 6. Look, Fun, Memory, 197. 58. Double-crossing traitor Lu Jingming, Memory, 167. 59. I Never Lie, Deceit, 166. 60. Fraud Prevention Pioneer, Deceit, 166. 61. Sincere and Truthful, Deceit, 164. Turns out there really was someone who adopted the surname Lu? Cheng Shi suddenly understood everything. All right. Patron, you're still the expert here. Pulling Memory's chosen one over to our side? How did you even come up with that? Could you teach me? Ever since I met your chosen one and witnessed your divine operations, I've realized that my understanding of deceit is still lacking. My imagination isn't wild enough, my thoughts don't jump around enough, and my logic isn't disjointed enough. I'm in desperate need of some advanced lessons. No wonder Memory is targeting me. You've been pulling stunts like this. How could he not be pissed? Oh my god, the biggest prank of the century just happened right under my nose. Come and see. Memory's chosen one has broken their oath and become a follower of Deceit. Staring at the absurd leaderboard, Cheng Shi quickly opened the chat channel. Sure enough, the faith channel for Deceit had already exploded. Countless messages were flooding in, and they all said the same thing. Welcome back, Dragon King. Welcome back, Dragon King. Welcome back, Dragon King. Cheng Shi scrolled up through the chat log, and sure enough, ever since the last trial ended, the Deceit chat channel had been nothing but this one message on repeat. These maniacs had been spamming the same phrase for an entire week. Are you guys insane? Cheng Shi was dumbfounded, but he quickly typed into the chat. Welcome back, Dragon King. That felt good. The thought of having so many fellow lunatics gave him a strange sense of belonging. Just as Cheng Shi was grinning at the chaos in the chat, a familiar ripple of the void descended over his head. His heart skipped a beat, but before he could react, his consciousness was dragged into the dark abyss. It was those familiar upturned eyes again, the swirling spirals that seemed to see through everything. Seeing those eyes, Cheng Shi exhaled in relief. Nothing dirty this time. This time, I'm really home. Praise be to you, great god of deceit. It is through your... All right, enough with the fake praise. You've been shouting for me for so long. What is it? I'm in a hurry. So, you're aware I've been calling for you this whole time? I was starting to think you couldn't hear me. The eyes swirled twice, as if seeing through Cheng Shi's thoughts, and a playful laugh echoed in the darkness. At every moment, countless prayers ring in my ears. If I had to listen to each one patiently, that would be far too boring. But you were right about one thing, I can't hear your prayers. Cheng Shi blinked in confusion. Did that mean he hadn't been devout enough in his prayers? That couldn't be right. Those flowery praises and phony compliments were enough to make anyone puke, and yet that still wasn't devout enough? Scratching his head, Cheng Shi felt utterly wronged. The eyes laughed again, this time with a hint of amusement. You were calling my name through that dice, weren't you? Wait a second. Cheng Shi's heart skipped a beat as a sense of dread crept in. That's right. Because your prayers were only heard by him. Even if I could hear them, it would only have been because he impatiently passed them along. Cheng Shi was stunned. He stared at his patron in disbelief, feeling as if he'd just discovered he was adopted. No, wait, I was adopted, wasn't I? In every sense of the word. So, when I said that your every invocation was an insult to him, it's because his ears are filled with the reverent prayers of fate, as followers, and then, among them, he hears this. Lies like yesterday, mocking today. Hee. It's one thing to pray, but did you really have to include the word mock? Isn't that a bit too harsh? What the hell? Cheng Shi's face darkened, and he was at a loss for words. That prayer was part of my innate ability, lies of yesterday, meaning it was a prayer you specifically designed, O great patron of deceit. Now that I think about it, did you tailor that prayer specifically to mess with fate? Damn. Was it really worth it, patron, just for a laugh? Is it not enough that I'm a clown by profession? Do I have to be one in person as well? Heh, I really am a clown. Alright, hurry up and say what you need to say. I've got a battle to get to, and I can't waste too much time here. The biting tone Cheng Shi had prepared quickly faded. Swallowing the retort he had in mind, he dutifully reported everything that had happened during his encounter with memory. His recollection was clear, his words precise, leaving nothing unsaid. But he had a feeling that his patron already knew about it. Sure enough, when he finished his account, the spirals in the eyes took on a deeper meaning. His patron looked at him, a mixture of amusement and regret in those eyes. Amusement that he hadn't lied. Regret that he hadn't lied. I see. Anything else? Cheng Shi was stunned. He asked, You have no opinion on this? He's poaching even from here. No need to worry. I poach his followers all the time too. If you want to go, go ahead. I won't hold it against you. Cheng Shi looked at the patron's brightening eyes in disbelief and asked again. No Oathbreaker's curse? Of course not. Do you think I believe that? You're testing me, but I'm not falling for it. I'm a faithful follower of deceit. No one can shake my faith. It's not about you. This is my lifelong pursuit. The eyes swirled again, letting out a snicker before responding. Speaking louder won't make you sound more sincere. Remember that. All right, this visit doesn't count as an official audience. I was just passing by. Off you go. Cheng Shi hesitated, pausing for a moment before quickly blurting out. Wait. Patron, I encountered your chosen one during the trial. It was a fate trial. Did you send her there? Oh? Interesting. Did you meet the older sister or the younger? What? Jin Xian has a sister? And then, that must have been the younger one then. Too bad, seems like you missed out on a proper meeting. Alright, run along now. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Don't dwell on things you shouldn't. Just lie like you always do. And with that, a tremendous force crashed down, landing squarely on Cheng Shi's hand. His consciousness plunged into darkness once again, and when he woke up, he found that the hand holding the floating dream of the memory C ring had been broken. Isn't this just personal revenge? And what's the point of a god holding a grudge against a ring? But with that blow, Cheng Shi understood his patron's stance. The ring could be used. No need to worry. Praise deceit. Casting a healing spell on himself, Cheng Shi's lips curled into a wide, satisfied grin. Since those foolish rivals had offered such firepower, it's time to use these tools to start deceiving. 3 days had passed since the last trial. During those 3 days, Cheng Shi gathered his thoughts and once again bore witness to Xia Yang's adventures in love. Last night, when he heard the name of the third girl from the mouth of this follower, Cheng Shi immediately envisioned her death. Xiao Yuan is an amazing girl. She loves to read, she loves to paint, she loves singing in the sun, and she loves cooking with her own hands. She's like my shining moonlight, my destined soulmate. The only downside is that she lives on the first floor, far away from me. So, we have to deal with a long-distance relationship for now. Dude, tell me, have I found true love? Cheng Shi couldn't be bothered to comment. When he learned that Xia Yang had found this shining moonlight by throwing multiple phones out of his window, one of which was picked up, he realized that he truly didn't understand love at all. His understanding of love was too shallow, too outdated. Look at this guy. This is the modern-day version of love. Dropping a phone gets you paired up, like Bluetooth 10.0. Bro, do you have a camera? Can you take a picture for me? I want to see what Xiao Yuan looks like. Of course, I'm not superficial. I care more about inner beauty. But without a picture, It feels like her outer beauty is missing in my heart, and that makes my love feel incomplete. She lives on the first floor, apartment 107, facing your building. You should be able to see her. Please, just consider it a favor. I still have other things I can trade with you if needed. Cheng Shi gave Xia Yang a speechless look and nodded. Fine. For the sake of that corpse. It's just a picture, right? So, Cheng Shi went back to the warehouse, grabbed a camera, leaned over the edge of the rooftop, and aimed at the neighboring apartment 107. He didn't know if it was an unfortunate coincidence or just fate playing tricks, but Cheng Shi had been planning to use the excuse that the window was closed and no one was visible. Just as he was about to say that, the player in 107 opened their window. The man stretched his arms wide, leaning out the window toward the street. Cheng Shi's building was quite high, and even though he zoomed in with the camera, he couldn't see the man's face clearly. But sometimes, you don't need to see someone's face to get a pretty good idea of what they look like. Armpit hair, chest hair, and a beer belly, wearing nothing but shorts. That was all he needed. A masterpiece. Cheng Shi's hand shook, and he nearly dropped the camera. Xiao Yuan? What a lovely name. And what a beautifully round belly. His face was a complex mix of emotions. Xia Yang, seeing Cheng Shi's expression from across the rooftop, waved excitedly and shouted, "Did you get it? Did you get it? Did you see my moonlight?" Cheng Shi forced a more excited smile and nodded enthusiastically. "I saw her, but I didn't get a picture. My camera broke. But don't worry, I got a good look at her. She's truly beautiful. Just like a real full moon." Staring at that perfectly round belly, Cheng Shi couldn't help but remember an old acquaintance. Setting aside her constantly swollen belly, Hu Xian was indeed beautiful. And it was precisely Cheng Shi's acknowledgement of Hu Xian's beauty that Xia Yang picked up on immediately. The necromancer across the rooftops wasn't lying. Xiao Yuan was really beautiful. Xia Yang pumped his fist in excitement, nearly losing his mind with joy. Yes! I knew it. Xiao Yuan is my destiny. She's the one I've been waiting for. Thanks, bro. I'm going to start a matchmaking prayer right now and request a camera. Wait for me, bro. I've got to see her tonight. Xiao Yuan, wait for me, I'm coming. Cheng Shi scratched his head, realizing he had just dug himself into a hole. Indeed, a single lie often requires countless more to cover up. What should I do when he gets the camera? How am I going to take a picture for him? Forget it, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Worst case, I'll lay low for a few days. Speaking of prayers, Cheng Shi hadn't initiated a prayer for a long time. It wasn't because he was scared of dying, but because he had enough resources. There just hadn't been a need. Alright, no more lies, it was because he was scared of dying. With special trials becoming more and more dangerous these days, as long as he barely had enough supplies, there wasn't much point in taking extra risks in other trials. But after experiencing this trial from fate, Cheng Shi started to have different thoughts. The current situation was growing increasingly dire. He couldn't afford to sit by idly any longer. Not to mention that a certain fate, also a god of the void, had been watching him like a hawk. Now, even memory was coming up with tricks. With pressure from both sides now, no matter how cautious Cheng Shi was, it was impossible to guarantee he wouldn't make a single mistake. And if he made even one mistake, whichever one of them caught the opportunity would likely push him into a disastrous situation. So, to get out of this predicament, to buy more time to survive, Cheng Shi decided it was time to take action. He needed to take the initiative and deal with one of these two problems, even if only temporarily, to buy himself a moment to catch his breath. Even if the solution would be temporary, even if it couldn't be achieved in one fell swoop, it was time to act. He began reflecting on how he had ended up in this mess, sorting through his entanglements with both fate and memory. There wasn't much to analyze about memory. Their faiths were in direct opposition. There was nothing to do but fight. But fate was a different story. Fate was a fellow god of the void, just like his patron. Logically speaking, gods of the same path usually wouldn't have such poor relations. Their followers could even be considered brothers in arms. But the problem didn't lie with the two gods, it lay with Cheng Shi himself. Ever since he had taken that mask from the starting point of his fate, his destiny had been on a dramatic course. Fate had abandoned him, and Cheng Shi, in turn, had begun to reject fate. No, to be more precise, even before the faith game, descended, Cheng Shi had already resented fate, thanks to an unhappy life. The mask he'd chosen at the start and his subsequent defiance of fate had only deepened that stance. It was like a mutual hatred between two enemies. Hatred like this only grew with time. It didn't fade. For the longest time, Cheng Shi thought he would continue down the path of abandoning fate more and more. But after this latest trial, a new thought sprouted in Cheng Shi's mind. Was there perhaps a chance to mend his relationship with fate? Logically speaking, from the perspective of both humans and gods, Cheng Shi was insignificant. But from the perspective of a trickster and a sellout, neither of these two gods were saints. They shouldn't hold grudges against each other. Normally, Cheng Shi wouldn't have dared to even consider such thoughts. But in this trial, fate's attitude gave him a glimmer of hope. In the last trial, fate had placed all the answers in layers of the void that players couldn't reach. The purpose was obvious. It was never the intention for a certain player to walk out alive. Whether it was out of jealousy or just a grudge, the trial was clearly meant as punishment. Yet, after Cheng Shi passed the trial, his rating and rewards were both S rank. This indicated that something unexpected had occurred during the trial, causing fate to retract its punishment and instead offer rewards. Yes, rewards. Though the word reward seemed strange in this context, an S-rank score was the highest reward a god could give to a player who completed their trial. Thinking it over carefully, Cheng Shi realized that his performance throughout the trial didn't really seem worthy of an S-rank. That rating should have gone to Cheng Shi, who deceived everyone and uncovered the final answer. But since Cheng Shi had received the S rank, it meant that he had somehow satisfied fate, that his actions had benefited fate, enough for the god to abandon its intention of punishing him. As for what those benefits were, recalling the ambiguous information revealed by Hu Xian at the end of the trial, Cheng Shi guessed that his final decision had shifted fate toward an unknown path, drawing several gods into the game. And fate had come out on top in this divine conflict. No, not just on top, fate had dominated. Otherwise, the god wouldn't have spared the annoying little clown who constantly whispered in his ear and even awarded him an S-rank rating. So, there was now a real possibility of reconciling with fate, and the reason for that possibility was clear. Cheng Shi's choices had benefited fate far more than any previous blasphemy could have. The opportunity was there. Now he just had to figure out how to walk this delicate path. After 2 days of intense thought, Cheng Shi made a decision. He would go looking for inspiration. He would enter a trial to find inspiration. Having long since mastered the art of how to avoid excessively difficult wishing trials, Cheng Shi activated his first wishing trial in over a month. Do not discern truth from falsehood. Do not debate reality from illusion. Your devoted follower prays to you, requesting a trial. A trial where I can witness the compromise between an unfortunate soul abandoned by fate and the fate that spurned them. Yes, witness. That word was key. It had proven useful many times before when Cheng Shi sought answers in trials by simply observing how others solved their problems. Because when you specifically pray to solve a particular problem, the trial's difficulty skyrockets to an absurd level. But if you're just there to watch someone else solve it, trials that only add an observer are nearly effortless. Cheng Shi never expected things to be resolved in one go. He figured he still had time to slowly work through everything, so he chose to seek inspiration first. And so, wishing trial, unlicensed crime, order, has been activated. Matching teammates, 1 to 6. Trial objective, when order is unseen, crime still remains, time limit, 3 days. It's an order trial. As long as you don't disrupt the order, his trials usually remain quite civilized. This should be safe. A smile spread across Cheng Shi's face as his consciousness sank into the void. Match complete, 6 to 6, entering trial. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, warming his heart. The air here was damp, or at least, that's what the wind seemed to say. Since working closely with the Wind Tamer Ranger a few times, Cheng Shi had increasingly felt that he could understand the wind better. He listened as the wind carried distant sounds to his ears, from faint rustling to noisy chatter, from vague murmurs to clear voices, awakening his sense of hearing. Xiaobai? What, you came down too? Long time no see, Yuan Shuai. Yeah, it's been a while since I got matched with you. Xiaobai? Yuan Shuai? They know each other? Cheng Shi's consciousness had barely started to awaken when the nearby conversation piqued his attention. Usually, given the vast number of players, it was rare to run into previous teammates across different trials. Of course, this didn't apply to wishing trials with specific objectives and directed matches. So, upon hearing that some players were familiar with each other, Cheng Shi's first thought was, could I leech through this trial? Yes, just a leech. Based on the player numbers, familiarity between players could only mean one thing, that he had been matched into a high-level trial. After all, only high-ranking players would run into each other frequently. But such trials had their downsides. High-rank players often worked alone, and familiar groups could be exclusive. Ugh, why does this round feel so complicated from the get-go? Here's hoping this one goes smoothly. Oh, and one more thing. Why does this Yuan Shuai's voice sound kind of familiar? As his consciousness sharpened, Cheng Shi slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a towering man clad in a red and yellow knight's robe, standing next to a cold-faced woman dressed entirely in black. The two appeared to be in conversation, but their eyes were sizing him up. No, to be precise, the towering man was looking at Cheng Shi, while the cool-faced woman seemed to be only following his gaze, as if trying to figure out what was so interesting about this person. The guy looked decent, she thought, but she had never seen him before. Probably a friend of his? Her gaze swept past him briefly, without lingering. Cheng Shi, on the other hand, was startled the moment he saw the towering man. His eyebrows twitched involuntarily before his face broke into a wide, joyful smile. What a coincidence. It really was a familiar group. But this familiar face was also familiar to Cheng Shi. As he recalled his previous encounters with this man, Cheng Shi greeted him warmly. Brother Hu, it's you. The towering man, seeing that Cheng Shi had recognized him, also laughed heartily. He strode over to Cheng Shi, clapping him on the shoulder with a broad grin. Ha ha, Cheng Shi. Long time no see. What, you've been slacking lately. It's been ages since I've matched with you. Cheng Shi shook his head with a smile, humbly admitting defeat. With that big stash of potions you gave us, of course I've been slacking. Haha, I could never keep up with your hustle, Brother Hu. The towering man before him, as sturdy as a fortress, was none other than Hui, the leader of their group from a previous trial. Back then, he led them in a reverse heist of a pharmacy, successfully robbing the place and distributing over 100 bottles of prosperity of yesteryear potions to everyone. Hui was the big brother, the fearless leader. He was a follower of War, a warrior with a bold personality and wild behavior. That trial had taken place about 3 or 4 months ago, not long after the Faith game had descended. The trial's difficulty had not yet ramped up, and most players were still figuring things out. But Hui had already bulldozed his way up the leaderboard, reaching over 1,600 points, placing him firmly in the first wave of high-ranking players. Now, seeing him again, it was clear that his presence had grown even more formidable. He didn't even need to declare his score. His entire being radiated the aura of a big shot. Listening to Cheng Shi's modest words, Hui seemed to recall that chaotic trial and laughed even harder. He kept slapping Cheng Shi on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with approval. Good, you've got spirit. Not many people I count as friends, but you're definitely one of them. What's your ladder score now? What's your rank on the ladder of ascent? Oh, I almost forgot, you're a cremator, so you must know Xiaobai, right? As Hui spoke, he turned to the cool-faced woman in black behind him. However, Cheng Shi's face darkened as soon as he heard that question, and he froze on the spot. Crap, big mistake. Last time he'd matched with Hui, Cheng Shi had stolen the faith of Oblivion, disguising himself as a Oblivion priest, a cremator. But this time, there wasn't a single Oblivion follower in the last trial. How was he supposed to fake it? The woman known as Xiaobai, dressed in all black, had short, choppy hair that draped over her shoulders, her face devoid of any warmth. She looked at Cheng Shi with an indifferent expression, nodding slightly in greeting. Bai Fei, Endwalker. An Endwalker, Oblivion, S-Hunter. Oh boy, talk about running into the real deal. She was a genuine Oblivion follower. But strangely, Cheng Shi wasn't surprised when he heard that she was a follower of Oblivion. There was something about Bai Fei that reminded him of Yunny, another high-ranking Oblivion follower. Perhaps there was a certain similarity in the aura of top-tier Oblivion players? Cheng Shi's smile stiffened slightly. His mind raced, but he decided to keep up the appearance and remain quiet for now. Cheng Shi, cremator. Bai Fei looked at Cheng Shi, her face still expressionless, giving a slight nod to acknowledge him. Oh? You two haven't met before? Interesting, Hui remarked, his gaze flicking between the two of them, his smile taking on a teasing tone. Come clean, did you lie to me? Cheng Shi's heart skipped a beat, but on the surface, he kept up a dumbfounded expression, blinking at Hui in confusion. What did I lie about? Still not being honest, huh? Last time we matched, our scores were only about 100 points apart. I think you were at 1501. What about now? Even if your score dropped a bit, you should have still matched with Xiaobai at least once, right? You're both from the same faction. Don't be sneaky behind my back, man. That scared me. I thought I'd been exposed right off the bat. Cheng Shi let out a sigh of relief internally, but his face quickly darkened again. Dude, can you stop stealing my lines? I was just about to use the 1501 points excuse, but now you've ruined it for me. He glanced at the cold and aloof Bai Fei, pretending not to care about his ranking, and casually replied, I'm just a healer. It's normal for my score to be lower. You always downplay yourself. Xiaobai, let me tell you, don't underestimate him just because he's a healer. When it comes to trickery, he's as good as any hunter with trap after trap. Back in that trial, it was him who fooled the entire night guard into running around like headless chickens. Hui continued enthusiastically recounting the legendary feats of their previous trial, laughing heartily, while Cheng Shi shook his head and chuckled along. Seizing the moment, he began surveying their surroundings. He looked down at the stone pavement beneath them, noticing the insignia of the Grand Tribunal etched into the slabs. As expected, this trial was set in a city under the jurisdiction of the Grand Tribunal. A city meant complete laws, strict regulations, perfect for his trials. The damp air suggested they were likely in the southern region, though Cheng Shi wasn't sure which city they were in or what specific laws were enforced here. After a quick glance at the surroundings, Cheng Shi turned his attention to the other teammates in the alley. In front of Cheng Shi stood 3 other men. 2 of them were listening with perked-up ears to Hui's booming voice, while the third had a clearly displeased expression. His gaze toward the group of 3 was filled with impatience, and before long, he had enough of Hui's rambling and interrupted him. All right, it's great that you're all happy to reconnect during the trial, but shouldn't we consider the time? Instead of chatting, how about we introduce ourselves and start our divine will? Let's save some time. Hui, who had been chatting with Bai Fei, was momentarily stunned by the interruption. He turned his head toward the teammate who had spoken, clearly amused, and asked with a grin. Interesting, haven't matched with you before. What's your name? The young man with slicked-back hair tied into a small bun snorted softly, confidently and seriously introducing himself. Yan Chen, Chaos Warrior, 1977. The moment he revealed his score, both Hui and Bai Fei's brows furrowed slightly. Hui's expression darkened, and he turned to the player holding a staff, asking in a low voice, And you, brother? What's your score? Under Hui's imposing gaze, the player holding the staff grew visibly nervous. Sensing the high-level aura emanating from Hui, he tightened his grip on the staff and forced out a somewhat awkward smile. Lie Xiren, life. Bro, just give us the score, quickly. Lie Xiren froze for a moment before gripping his staff even tighter, clearly feeling more on edge. 1469, I'm at 1469 on the ladder. After seeing Hui's frown deepen, Lie Xiren hesitated for a moment, but eventually mustered up the courage to finish introducing himself. I'm a priest, a life priest. 1400? Now Hui's expression turned even darker. An intangible pressure seemed to radiate from him as he turned to the last player. Without hesitation, that player spit out a number that made Cheng Shi amused and Hui frustrated. 1721. Big bro, I'm at 1721. Zhang Ruyu, Descent, Bard. Oh ho, the highest at 1900 points? Looks like I'm back to my familiar fish-in-a-barrel game. Fish-in-a-barrel trials are great, easy to leech off. Cheng Shi had been thinking about how to report an appropriate score that would align with the big brother, hoping to ride along for another easy win. But hearing the low scores of the 3 other teammates, he suddenly realized that reporting a low score wasn't a bad idea at all. After all, they've already set the stage for him. It wouldn't be strange for his score to dip a little after slacking off, right? So, when Hu Wei and Bai Fei turned their attention to him, Cheng Shi flashed a sunny, cheerful smile and blurted out, Cheng Shi, cremator, 2401. His back stiffened, and the smile froze on his face. Hearing Cheng Shi's score, Hu Wei's expression finally lightened up a bit, but not by much. However, Bai Fei's gaze toward Cheng Shi now carried a hint of scrutiny, as if she was trying to piece together the relationship between Cheng Shi and Hu Wei based on that score. Cheng Shi was fuming inside, gritting his teeth as he mentally cursed the fool's lips, but on the outside, he had no choice but to maintain a composed demeanor, accepting the admiration from his teammates. Yes, admiration. The moment that score slipped out of his mouth, Li Ziren's staff fell to the floor, Yan Chun's pupils shrank to pinpoints, and Zhang Ruyu's jaw dropped, unable to close. 2,400? No way, bro. You're joking, right? To be honest, Cheng Shi didn't enjoy this kind of admiration. Too much attention would inevitably lead to a situation where his lies would become difficult to maintain. But right now, he had no choice but to endure it. It was incredibly frustrating. The fool's lips never alters scores for no reason. If it has spoken, there's only one explanation. That damned mouth wanted to stir up some chaos again. It knew Cheng Shi hated doing extra work, so it would occasionally make sure he had to put in more effort. After all, a performance without the clown is only half as entertaining. But the question was, why did it report such a high score this time? If the score had only been 100 points higher, it might have just made his teammates wary. But with a 400-point gap, they'd just cling to him, shouting, "Carry us, all the way." And that position, the one where people are holding on, cheering, was his. The joy that came from such a massive score difference wasn't even joy anymore. Forget the fact that Cheng Shi didn't actually have 2,400 points. Even if he did, he was long past the age of enjoying such low-level indulgences. So after thinking it through, the answer could only lie with the other two. Could it be that their scores? Wait. Yuan Shuai. They mentioned Yuan Shuai at the beginning. Where's Yuan Shuai? There's no one here named Yuan Shuai, though? Cheng Shi was stunned for a second, blinking as a sudden realization struck him. Crap, you mean Marshall? Huh? If he wasn't mistaken, wasn't War's chosen one known as the Grand Marshal? And Hu Wei just so happened to be his follower. Cheng Shi's pupils shrank as he was shocked by his own thoughts. He immediately turned to look at Hu Wei, who, after a moment of contemplation, wore a somewhat frustrated expression and said in a low voice, Bro, you really have been slacking off. No wonder I haven't matched with you in so long. This round, something's off. Hu Wei, warrior of the front lines, 2632. 2,600. Before anyone could even process what they'd just heard, the cool-faced Bai Fei spoke up, equally coolly announcing her own score. Bai Fei and Walker, 2615. Hold up, did I just hear that right? 2,600 points? Not just two of them? Cheng Shi's eyes widened as he looked at Hu Wei, who now seemed both familiar and foreign. That score was somehow both shocking and fitting. He really did deserve the title of Grand Marshal, given his impressive leadership skills. But still. Come on, bro, sis, you're both just a bit too over the top. Huh? Cheng Shi's brain felt like it was about to explode. Wait, where's my easy fish in a barrel game? Where's my simple, laid-back trial? Am I the fish here? All right, fine. His gaze turned to Bai Fei again, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that she somehow seemed even cooler than before. Her aura had grown even sharper. If Bai Fei had been an ordinary iceberg from the Arctic earlier, now she was a piece of cold jade, hidden beneath glaciers. Cold, yet precious. Was I just seeing things? Maybe. Perhaps high scores really do have a way of dazzling people. Getting matched into a high-level trial was usually a good thing. It meant he might be able to just ride along for an easy win. But if the scores were too high, that wasn't necessarily a good thing anymore. Cheng Shi thought to himself, I only prayed to watch a movie, so how did I end up in the same trial as these two? The rules for wishing trials, unlike special trials, meant that players matched into the same trial weren't entirely unrelated. At the very least, the things they prayed for would somehow be fulfilled in this trial. Whether they found what they sought directly in the trial or received it as a reward afterward, it didn't matter. The things they prayed for would be somewhat connected. Thinking back to his own prayer, perhaps witnessing fate, was an ambiguous enough wish with a fluctuating difficulty. He could accept that explanation. But what about the other three teammates? Cheng Shi's gaze swept over them, especially lingering on the life follower with the 1,400-point score. He couldn't hide the confusion in his eyes. He just couldn't fathom what lie.Second had prayed for that would match him with someone like Hui. They were almost 1,200 points apart, nearly double the difference. And it wasn't just Cheng Shi who was confused. lie.Second was also reflecting on his situation. He had only prayed for a bottle of prosperity of yesteryear to save his sister. How on earth did he get matched with two players with 2,600 plus points? This was a disaster. Not only was he failing to save his sister, but at this rate, he'd probably end up getting himself killed in the process. Can I even survive in a trial of this caliber? Just one glance might kill me. His gaze toward the high-ranking players was filled with fear, and the hand holding his staff had turned white from gripping it too hard. His feet shifted, subtly taking a step back, clearly showing his desire to flee. But his clumsy movements were impossible to hide, and to Cheng Shi and the others, it looked almost as if he were holding a megaphone shouting, "Don't come near me. I'm quitting." An eerie tension slowly spread through the alley. Just as silence was about to descend again, Hui finally spoke up. "No need to panic, folks. I don't eat people." Hui's sharp gaze swept over everyone, and after a moment of contemplation, the tension on his face eased slightly. He broke the awkward silence with some self-deprecation and then said bluntly, "This trial is not quite what I expected. See, I've been searching for something elusive that I've prayed for many times, but never obtained. So I prayed for clues this time. Whatever it is, it's not something you guys will be connected to. So, to save some time, I might have to back out of this trial early. Order, trials generally aren't too difficult. As long as you don't break the law and respect the rules, you can make it through. But since my presence might cause you to lose, well, 3 teammates. Tell you what, why don't you all share what you prayed for? If it's something I can help with, I'll compensate you personally as an apology." Wait a minute. Hold on. Bro, when you mentioned losing 3 teammates, why did you glance at me? What do you mean by backing out of the trial? Huh? I don't want to quit this trial. I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I'm counting on this trial to give me some clues. Cheng Shi blinked rapidly, his face full of confusion, barely stopping himself from running up to Hui and demanding, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" But Hui completely ignored him, and Bai Fei seemed to share Hui's sentiments. And so, the situation unfolded in a bewildering and nonsensical direction, leaving the 4 confused players more puzzled than ever. Hui walked over to lie.Second, his sharp eyes scanning him from top to bottom. "Young man, you seem like a gardener. What did you pray for?" lie.Second was indeed a gardener. Cheng Shi had seen it from the moment he introduced himself. lie.Second's body hair was thick, even though it had been trimmed, patches of it still peeked out from under his clothes. Given that he was a life follower, it wasn't hard to deduce that he was a prosperity priest. Upon hearing Hui's straightforward question, lie.Second felt anxious. While players in wishing trials generally gave vague introductions about what they were seeking to avoid accidentally destroying each other's goals, they weren't obligated to reveal too much detail. It was still a personal matter. Especially in lower leagues, where players weren't as familiar with the game's intricacies or their teammates' backgrounds, their decision-making and ability to read people were far less decisive than in higher leagues. lie.Second looked into Hui's eyes, which, while carrying a generous smile, also exuded an overwhelming pressure. He hesitated for a long time. In the end, perhaps he convinced himself, or perhaps he realized he didn't have the strength to resist or refuse. With a conflicted expression, he revealed his prayer. "Prosperity of yesteryear. I need one." Before he could finish, Hui immediately pulled out a pouch from his personal space and shoved it into lie.Second's hands. "Apologies, young man, for disrupting your game. Consider this as my compensation. Find a place to lay low until the trial ends." lie.Second froze. He looked down at the pouch in his hands and, after a quick feel, realized it contained at least a dozen vials. He glanced up at Hui, who had already turned his attention to the follower, before looking back down. With trembling hands, he untied the pouch and sneaked a peek inside. Prosperity of yesteryear. The pouch was filled to the brim with the potions, dozens of them. This He didn't know whether to accept or refuse the gift and remained frozen, clutching the pouch. But Hu Wei paid him no mind and moved on, approaching Yan Chun with a smile. "You're a vertical wall knight? A knight of the vertical wall, a warrior of folly." Yan Chun's identity had been easy to guess. From the moment he interrupted Hu Wei at the start, his disdainful tone had made his faith apparent to everyone. Only folly followers would be so condescending, regardless of strength or ranking, toward others. These high and mighty so-called sages, no matter how low their score, always sought to prove their superiority in intellect or their particular niche. It wasn't personal, it was just that years of following their god's teachings had turned contempt for ignorance into second nature. Folly as divine was to scorn ignorance, so his followers constantly sneered at others. Perhaps, in their eyes, anyone not aligned with folly was the embodiment of ignorance. The vertical wall knight was also an interesting class. Their role was to erect a high wall of truth, blocking out all ignorance. With their patron's blessing, they could conjure walls of knowledge from thin air, creating unexpected geographical advantages to outmaneuver their enemies. Cheng Shi had always thought it was a fun class because they could essentially build invisible walls out of thin air. Yan Chun likely knew that his actions had already exposed his faith, and in front of high-ranking players like these, hiding it wasn't worth the effort. So, he dropped the pretense and openly admitted his identity. Yeah, this was another trait of folly, as followers, decisiveness and confidence with no regrets. Hu Wei nodded and continued with his questioning. "What did you pray for?" Yan Chun didn't hesitate much. He had already assessed the situation and replied directly. "I prayed to witness a moment in history. I've come to witness a historical event." Hearing this, Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow. "Oh ho, this high and mighty guy wants to join the history school, huh? But why would I get matched with someone who wants to witness history? Could it be that the history he's trying to witness involves someone who rejected fate?" Hu Wei apparently understood Yan Chun's intentions as well. After a moment of thought, he asked, "You're trying to join the history school? Who's your sponsor?" The history school is currently under her control, and they've become extremely strict about accepting new members. If you're just here to witness some random historical event, you wouldn't have been matched with me. So tell me, what's your real target? Yan Chun felt as though all his secrets were laid bare under Hu Wei's gaze. His face turned pale, but after a moment, he nodded reluctantly. "Yes, I want to witness an experiment related to the Tower of Logic. But my sponsor? I can't say." Cheng Shi's face twisted in surprise. He had just witnessed an experiment by the Tower of Logic in his last trial, the greatest experiment no less. Surely this trial wouldn't feature another one, right? Huh? Please don't scare me. This is supposed to be a city under the Grand Tribunal. What kind of experiment could there possibly be here? And Hu Wei just mentioned a sponsor. Does this organization really need internal connections to join? In this day and age, they're still doing that? The world's practically ended, and people are still obsessed with job applications and recommendations? Seriously, what a strange world. Can't grind away without a connection, huh? Hu Wei didn't press further about the sponsor. Instead, he pondered for a moment before asking, "Brother, how long can your high wall of truth last, and do you have any talents that break the unit limit?" Yan Chun's face turned even paler at this abrupt question. This was his trump card for survival, and for a vertical wall knight, it was their most tightly guarded secret. To reveal it was practically like showing his hand to everyone. But could he really hide the secret from a 2,600-point player? The answer was no. If he didn't reveal it, not only would he lose his trump card, he might lose his life too. Even though this frontline warrior seemed like a decent guy, that would only last as long as things didn't turn sour. So, the follower stared at Hu Wei for a long moment before making the choice most conducive to his survival. 12 hours, 16 units. Hu Wei raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. Not mind-blowingly powerful, but decent enough for his level. Good enough. All right, brother. Interested in doing something big with me? To be honest, you won't find what you're looking for in this city. We're in Vinanal, a city in the Forest County under the Grand Tribunal's jurisdiction. The Tower of Logic in Gasmira is separated from us by the abyssal volcano. With just 3 days, you won't even see the entrance to the underground world, let alone the Tower of Logic. I think I figured out why you were matched with us. Interesting, no wonder the blind man said fate has begun to turn. If you stay here, You'll get nothing out of this trial. Come with me. I can't guarantee you'll witness the experiment you're looking for, but I might be able to show you something else that interests you. Of course, we don't really need extra help, but I'm happy to bring someone along for the ride. That's all I can say. Make your decision. Yan Chun hadn't expected Hui to extend an invitation to him. At first, he was stunned, then he frowned in deep thought. It was clear that when the Grand Marshal said, "Come with me," he meant leaving the trial. But how would they leave? Where would they go, and what was this exit strategy? Yan Chun had no idea. The only thing he could be certain about was that Hui might need his high wall of truth at some point along the way. But Hui also mentioned that it wasn't essential, merely convenient. A chosen one, with a score 600 points higher than his likely wouldn't need to resort to manipulating Yan Chun's value. So, Hui's offer was probably genuine. They were going to a different place, somewhere that might offer an opportunity to witness history. To go or not to go, this was a tough decision. In this world, there's no such thing as kindness without reason, especially after the faith game descended. Yet, the idea of joining the Grand Marshal's quest was undeniably tempting to Yan Chun. After all, the world of the elite players was closer to the gods, and for a follower of folly, getting closer to the divine was a lifelong pursuit. Of course, everyone knew that being part of the elite world came with risks, but what trial didn't? Followers of folly never lacked courage, they lacked opportunities to continuously push their own limits. And more importantly, the Marshal had invited him, but he hadn't invited the gardener, which gave Yan Chun the perfect chance to look down on the gardener. He couldn't resist, it was impossible to resist. Even if this was just charity from the top-tier players, it scratched an itch that Yan Chun couldn't ignore. So, Yan Chun adopted an unhurried, dignified stance and gave a subtle nod, deciding to join. He immediately turned to look at Li Ziren. His eyes were filled with disdain, practically slapping the low-ranking gardener across the face with it. But Li Ziren didn't notice. He was still lost in the euphoria of having gotten a dozen bottles of prosperity of yesteryear for free. Having secured the vertical wall knight's agreement, Hui chuckled and turned to Zhang Ruyu. The descent follower, the somewhat flamboyant man, was trembling so much from the overwhelming pressure Hui exuded that he looked like he was about to faint. But judging by his expression and condition, it didn't seem like he was scared. Rather, it looked as though his ointment had moistened. Everyone's gaze toward him was filled with speechless disbelief. Was this guy unwell? Oh, right, corruption. That explains it. Zhang Ruyu was clearly a follower of corruption. Even just looking at his bare chest, tightly bound legs by leather straps, and, well, something we'd best not describe in detail, it was enough to make the stink of corruption sting everyone's eyes. Cheng Shi only glanced at him once before wanting to claw his eyes out and find a place to wash them. Hui, seeing this pitiful behavior, couldn't help but have a black line appear on his face. It was obvious that this corruption bard, this siren, embraced a particular type of desire from this sea of lust. The desire for pain. Pain brought him both physical and mental pleasure, whether it was physical suffering or emotional torment. Hui took several deep breaths before quelling the urge to just kill Zhang Ruyu then and there. His face darkened as he muttered, "You've already received your compensation. We're done here." Without even asking what Zhang Ruyu's trial goal was, Hui immediately turned and walked away from him. Cheng Shi couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. Even the normally cold-faced Bai Fei allowed a rare smile to tug at the corners of her mouth. "Brother Hu, you're too good. That was legendary. The way you said that, it couldn't have been more perfect." Indeed, it was perfect. This scene of a domineering marshal and his cringy little fanboy was pure comedy gold. If someone wrote this, it'd be trending for at least 2 weeks. Hui shook his head with a wry smile and waved Cheng Shi off as a sign to stop teasing him before turning to ask, "Brother, what did you pray for?" When it came to friends, Cheng Shi tended to be more honest. He answered straightforwardly, "I have a friend, an oathbreaker of fate, who's been having a rough time. I prayed to catch a glimpse of what future he might have." "Friend? Future?" Hui repeated the words, frowning as he fell into deep thought. After a while, he continued, "Fate is too elusive. Except for that blind man, no one dares say they see through fate. Your prayer might be a tough one. But since you're just here as an observer, it should be simpler than trying to directly challenge fate. Still, no need to be fixated on this particular trial. How about coming with me?" Brother, I'm short on a priest right now. If you come with me, I'll take you to a good place. Who knows? You might get some unexpected insights. What do you think? Although Hui's words sounded sincere, and his gaze was filled with genuine intent, Cheng Shi could still sense an underlying pressure and unspoken command. Cheng Shi kept a friendly smile on his face, but internally, he was calculating his options. At this point, it seemed there was no way to refuse. Despite Hui's seemingly generous offer, the truth was that he had blocked all paths of retreat for everyone. He had wielded a weapon called generosity so skillfully that it left no room for anyone to turn down his offer. And if anyone did refuse now, well, this brotherhood would cease to exist. And if they weren't brothers anymore, why should he treat you kindly? Cheng Shi's gaze lingered on Hui, his mind spinning with thoughts. This brother who seemed somewhat different from the generous guy he remembered from before. As expected, no high-ranking player is ever simple. And, once again, who says that followers of war lack brains? If anything, their heads are full of schemes. Cheng Shi couldn't refuse, he had no choice. So he laughed heartily and nodded, responding with loyalty. Of course, I'll help. Ha ha, good brother. Hui laughed heartily and gave Cheng Shi 2 hard slaps on the shoulder. Trust me, this won't be a wasted trip. With that, Hui closed his eyes, apparently beginning to sense something. Seeing Hui preparing, Cheng Shi had some time to ponder what the Grand Marshal was actually planning to do. Even if they left the city, what could they accomplish in just 3 days? The land of hope was vast and boundless, and the cities weren't packed together like in the old world. Even with long-distance transportation, at most they'd be able to travel between neighboring cities, unless Hui's destination was somewhere close to Vinanol. Cheng Shi thought about it for a long time, but couldn't come to any conclusions. He could only console himself. Well, this trial's probably a bust. Now I can only hope the upcoming journey won't be too wild, or I'll end up with a huge score deduction. That would be a real loss. Hui didn't keep them waiting for long. After a short while, he opened his eyes, brimming with excitement. He pointed confidently to a spot in the sky between the alley buildings and laughed heartily. Shout by. Over there, snuff it out. His cryptic words left everyone, including Cheng Shi, utterly baffled. They glanced toward Bai Fei, only to realize that she seemed to be well-versed in Hui's command. Without a word, her expression stiffened like a soldier receiving a direct order. She drew out. An invisible bow? She drew a bow that no one else could see. She aimed in the direction Hui had pointed, pulling the string taut, and released. A silent, dark light shot out, exploding violently in the sky above. Though the blast was powerful enough to bleach the world of its colors, not a sound was heard by any of them. The entire scene played out like a silent pantomime, a voiceless tragedy unfolding before the players' eyes. In the midst of this tremendous, silent explosion, the space Hui had indicated crumbled into countless tiny black holes, and the buildings flanking the alley. Not just the buildings, everything around them was gone. Massive chunks of reality collapsed into the void, and the abyss spread like waves, cracking and ripping outward until it reached above the players' heads before finally stopping. Everyone was utterly horrified by this terrifying sight. This was the power of a 2,600-point player. This was the might of the top tier, Oblivion, followers. Cheng Shi's pupils contracted. He recognized the technique Bai Fei had just used. The silent arrow of nothingness. The terrifying killing arrow unique to the Endwalkers. They track their prey, mark their target, draw their bowstring, and then, silently, send their prey away. Send them off to a world that's about to collapse, or to a time and space on the verge of obliteration. A fine silent arrow of nothingness, haha, that's enough. Now, let me take over. Before the black and white hues could even fade from the player's vision, a red streak of light shot into the sky. Cheng Shi watched as a massive sword, glowing with the blood and fire of battle, slashed upward. With a thunderous boom, the countless tiny black holes were blasted away, scattering across the visible fractures of the void, flying into the endless expanse. Yes, void fractures. With the joint efforts of the warrior of the front lines and the Endwalker, countless void fractures were torn open in the sky above the city governed by the Grand Tribunal. They had pierced the sky. Holy! No one could maintain their composure now. Watching the scene unfold before them, the folly, warrior clenched his fists nervously. The prosperity, priest collapsed to the ground in terror, and the corruption barred. His legs shook uncontrollably. His ointment moistened once again. But at this point, no one had time to care about him. The sheer magnitude of that last sword strike, coupled with the sudden disappearance of a chunk of the city, triggered warning horns from the Grand Tribunal. Panicked shouts echoed from every direction. Cheng Shi's face turned dark as he watched all this unfold, silently cursing in his mind. So this is what you meant by, come with me? I thought you were just planning to break out of the city, which was already ridiculous enough. But, bro, what are you doing? Tearing a hole in the sky above the city. Are you kidding me? The cities governed by the Grand Tribunal have guards. This isn't some backwater village. The city guards here are knights of the Grand Tribunal. Their combat strength is formidable. Even 6 players with around 2,000 points would have a hard time fighting their way out of a city like this head-on. And you expect this not to cost us points? Oh no, what if Order comes over and deducts all 2,100 of my points? Hui, however, didn't seem concerned. He drove his sword into one of the void fractures, hoisting himself into the sky, and laughed loudly as he called out to the others below. Don't just stand there. Follow me. Cheng Shi and Yan Chun were both dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Never mind dealing with the void rift, just the height alone, the neck-breaking elevation above them, how were they supposed to follow? Cheng Shi glanced toward Yan Chun's hands, his meaning clear. Hey, bro, how about conjuring up some walls for us? Build a staircase or something so we can climb up there. But Yan Chun, clearly too proud to use his ability for such a humiliating task, stood there with a dark face, refusing to move or speak. In the end, it was Bai Fei who sighed at their inaction. Grabbing both of them by the collars, she effortlessly tossed them up into the void. Cheng Shi didn't feel embarrassed at all, especially when he saw the folly. Warrior's face turned beet red with shame. Instead of feeling awkward, Cheng Shi found the whole situation hilariously amusing. I mean, come on, isn't it normal for a healer like me to not be able to jump that high? But a warrior unable to make the jump. TSK, not very impressive. The two of them were flung toward the void rift, where Hui laughed loudly and caught them with his hands, which were engulfed in flames, pushing them into the void. He then shouted down to the two who remained in the alley. Disguise yourselves as civilians and blend in. Lay low until the trial ends if you want to keep your lives. After that, he gently pushed Bai Fei, who had leaped up behind him, into the void. Meanwhile, the city's warning signals had gone off, and knights of the city guard were pouring in from all directions. Rows upon rows of raised lances reflected the sunlight, forming a blinding sea of light that sent shivers down the spines of anyone who saw it. The sight alone was terrifying. Li Ziren wasted no time. He grabbed his staff and bolted toward the exit. Zhang Ruyu, watching Hui hang in the sky, bit his lip as if contemplating whether or not to follow. But Hui's gaze never turned toward him, and when his desire for attention went unmet, he gritted his teeth and chased after Li Ziren. After all, that 1,400-point priest still had over a dozen bottles of prosperity of yesteryear. That was a small fortune. However, just as Zhang Ruyu took a few steps in Li Ziren's direction, a sharp blade whistled through the air, slicing past his neck and embedding itself in the ground next to his feet. Zhang Ruyu felt a stinging pain on his neck, his pupils shrinking in fear. The blade had been just an inch away from severing his throat. There was no doubt, this was a warning from Hui. The Grand Marshal's gifts were not to be coveted by others. However, Zhang Ruyu's desire had nothing to do with the prosperity of yesteryear. As he stared at the blade, still embedded in the ground and smeared with his own blood, his breathing quickened. In less than 2 seconds, he collapsed to the ground, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he gasped for air. His lips curled up in satisfaction, and his eyes glazed over with ecstasy. Clearly, he had reached his limit of pleasure. Hui, still hanging in the sky, turned completely black with rage. After all my calculations, out of everything, I ended up being outplayed by a 1,700-point siren. He never wanted those bottles of life-saving potions. What he wanted was that blade. Pain and fear were pleasures to him. Damn, you've got guts. Hui laughed in anger, but he no longer bothered with the writhing Zhang Ruyu and instead turned his attention to the approaching city guards. The fate of that particular teammate was no longer important. What mattered now was the growing army of soldiers below. To most, it would be a terrifying sight, but to him, who could say? Hu Wei seemed entirely unfazed by the encroaching army. Staring down at the sea of armor and spear tips shuffling in unison, he burst into laughter. A humble soldier of war, just passing through. No need to see me off. Perhaps we'll meet again. With that, he turned and disappeared into the void. The void. Once again, the void. Staring into the endless darkness that stretched before him, Cheng Shi couldn't help but click his tongue in frustration. Even though he was a follower of Void, his trips home were becoming far too frequent. But this time, it was even more ridiculous than usual. This time, it was a player who had opened the door to the Void. Cheng Shi had never imagined that what most players would avoid at all costs, void rifts, were no different from regular doorways to Hu Wei. Though Hu Wei's hands, still burning with flames, were now bulging with veins and trembling slightly, it didn't change the fact that this former number one on the ladder of ascent had the power to conquer the void rifts. Big bro really is something. But what exactly is he trying to do? Cheng Shi was more confused than ever, and it seemed that no one could answer his question except Hu Wei. Well, maybe there was one other person who could. Taking advantage of the moment while Hu Wei was resting, Cheng Shi quietly approached the other top-tier player in their group. The cold-faced, aloof Bai Fei. He shot a glance at Yan Chun, then slowly crept behind Bai Fei, positioning himself so that her shoulder would block his mouth from the other's view. He whispered, "Sister Fei, where exactly are we going?" Bai Fei noticed Cheng Shi's subtle movements. Her face remained as cold as ever, but she glanced at him and spoke. "You're not a cremator. Who are you?" Cheng Shi kept his head lowered, his expression unchanged, quickly following up on her accusation. "Oh, come on, Sister Fei, that's just a joke." Before Cheng Shi could finish the sentence, Bai Fei extended her hand and pointed to a spot in the void. A surge of Oblivion's power flowed out from her, seeping into the void, but moments later, the void spat it right back out. Oblivion is not the god of the void. Our relationship with the void is far from harmonious. You're not hiding your aura well. The void likes you. I don't know why the marshal hasn't exposed you, but trying to deceive me with faith won't work. Can we even play this game anymore? Seriously, is this fun for you? Cheng Shi was mentally exhausted. But he pushed through and forced himself to finish his thought. "Sister, there's no need for this. I really am a cremator. That was my job before the faith game descended. I worked at a crematorium, tending to the furnaces. You can call me a cremator, it's not entirely wrong." Bai Fei had never seen a high-score player with a face as thick as Cheng Shi's. Even after being exposed, he was still brazen enough to double down on his bluff. Without a word, she shot him a disdainful look and turned her head away. Her stance was clear until Cheng Shi came clean. She had no intention of engaging with him. And perhaps ignoring him was the kindest response she could offer. After all, she was only doing it out of respect for Hu Wei. If it were anyone else, this lying clown would have been tossed into some unknown dimension by now. Cheng Shi could tell, this woman genuinely wanted to kill him. Actually, no, it wasn't about killing. She seemed to be struggling to suppress an overwhelming desire to destroy everything around her. That much had been clear from the arrow she had fired back in the city. She could have easily controlled the explosion to a smaller area, but instead, she'd obliterated half the alley. TSK, definite violent tendencies, best to keep a distance. But I still want to try. After some thought, Cheng Shi decided to come clean with everyone. This scene was all too familiar. A truth-telling session in the void. Alright, fine. We're already here, so I won't keep hiding the truth. I'm a clown, a follower of deceit. The moment he said that, Yan Chun, who had been a few meters away, somehow crept closer without anyone noticing. The second he heard Cheng Shi's confession, he let out a mocking snort and cast a knowing glance at Cheng Shi's chest pocket. That sneer was so sharp in the silent void that Bai Fei's gaze instantly followed Yan Chun's, now also staring at Cheng Shi's chest. Cheng Shi's expression didn't change as he smiled and subtly began stepping backward. But before he could retreat, a large hand suddenly reached out from behind and grabbed the item in his chest pocket. The dice of fate. Cheng Shi's expression finally shifted. Hu Wei, now holding the dice, looked at it in surprise, a mix of laughter and disbelief on his face. "Brother, that's not cool. You're one of fate's followers, just like the blind man? So, Back when you were pretending to be a cremator, you were actually weaving another's fate into your own? I knew you were a sneaky one, but wow, you even fooled me. Having his identity exposed, Cheng Shi's face flashed with embarrassment, but soon after, he let out a sigh of relief, as though a heavy burden had been lifted. Sigh, what can I do? More identities, more lives. I was just trying to survive. I never meant to trick you, Brother Hu. Let me reintroduce myself. Cheng Shi, Weaver of Fate, 2401. Weaver of Fate, a priest of fate, a walker of void. Now it all made sense. Why Cheng Shi's aura seemed favored by the void because he was, in fact, a walker of void. At least, that part was undeniably true. A flicker of realization passed through Bai Fei's eyes, and without saying a word, she began walking in a certain direction, like a scout gazing out before battle. She slipped into her role seamlessly, scouting for a path. She had no reason to talk to Cheng Shi and Yan Chun. If she had to speak with anyone, it would only be with Grand Marshal Hui. She came for cooperation, not to play the role of a caring sister. Hui didn't restrict Bai Fei's actions. He knew that the two of them shared a common goal, so he let her be. As for Yan Chun, he didn't revel in the fact that he had exposed a 2,400-point player's true identity. Instead, he cautiously stepped back, not wanting to provoke any conflict with Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi noticed all this, smiled, but said nothing. None of us are good people here. Come on, let's all lie together. Hui, with a meaningful look, handed the dice back to Cheng Shi. Noticing the confusion in both Cheng Shi and Yan Chun's eyes, he laughed and patted Cheng Shi on the shoulder, offering some explanation. Brother, I get you, everyone wears many hats. But I recognize you as a person, not as some cremator. Now, I know you have questions, and it's not that I've been keeping things from you. But until I find what we're searching for, I don't even know exactly what's out there. Only when we find it can we begin to understand what it truly is. But I can give you a hint. What we're looking for comes from the prophecy of a fate follower. As he said this, Hui turned to Cheng Shi and continued. She shares the same faith as you. She's a blind prophet, we like to call her the blind one. She pointed us in a certain direction, and so we want to see what lies at the end of that path. Cheng Shi was puzzled and asked, a direction? What direction? I've heard recently that many chosen ones are deliberately lowering their scores. Hui, when you say we, you don't mean all the chosen ones, right? Hui nodded with a smile. That's right. Everyone's aware of the prophecy. As for how they learned about it, it was actually someone from your own void. Forget it. You probably don't know her, not at your score level. It's bad luck to even mention her. Anyway, everyone believes that the blind one's prophecy is real this time, so here we are. Someone from void too. Deceit? Cheng Shi furrowed his brows, thinking. If Hui was talking about fate, there wouldn't be any need to say it like this. Does that mean a follower of deceit told all the chosen ones about this prophecy from a fate follower? Who would casually spread such a high-stakes prophecy that even the chosen ones care about? That's just crazy. Wait a minute. Speaking of crazy, could it be her? Jin Xin. The name suddenly popped into Cheng Shi's mind, along with the image of that cackling maniac, shaman. Ugh, just my luck. He immediately shook his head, trying to banish the deranged woman from his thoughts. But then he remembered that Hui had also mentioned it being bad luck. Crap, it really could be her, couldn't it? But what does this have to do with lowering scores? Cheng Shi's face twisted in a strange expression as Yan Chun, unable to contain his curiosity, asked the question that had been on Cheng Shi's mind. Yan Chun hadn't wanted to ask such a straightforward question, but his curiosity had gotten the better of him, causing him to forget the supposed superiority of a follower. Cheng Shi kept quiet, opting to listen. Hui seemed to have anticipated the question and explained without hesitation. Because the chosen ones are unseen. The blind one said that the thing we're looking for is hidden somewhere not far from us. After considering it carefully, we came to the conclusion that not far refers to score. So, we believe the prophecy will be fulfilled in one of the lower score brackets. That's why we've come down. So that's it. So, the chosen ones weren't dropping their scores in search of something tangible, they were chasing after a vague prophecy. How very fate of them. To be honest, Cheng Shi wanted to ask Hui, aren't you afraid that this so-called blind one is just making things up and pulling the wool over your eyes? After all, it's fate we're talking about, you know how it is. Plus, Even if the blind one was sincere in her prophecy, how can you be sure that the version Gen Xin relayed to you is legitimate? Is she really that kind-hearted? But these thoughts remained unspoken. Cheng Shi knew better than to say them aloud. After all, with his current score, he shouldn't even know someone like Gen Xin. He didn't want to attract unnecessary attention or create trouble for himself. Because it was clear to Cheng Shi that Hui hadn't been so open and honest just to clear up their confusion. There was no reason for him to do that. The only reason he had done so was likely the same reason Cheng Shi had acted sincerely in the last trial. Hui was trying to use sincerity to get sincerity in return. He was fishing for something that would help him confirm his own suspicions. After all, if the prophecy was real and the chosen one's deduction was correct, then the not far place referred to could be right around the 2,400-point bracket, exactly where Cheng Shi had falsely claimed to be. No wonder Hui had been looking at Cheng Shi with such expectation. He probably thought the clue he was searching for was with Cheng Shi. And now it made sense why he had chosen to bring along Yan Chun. It wasn't just a matter of convenience. Hui likely thought there was a chance Yan Chun might also hold a piece of the puzzle. But in his mind, a 1,900-point Yan Chun clearly couldn't be as close to the answer as Cheng Shi, with his supposed 2,400 points. Realizing this, Cheng Shi felt a wave of unease. This trial had just become a lot more troublesome. He was now being closely watched by a high-ranking player. What exactly was this prophecy? If it really was something Gen Xin had spread. Cheng Shi began to recall everything Gen Xin had done in the previous trial, but nothing came to mind. Her actions had been, well, not normal, but at least they didn't seem like she had any ulterior motives. Especially since she lost that trial, and she didn't show any hostility toward Hu Xian, who had won. So, whatever the prophecy was pointing to, it couldn't be related to any divinity, at least not the birth divinity. Sigh, there's still too much missing information. Cheng Shi sighed internally, no closer to understanding what was going on. Yan Chun was in the same boat. He, too, had realized Hui's intentions and had been trying to piece together everything he knew. But his lower score limited his perspective, and after a long while of thinking, he came up with nothing. Perhaps he really had just been picked up along the way. Hui, for his part, didn't rush them or interrupt their thoughts. On the surface, he seemed to be resting, but in reality, his gaze never left the two of them. A commander never underestimates their opponents. Hui wasn't about to dismiss the information these lower-ranked players might hold. The bait had been laid, and now he waited to see how the prey would respond. Cheng Shi was doing the same. His peripheral vision was constantly monitoring the other three people. He even kept part of his attention on Bai Fei, who had ventured off in the distance. This level of hyper-awareness kept his mind on high alert, his nerves constantly tense. He had to maintain an open, cooperative facade while carefully avoiding the traps Hui had set, all while trying not to become the hunted. It was exhausting, mentally draining. Cheng Shi kept his usual smile plastered on his face, but inside, he was cursing. Damn this stupid game, can't catch a break. The game of information continued, but time waited for no one. After resting for a moment, Hui led the group of three to catch up with Bai Fei, who had already found the direction toward their destination. Brother Hu, I have a question. Didn't you say you didn't know where we were going? So why does it seem like we're moving with such certainty? Cheng Shi asked curiously. Hui burst into laughter. The prophecy may be vague, but it can still point us in a general direction. We're heading toward that area. Cheng Shi nodded thoughtfully, but the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. According to void matter theory, the void and reality were one-to-one reflections. Even though the four of them were traversing the void, their speed wasn't much faster than walking in the real world. In fact, it felt like they were just walking. So, what was the point of being in the void? Yan Chun seemed to be wrestling with the same question. Cheng Shi had noticed several times that Yan Chun was on the verge of speaking, only to hold back, likely to maintain his facade as a follower. Cheng Shi, naturally, wasn't about to ask the question himself. Why do that when there was amusement to be had? He deliberately slowed down or sped up at various points, giving Yan Chun the perfect opportunity to find a quiet moment to speak. Finally, after an hour of silent walking, as Cheng Shi's back loomed closer to Bai Fei, Yan Chun could take it no longer. Void and reality are one-to-one. Walking like this is pointless, Yan Chun declared. Cheng Shi couldn't help but chuckle, lowering his head as he struggled to stifle his laughter. The follower had lost the game of who can hold back their questions the longest. Although Yan Chun's statement had the familiar arrogance of folly, it was still a question born out of curiosity. He had caved in the end. Hu Wei glanced at Yan Chun and chuckled lightly, just about to respond when Bai Fei suddenly stopped in her tracks and said in a low voice, "We've arrived." Pfft. Cheng Shi's quiet chuckles turned into outright laughter. After struggling for so long not to ask, Yan Chun had finally spoken up, only to have the answer appear the very next second. One moment of curiosity, a lifetime of embarrassment. Praise be to the fun, I mean, what's more amusing than seeing a follower get shut down like that? Yan Chun couldn't ignore Cheng Shi's laughter, but his face was so dark with embarrassment that he didn't bother responding. Hu Wei was also laughing. He strode up to Bai Fei, closed his eyes briefly to sense the void, and nodded with a serious expression. "Everyone, step back," he ordered loudly. Cheng Shi's greatest skill was following good advice. The moment he heard Hu Wei's command, he dashed 30 meters away, so fast that he left Yan Chun, who was cautiously stepping back, completely stunned. After Cheng Shi and Yan Chun had retreated to a safe distance, Hu Wei once again drew his massive sword, which blazed with a fusion of blood and fire. With a thunderous roar, every muscle in Hu Wei's body tensed as he gripped the sword with both hands, channeling all his strength into the downward thrust. The sword, with its boiling tip, pierced straight into the void beneath his feet. Boom! A burst of searing flames exploded from under Hu Wei's feet, lighting up the entire void like molten fireworks. "Open for me!" With a ferocious shout, the void beneath them trembled. Like a tightly woven fabric being torn apart, the endless blackness split open, revealing a blinding white line. That white line grew wider and wider until, in the blink of an eye, it became a gaping chasm. Cheng Shi watched in shock, his eyes wide as he felt the turbulent winds of the void pouring out of the rift. "What is this?" "A shortcut." Bai Fei, for once, answered his question. As soon as she spoke, she drew her invisible longbow again and shot 2 arrows into the chasm below. Without the flames lighting up the scene, the arrows would have been almost invisible in the darkness. With the release of the arrows, the howling winds that had been pouring out of the chasm ceased. At that moment, Hu Wei issued his next command. "True wall quickly. Use your high wall of truth to seal the void rift." Cheng Shi, keep the night healed, use everything to ensure his mental focus holds. Yan Chun's pupils contracted at the command. Though shocked, his hands didn't falter. He pulled out his knight's lance, aimed the tip downward, and thrust it into the void rift. The rapidly collapsing rift was immediately halted by an invisible wall. That was it. He'd done it. The legendary void wall creation. Each unit of the high wall of truth appeared as a flexible, transparent material at first, capable of expanding and stretching to cover large areas. Though the initial size of one unit wasn't very large, when stretched out, it could block substantial portions of space. All high walls of truth burst into existence as flexible, clay-like forms, which the vertical wall knight could mold into any shape he desired. Once set, though, the wall became impenetrable. This ability to craft unexpected geographical advantages was what made the vertical wall knight such a strategic nightmare. Because no one could predict what kind of invisible wall structure the knight might throw in their path. Yan Chun worked quickly, and Cheng Shi's healing kept pace. With a wave of his hand, Cheng Shi cast a mental fortification spell, imbued with shared divine grace, ensuring that the healing light bathed everyone in its range. With his energy replenished, Yan Chun's movements became even more fluid, and in no time, he had built an entire passageway, wide enough for one person to pass, to hold back the pressure of the void rift. Cautious by nature, Yan Chun even constructed a second layer inside the passage, just in case it collapsed. As soon as the double-layered passage was complete, Hu Wei pulled his sword from the void rift and freed himself from its grip. With a heavy clang, he dropped the great sword to the ground and bent over, hands on his knees, panting heavily. Clearly, the ordeal had taken a lot out of him. Cheng Shi, ever timely, hit him with a healing spell and, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Are we planning to leave now?" "Leave? No, we're going in." "Going in?" Cheng Shi was taken aback. He peeked down at the void rift that the high wall of truth was holding open and furrowed his brows. He suddenly realized he had overlooked something important. Logically, if this were a void rift, the destructive nature of the void would have torn through the wall. No high wall of truth should have been able to withstand it. Yet here the passage wasn't just holding, it seemed to be growing more solid by the second. The previously transparent wall was even beginning to take on streaks of color, like vines creeping along the outer surface of the passage. What's inside this? Before Cheng Shi could finish his question, Bai Fei leaped into the passage without hesitation. Her figure vanished in an instant. Hu Wei, having caught his breath, followed with a hearty laugh. You'll find out once you're inside. Yan Chun hesitated, and so did Cheng Shi. But at this point, staying behind was pointless. They exchanged glances and jumped in after them. As Cheng Shi slid through the passage into another dimension, he realized he was no longer in the void, but in a place unlike anything he'd ever seen. It was as if the very air was like quicksand, pulling on his every movement. The space around him was filled with constant, multicolored changes. Yes, changes. The sensation was strange. It felt like his body was being dragged into some kind of gelatin. Every step he took caused his senses to warp, his tactile, auditory, and visual perception became distorted. When he looked at Bai Fei not far away, she appeared like an elongated, inflatable figure. When he glanced at Hu Wei beside him, the man looked like a giant pancake flapping in the wind. And when he looked overhead at Yan Chun, the guy seemed to have turned into a falling square table. As for Cheng Shi himself, his limbs stretched indefinitely, his body unraveling like a web torn apart. In this space, devoid of familiar reference points or measurement standards, every step through it offered an entirely new world. Because everything was constantly changing. The novelty of it all was overwhelming. Cheng Shi felt like he had been thrown into a giant jello mold. Delighted by the bizarre experience, he amused himself for a while before trying to speak. At #%, #Yuan. His voice, too, was subject to the distortions of this place. Though he could hear sounds in the distance, by the time they reached his ears, they had morphed into incomprehensible noises. Cheng Shi had no idea what Hu Wei was saying. He could only see Hu Wei's figure moving downward, so he obediently followed. It wasn't until the chaotic visuals around him became less exciting and more nauseating that Cheng Shi saw the two top players come to a stop. Once again, Hu Wei pulled out his massive sword, but in this strange dimension, the blood and fire-infused blade now resembled a flourishing apricot tree. Cheng Shi watched as the pancake wielded the tree and began hammering away at something in front of him that looked like a mirror. Soon after, an enormous suction force erupted from the pancake, dragging everyone into the void beyond. Cheng Shi felt his vision go dark, his body tightening as he was sucked forcefully out of the space, completely unprepared for the massive pull that had enveloped him. It was as if he had fallen into a torrent of the void, being swept away at lightning speed. His stretched-out consciousness and warped senses quickly began to recover, and not long after, he felt as though he were being washed through a floodgate. After passing a certain spatial node, he was suddenly spat out with a loud thud. Damn! Cheng Shi tumbled back into the void, staring at the slowly closing void rift in front of him, feeling as though the void itself had dragged him out. Ha, lucky us. We made it. Hu Wei's voice was filled with excitement. Cheng Shi climbed to his feet and looked over at him, only for his expression to freeze completely. His pupils shrank, his eyes widened, and as he slowly raised his gaze upward, he was met with the sight of a dazzlingly radiant light. But the light wasn't coming from Cheng Shi's own eyes, it was a reflection. A reflection of a wall of light. Following Cheng Shi's gaze, he found himself staring at an immense, golden wall, a wall so tall that it seemed to reach the heavens, with no visible top. The entire wall glowed with a divine light, standing there silently yet emanating a terrifying, void-like pressure. What's more, despite being an inanimate object, the wall seemed to have countless eyes watching him. What is this? Yan Chun was even more shaken than Cheng Shi. Staring up at the eerily familiar wall, he was left speechless, gaping in disbelief for what felt like forever. This is... Hu Wei laughed heartily, slapping Yan Chun on the shoulder. What's wrong? Don't recognize it? This is the original high wall of truth, the one that your kind, the followers of folly, have been trying to replicate. The four of them stood under the wall, as tiny as ants beneath an elephant's foot. Yan Chun looked up at the towering, radiant wall, his mind buzzing. The high wall of truth. Is this the void experiment grounds of the Tower of Logic? His voice suddenly rose, and he pointed at the wall in disbelief, shouting. We made it to Gasmira in just a few hours. Hui nodded with a smile. That's right. This is the void experiment grounds of the Tower of Logic. And this golden wall of truth in front of us? It's the original high wall of truth that you, followers try to replicate. It stands here in the depths of the void, stretching down into endless depths, to stop those who would steal knowledge and to deter those who covet truth itself. Yan Chun, you're in luck. I didn't expect we'd actually stumble upon a void experiment ground today. Stumble upon? Cheng Shi's sharp ears caught that phrase, and he recalled Hui's actions in that gelatinous space earlier. He had used his massive sword to shatter a mirror, and they'd all been sent here. Could it be? Were there many such mirrors, and Hui had just randomly chosen one and gotten lucky? But what was that place, and what did the mirrors represent? While Cheng Shi was still deep in thought, Bai Fei, to his surprise, finally spoke up to explain. Laughter and mockery. Cheng Shi turned to look at her, but her expression remained as cold as ever. However, there was a trace of delight in her eyes as she gazed at the massive wall. It seemed even she hadn't expected such good fortune today. Bai Fei didn't continue her explanation, she simply walked toward the base of the towering wall. Hui, however, was the one who filled in the blanks with a chuckle. Laughter and mockery refers to the river we just crossed. A river? That was a river. Cheng Shi was taken aback. That's right. A river crafted by his own hands, buried deep within the void, representing reality itself. The moment Hui said this, Cheng Shi's expression grew increasingly strange. He had a pretty solid guess as to who that he was. It's you, isn't it? Creating a reality inside the void, that kind of trick could only come from you, right? My dear patron? Deceit. Yan Chun murmured sternly, uttering the god's name with a fleeting look of fear on his face. Cheng Shi's sharp eyes caught that moment of fear, and a playful smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Oh ho, interesting. It seems this follower has had some bad experiences in the hands of tricksters before. That's right. It is indeed deceit. As the story goes, though whether this story is accurate or not, I can't say, but from what we know, it's the most reasonable conclusion. He found the static nature of existence in the world far too boring, so he decided to steal the authority of time to shape existence in his own way. And he succeeded. He did steal the authority of time, but when the two rulers of existence came knocking, he had no choice but to hide his grand creation deep within the void. Thus, in the depths of the void, deceit carved out an eternal river, a river that is ever-changing, and within that river, he filled it with existence. With his understanding of existence. Cheng Shi understood now. No wonder the moment he jumped into that river earlier, he'd felt like he was coming home. Isn't that right? Patron, your understanding of existence is like a carnival funhouse mirror, isn't it? The entire world is just one big joke to you, isn't it? Of course, it's the perfect fit for your character. So, in his understanding, brother Hu, you're a pancake? That comment completely floored Hui. His expression was a mixture of emotions as he looked at Cheng Shi. No matter how hard Hui tried, he just couldn't make sense of why, in Deceit's eyes, he appeared as a pancake. He recalled that the chosen one of Deceit had once said that the image left in the river by those who crossed laughter and mockery was Deceit's personal commentary on each individual. But due to the chaotic and random nature of the transformations, no one could ever truly understand the meaning behind them. So after crossing the river many times, Hui had no choice but to accept the fact that, to Deceit, he was indeed a pancake. A flash of embarrassment flickered across his face as he quickly moved past the topic. This river, deeply buried in the void yet constantly filled with endless changes, represents reality. The earliest records of it come from the Void Research Department of the Tower of Logic's void matter theory. After the great scholar Glau discovered the existence of a certain god in the void, the researchers began searching for his traces. Eventually, they found this ever-changing river, flowing like an eternal tide. But what does his creation have to do with us coming here? Cheng Shi, playing the role of a curious student, seized the opportunity to ask, pretending to know nothing about Deceit. Hu Wei laughed heartily, pointing at the massive wall before them. Do you know who this high wall of truth is meant to keep out? Cheng Shi frowned at the odd question. Wasn't it supposed to stop those who sought to steal knowledge and deter those who coveted truth? He had just heard that moments ago. What else could there be? Wait a minute. Something's not right. If you hadn't asked, I wouldn't have thought much about it, but now that you mention it. Wait, bro, are you saying this wall is meant to keep out the trickster god? That the knowledge thieves and truth coveters it's meant to stop are all followers of deceit? That's right, seems like you figured it out. The high wall of truth, created by the ritual of truth, is designed to block all those who would steal knowledge. In the era of the Land of Hope, there weren't many people this wall was needed for since only a few could traverse the void. And even those who could were being closely monitored by their factions. It was nearly impossible for someone to make a move without others noticing. But he was different. Deceit frequently gazes into the void. He loves everything that happens there, all the amusing events. To make sure he never misses any drama, he even created an endless number of prying mirrors in the reality he crafted. Through these constantly changing mirrors, he can watch all the entertaining events in the void. This time, we came here by using a shortcut through one of those prying mirrors. Each prying mirror corresponds to an event happening in the void, an event that deceit finds entertaining. The Tower of Logic's void experiments must be one of those events. And that's why we're here. In laughter and mockery, the void folds and overlaps. If you choose the right direction, crossing the distance between different places in the Land of Hope might only take a few steps. I've crossed laughter and mockery many times, but it's rare to end up at the Tower of Logic's void experiment grounds. So, like I said, today we're very lucky. As Hu Wei explained the intricate machinations of Cheng Shi's patron, Cheng Shi didn't feel a sense of pride. Instead, he felt the urge to snark, as though he wanted to say, "Hey, don't blame the kid for the parents' shenanigans." So this was what Hu Wei meant by leaving the trial. This was his big plan for when he said, "Come with me." While the low-score players were still fumbling around, trying to figure out trial rules, you chosen ones were already exploiting bugs and taking the GM shortcut. Well, today's lessons were certainly eye-opening. Cheng Shi followed behind Hu Wei in a state of awe, trying to process everything he had seen today as they made their way toward the towering wall. As he gazed at the enormous wall that seemed to scrape the heavens, doubts still lingered in his mind. A man-made wall? Can it really stop him? But Cheng Shi didn't voice his question, because there was already someone who craved knowledge far more than he did, the folly follower, Yan Chun. Yan Chun beat Cheng Shi to it, asking the very question on his mind. These so-called sages, who lock themselves away in their towers of civilization and never share their knowledge with others, are oddly enthusiastic when it comes to taking advantage of others' revelations. Stop him? Of course not. Artifacts crafted by gods are merely creations. How could they ever stop another god? The scholars use this wall as a warning. Because the moment he breaches the wall, it will collapse, burying all the experimental data and leaving the thief who came for amusement empty-handed. So, the high wall of truth was never meant to block ignorance from entering, it was meant to destroy knowledge, to spite deceit. The scholars, in their pursuit of truth, use this as their way of resisting his playful meddling. But who's to say whether he finds their efforts amusing in his own twisted way? Hu Wei's laughter was tinged with a mix of scorn, mocking not just the concept of truth, but folly itself. You folly folks are no different. When you rebuilt the towers during the chaotic age and recreated this high wall of truth, you put it to entirely the wrong use. Haha, I have to admit, there's a certain irony to it. Makes you wonder if he foresaw this too. Alright, that's enough of a history lesson. Time for some action. Rolling up his sleeves, Hu Wei once again drew out his massive war sword. His aura surged, his entire demeanor shifting as he locked eyes on a shadowy figure hidden in a corner beneath the wall. Following Hu Wei's gaze, Cheng Shi finally realized that there was someone, or rather, something lurking under the colossal wall. No, it wasn't just one figure, it was a group. They had blended into the blinding backlight, virtually merging with the blind spots in their vision. If Hu Wei hadn't gotten into battle mode, Cheng Shi might never have noticed them. However, these people radiated no signs of life. Upon closer inspection, they didn't even resemble people, they looked more like puppets? A group of puppets guarding the wall. Since the high wall was designed to ward off deceit, It made sense that there would be defenses to stop others from approaching it. And puppets, of course, were the perfect choice. As the puppets slowly rose from the base of the wall, Cheng Shi frowned and instinctively moved to shield the two warriors in front of him. Mechanical constructs from the pinnacle of technological engineering, the finest war machines of the Tower of Logic, these are the assault mechs. During the later stages of the Age of Civilization, these creations were deployed en masse on battlefields against the nation of war, giving the Tower of Logic a vast strategic advantage. But in the time period of the trial we find ourselves in, the assault mechs haven't yet been mass-produced. They're still a key security measure for each experimental zone. As Hu Wei explained, more and more assault mechs rose from the base of the wall, moving with mechanical precision as they began to surround the group. The assault mechs had humanoid structures, with frames that mimicked the human skeleton. The only exception was their heads, which had been replaced by solid metal blocks. Their skeletal frames were designed to mimic human movement. However, these skeletons had no flesh, nor did they have the energy wires you'd see in sci-fi movies. They were simply metal frameworks, but they possessed combat awareness and thinking on par with real soldiers. And now, they had detected enemies. Their slow movements suddenly accelerated. In just a few breaths, the mechanical swarm of soldiers was charging toward the players. The spears in their hands gleamed even brighter than the lances of the city guard, and their movements were far more agile than those of ordinary soldiers. Within seconds, the dense phalanx of spears would reach the group. These constructs, infused with the mechanical truth, are second to none in terms of durability. We can't break them all apart. Our goal is to outrun them and reach the base of the high wall. If we can do that, we win. Watch my position. This time, stay close. Hu Wei wasn't giving a lecture. He was preparing his soldiers to fully understand their enemy so they could follow him to victory. Mark the target, 2 o'clock, right front. Charge. With a roar, Hu Wei's figure shot forward like a crimson bolt of lightning. His massive sword swung through the air, each strike parrying the incoming blows of the assault mechs. In mere seconds, he deflected the killing blows of a dozen mechs, leaving a wall of towering flames along both sides of his path as he charged through. Watching such an inhuman display of power, Cheng Shi and Yan Chun couldn't help but narrow their eyes in awe. The Grand Marshal's affinity for fire was beyond terrifying. The flames erupting from his body didn't seem like mere elemental partners, they were like soldiers, awaiting orders from their commander. Don't just stand there. Charge. Yan Chun shouted. The scene before them was no longer a casual confrontation like in the city, it was a battlefield, where even a second's delay could change everything. Without hesitation, the Folly warrior pulled out his knight's lance and swung it with all his might, erecting a crescent-shaped high wall of truth to line the fiery path ahead. Cheng Shi didn't dare slack off either. He gritted his teeth and followed closely, sticking right behind the vertical wall knight. But a healer is still a healer. With no class bonuses to his physique and no charge skills to help him, Cheng Shi quickly found himself falling behind. His condition was fine, and his mental strength hadn't wavered. It was just that his raw speed couldn't keep up. While Hu Wei tore through the mechs with his massive sword and Yan Chun fortified the path, there was no one to sing a song of speed like Qin Chaoga had in the last trial, nor was there a ranger to blow him along like a gust of wind. So, Cheng Shi fell behind. As the assault mechs closed in from behind, Cheng Shi's face grew solemn. Desperate to protect himself, he raised his hand, preparing to use his ring. He didn't want to reveal the power of lightning too early, but circumstances were forcing his hand. Sometimes, you don't get to choose. The problem was, he hadn't accumulated enough fear yet, and the only card he had ready, one with a screaming mouth, had been charged by that unpleasant man from earlier. If he used it now, what would he do later? Gritting his teeth, Cheng Shi kept running, only to feel the mech's long spears closing in on his back. Seeing no other option, he prepared to save himself. But instead of activating his ring, he reached out toward Yan Chun, far in the distance. Cheng Shi didn't choose to use the ring. Instead, he ran while extending his hand, making a grasping motion through the void toward Yan Chun. Before he could complete the motion, a knight's lance suddenly shot past his head, grazing his scalp and striking the nearest assault mech behind him, pinning it to the ground. At the same time, another high wall of truth sprang up behind Cheng Shi, blocking off a dozen assault mechs. As the threat behind him dissipated, Cheng Shi pulled his hand back and continued running. Yan Chun stopped in his tracks, his face dark and furious as he turned to look at Cheng Shi sprinting toward him. Through gritted teeth, he spat. "What do you think you're doing? Are you trying to swap our fates?" Cheng Shi glanced at him sideways, pretending not to hear, and continued running. "I'm your teammate, and you want me to die in your place?" Yan Chun was livid. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Cheng Shi, wanting nothing more than to thrust his lance through him. Cheng Shi ran closer, panting heavily as he looked up and asked, "What? What did you say? How am I making you die in my place? I just got out of breath and was going to ask you to give me a hand." Huff, huff. "Man, I'm worn out. Weaver of Fate. Stop pretending. I saw everything. You were going to swap our fates, make me die for you." Yan Chun was seething with anger, his eyes blazing as he frantically swung his lance to fend off the nearby assault mechs. His gaze never left Cheng Shi's hand, as if worried that Cheng Shi would suddenly swap their fates at any moment. Cheng Shi let out a cold laugh and said, "Oh, so you do see me after all. I thought you'd forgotten you had a teammate right behind you." Yan Chun was momentarily stunned by Cheng Shi's retort. Of course, he knew Cheng Shi had fallen behind because he had done it deliberately. In this bug-exploiting journey, everyone had their role to play. After the experience with laughter and mockery, Yan Chun believed that he was no longer dispensable. He had made significant contributions to this trip. But then there was this 2,400-point healer. He had been practically useless the whole time, aside from casting a few healing spells here and there. So why had the Grand Marshal placed so much trust in him? Why did Hui favor him? How is this any different from being a freeloader? A 1,900-point warrior giving it his all, while a 2,400-point healer leeching off. No one would find that fair. So, Yan Chun came up with a way to squeeze some potential out of the healer. He knew that a 2,400-point expert must have some tricks up his sleeve. It's just that this Weaver of Fate was too good at hiding, refusing to reveal his true abilities. So Yan Chun sped up a little. It was a crude ploy, hardly even a scheme, more like a small test. And everyone saw through it. But no one stopped it. That's because both Hu Wei and Bai Fei also wanted to see what Cheng Shi was hiding. After all, he had concealed his true faith from the start. They were observing too. This realization gave Yan Chun more confidence, and thus began a disadvantageous situation for Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi wasn't oblivious to this. The moment he couldn't locate the Endwalker, he knew that, to Hu Wei and Bai Fei, this skirmish against the Guardians of the High Wall wasn't a challenge at all. They could break through the guards anytime they wanted, without even breaking a sweat. The only reason they were putting on such a big display was to gauge the strength of their teammates. And he, Cheng Shi, was the one being tested. All right then, you all want to see me struggle, right? I can't mess with a 2,600-point player, but a 1,900-point one? Surely I can. You all want to see my cards? Fine, I'll show you. Cheng Shi raised his hand. Seeing this, both Hu Wei and Bai Fei raised their eyebrows in curiosity. It seemed this deceptive Weaver of Fate had a talent for swapping destinies. But Yan Chun, rather than feeling the satisfaction of exposing his teammates' secrets, felt a wave of dread as he saw Cheng Shi's ring begin to glow. At that moment, Yan Chun panicked. This Weaver of Fate was insane. Instead of using any self-preservation tactics, he actually intended to swap their fates. You're a 2,400-point high-rank player, and the only thing you can rely on is this underhanded trick? You have no other means of protecting yourself. Yan Chun was terrified, and in a desperate move, he hurled his lance. Not to save Cheng Shi, but to save himself. As the second screaming mouth lit up on Cheng Shi's ring, Cheng Shi glanced at Yan Chun with a mocking smile. Yan Chun, you're the gift that keeps on giving. All my power is coming from you. With this in mind, Cheng Shi extended his hand once more. Boom! Yan Chun, red-faced and breathing heavily, slammed his lance into one of the approaching assault mechs, knocking it to the ground. Cheng Shi looked at his ring, unable to suppress a grin. 3 charges now, nice. Thanks to Yan Chun's hasty defense, Cheng Shi was safely escorted to the base of the high wall, where he reunited with Hu Wei, who had been leading the charge, and Bai Fei, who had arrived earlier. Seeing the strange looks they were giving him, Cheng Shi mentally rolled his eyes, but offered an awkward smile. Sorry for slowing you down. Hu Wei burst into hearty laughter, clapping Cheng Shi on the shoulder and nodding approvingly. You're still the same as ever, kid. Let's move, this isn't a place to hang around. With that, Hu Wei swung his giant sword, conjuring a fiery wall behind them that blocked the assault mechs in their tracks. Then, without missing a beat, he led everyone toward a shadowy corner of the wall. It wasn't until Cheng Shi got closer that he realized something shocking. The radiant, towering wall was actually transparent. Just like the high wall of truth that Yan Chun had summoned, this one was also transparent, though the scholar's wall glowed with golden brilliance, while the folly, creation was invisible to the naked eye. But even though it was transparent, the players couldn't phase through it. The wall was so solid that when Cheng Shi tried scratching it with his scalpel, he couldn't even leave a mark. Seeing Cheng Shi's childish attempt, Yan Chun sneered and, raising his lance, delivered a powerful thrust into the wall. Boom! Nothing happened. Just like Cheng Shi, he couldn't leave a single scratch. Yan Chun's face flushed an ugly shade of red, and Cheng Shi couldn't hold back anymore. He laughed out loud. Coo coo coo. The follower, who had been shaken and panicked throughout the entire chase, now seemed utterly flustered, his usual aloofness completely gone. He was desperate to salvage his pride by looking down on Cheng Shi once more. It was hilarious. Someone had clearly reached their breaking point. But this was good. When people lose their composure, they're more prone to making mistakes. Cheng Shi could only hope Yan Chun was truly losing his cool and not just faking it. Behind them, Bai Fei watched their antics with cold indifference. It's useless. If the high wall of truth could be broken so easily, I would have gotten here on my own. Cheng Shi's eyebrows shot up at this remark. There was a great deal of information hidden in that one sentence. Bai Fei was implying that even the power of oblivion couldn't break through this wall. It was the Grand Marshal, Hu Wei, who had the means to enter. Now that's interesting. War is no less fierce or reckless than oblivion, but in terms of sheer destructive power, oblivion is definitely the more specialized force. If not even oblivion could breach the wall, then how did war manage it? The answer came soon enough. As Hu Wei walked along the base of the wall, he stopped at a spot where the radiant light wasn't as brilliant. He placed his hand on the wall and recited in a deep voice. To peer into essence, to walk in truth. Scholar Hu Wei of the Void Matter Theory Department, here with 3 students to record experimental data. As soon as he finished speaking, a small door, just large enough for one person to pass through, opened up at the base of the previously impregnable wall. All 3 of them, including Bai Fei, had their eyes widen in shock. Chaos. The power Hu Wei had just used wasn't from war, it was from chaos. He had used the power of chaos to trick the high wall of truth into recognizing him as a non-existent scholar of the Void Matter Theory Department. But his method of deception was fundamentally different from that of deceit. Deceit manipulates through subtle hints and guided illusions, leading a person with clear self-awareness to misinterpret the deceiver's identity and actions. Chaos, on the other hand, is far more blunt. Its power directly scrambles the target's logic, altering their perception and leaving them in a state of cognitive disarray. And that's exactly what Hu Wei had done. And he had done it so skillfully, so confidently. It didn't feel like he was using a borrowed artifact, it felt like he could wield the power of chaos himself. What was going on? The 3 of them were dumbfounded. Cheng Shi was shocked, but he kept observing everyone's reactions. He could tell that even Bai Fei had never seen Hu Wei use such a technique before. She furrowed her brows in deep thought, then suddenly said, "So, that rumor was true after all." Yan Chun, standing right in front of her, immediately forgot his earlier embarrassment and instinctively asked, "What rumor?" They're interested in chosen ones, who don't follow them, and they've even started recruiting. This time, Bai Fei didn't walk away with her usual cold indifference. Instead, she locked eyes with Hu Wei, waiting for him to confirm or deny her statement.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.